001 The current situation of the ninja world. This is Konoha. Today. It's sunny and windy. The whole ninja world seems to be particularly lively these days. After all, the second Ninja World Cup is about to begin. As a grand ceremony of the entire ninja world, it is more anticipated than the Gaishin Cup and the Racing Cup at that time. I heard that in order to welcome the arrival of the Ninja World Cup, many restaurants and hotels have started planning beer drinking and other activities a few days ago. Fuyu looked at the newspaper in his hand and frowned slightly. Ninja World Cup. In the past few years, due to the proliferation of the internet and games, many children began to go out less and less, and their physical fitness has declined a lot compared with previous graduates. Of course, this may also be due to the fact that the ninja world has been peaceful for many years, the workload has decreased, and the various entertainment industries have developed rapidly in recent years. Therefore, outdoor activities have gradually decreased. I heard that there were even many stay-at-home people some time ago. So, in order to solve this problem, the 5 major ninja villages held an important remote network meeting. At that time, he was also invited to participate. According to Minato's meaning, maybe he has more ghost ideas. Then, after discussion, the 5 major ninja villages decided to plan a large-scale event to encourage children to participate in more outdoor activities, so the Ninja World Cup was born. It was divided into 3 groups, student group and graduation group. Each ninja village competed in the village to select the strongest team, and finally, the ultimate match. No one expected that it would become very popular in the end because of its large scale, passionate competition, high competition intensity and strong viewing value. Therefore, the Ninja Cup Day was born. At the beginning, the ball was played quite normally. But creatures like ninjas cannot think according to common sense, so in the end it became really hard to describe. Although the rules were changed in a mess, it was unexpectedly popular with everyone. Therefore, it can be regarded as a special version of the ninja competition. Fuyu sighed, shook off the mess of the Ninja Cup in his mind, then raised his head and looked at the increasingly gentle Suzuan, and murmured slightly, "This year's Ninja Cup will be held in the Rain Country. The location of the Ninja Cup is uncertain, and it is discussed by the major ninja villages." Of course, the Rain Country has also developed well in recent years, relying on various factories and industries. Therefore, it is not surprising that it is the turn of the Rain Country this year. After the words fell, bathing in the sun, Suzuan, who looked like a good wife and mother, nodded while tidying up her clothes and said, "Yes. This year's Ninja Cup is held in the Rain Country. Kana and the others specially invited us to go there." From time to time, she was still folding the clothes of the little man in her hands. You know, this was not the case a few years ago. He smiled slightly, as if he remembered something. Speaking of which, some time ago, Inoko and the others became Jonin, and Suzuki and the others graduated, and their leader turned out to be Obito. I heard that they are also preparing to participate in the Ninja World Cup this year. By the way, Doraemon and Lingling will also go to school in a few years. He sighed, time flies so fast. It's really fast. As for Doro becoming Suzuki and the others' teacher, it was a bit unexpected, and also a bit natural. After all, for various reasons. Doro didn't die, Kakashi didn't inherit the Sharingan, and therefore, he didn't live like Doro, so it seems Obito became Naruto and the others' teacher. Of course, Fuyu Dad didn't forget the gift that Doro gave him back then. As for Lingling and Doro, his daughters, 2 cute little girls. Yes. Uchiha Fuyu already has children. He pondered for a moment. By the way, where's Hanabi? And the 2 little ones? Since Itaki and the others have become Jonin, Hanabi no longer has to lead the team. Of course, she can go back to the ninja school to lead the team again, but she refused, and now she rarely goes out on missions. That's right. After all, she is also the mother of a child. No wonder every time she sees the head of the Hayashi clan, she feels like she wants to beat him to death. Blame him. Uchiha Fuyu accepted it. Oh, Ling Dang and the others? They were taken to the Hyaga clan by Hanabi early this morning. At this point, Ling Yian smiled helplessly. After all, this relationship is also quite complicated. After living together for so long, she already knows what happened to Hanabi. However, everyone rarely talks about it, as if they are ready to bury it forever. At this point, she glanced at the lazy Fuyu. Oh, it's just right, Fuyu should go and call them home for dinner, and I have to clean up later. Sanitary, remember to come back later. Or I'll make a call. As a father, Fuyu should go pick up his baby daughter now. Fuyu smiled awkwardly. He really didn't want to go. But seeing Ling Yian's dangerous smile, he sighed helplessly and stood up. Since getting married, Ling Yian is no longer Ling Yian. She used to listen to him very much. Housewife, Uchiha Ling Yian. Terrible. Then I'm going out. After the words fell, Ling Yian, who had folded the clothes, looked at the closed door, smiled helplessly, shook her head, stood up with the clothes in her arms, and winked playfully. Hee. You deserve it. Then he whistled briskly. Uchiha Ling Dang's mother, Uchiha Ling Yian, is going to start the general cleaning today. On the other side, Fuyu also yawned and walked out, looking at the surrounding Konoha. In recent years, Konoha has changed a lot. After all, with the rapid economic development, construction has also received strong support. For example, the houses in the village have been renovated. The roads are wide, and the houses are neat and white. In addition, with the establishment of Fuyu high-speed railway later, the distance between various ninja villages and countries has also been shortened a lot, and therefore, the connection has also been strengthened. It has a bit of a modern feeling. At the same time, the development of various industries in the ninja world is also very good. Ninpinpin has become the second largest shopping website in the ninja world, and the first is still Fuyu Mall. Of course, the current Root Studio is no longer the Root Studio, but is called the Root Group. It involves many industries and is a very powerful group. And the Fuyu Group has also become larger, but since Ling Yian became a housewife, it has been very stop interfering with the affairs of the Fuyu Group. His former exclusive female secretary is no longer a female secretary, but the mother of his child. Of course, Fuyu himself rarely manages things. He just needs to control the overall situation and let the subordinates complete the rest. Moreover, most of his companies rely on the system. If the subordinates want to make trouble, can they do it? He will be convinced if he can bankrupt the company. And Orochimaru's immersive network was completed last year. After testing, it will be launched soon. Everyone is still looking forward to it. After a while, Fuyu came to the Hyaga clan's land, helplessly looking at the Hyaga clan's land, which had not changed much, and hesitated for a moment just when he was about to go over. Suddenly, the door was opened. Looking at Hanabi wearing a loose red dress and the two cute little ones behind her, Fuyu immediately walked over happily. It can be seen that the Hyaga clan leader is in a good mood today. Just when he was about to say hello, suddenly, Shua Shua! A pair of eyes stared at him, and before he could speak, humph! A cold snort, and then, gossip! 002 appeared. You said he couldn't lock me, why didn't he give up? Hanabi put her left hand on Fuyu's shoulder, and seemed to find the scene just now very funny. She covered her mouth with her right hand and laughed secretly. Then, looking at Fuyu's profile, she said, maybe the Hyaga clan leader really wants to beat you up. Here is the Hanabi here. In addition, for various reasons, she still calls the Hyaga clan leader the Hyaga clan leader. You said, how can you jump so well? You just stood there without jumping and let him beat you? What a joke! Uchiha Fuyu said he was taking it, but he didn't say he stood there and got beaten. Anyway, after his bagwa 128 palms, he wouldn't hit again even if he couldn't hit. Fuyu rolled his eyes, looked at Hanabi who was relying on him, and glanced down slightly. It's worthy of the family inheritance, it's getting fuller and fuller. He raised his head and looked at the gloating Hanabi. I'll beat you up when I get home. By the way, why did you suddenly come to the Hyuga clan today? Oh, this Hanabi sighed helplessly, because of the main family and branch family, the Hyuga clan leader asked me to discuss some things, so I thought about it and brought Ling Dang and Ding Dang with me. Is that so? Fuyu nodded, and didn't ask anything else. After all, the difference between the main family and the branch family, that is the business of the Hyuga clan, so I shouldn't ask too much. Didn't you see that Hanabi only brought the children to the door today and didn't care much at all? But some time ago, after the Otsutsuki clan on the moon came down, because they saw the changes in the ninja world, especially the internet, long-distance communications and various means of transportation, they were envious in their hearts, and felt a bit old-fashioned. Finally, they charged a few 648 and then found him hoping to get internet access on the moon. But building a base station at such a long distance, I guess even if it is built, it will be quite troublesome to transmit the information to the ninja world, so the technology does not support it for the time being. Of course, Orochimaru has been arranged to study how to solve it, especially when he heard that there is still a group of Byakugan clan living on the moon. He is very curious, so he is very interested in this kind of research. But I guess they are more curious about the Otsutsuki clan. Fuyu and Hanabi walked slowly towards home with bells and jingles. They didn't attract much attention along the way. After all, it's been so many years. Everyone is used to it. Besides, he is not a ninja, and he also has the title of a noble in the land of fire, so he is not an ordinary person. It's no longer strange. On the right is Ling Dang. Although she is Ling Yan's child, her personality is not as shy as Ling Yan back then. She has the demeanor of an older sister. She holds her father's hand on one hand and the shy and introverted Ding Dang on the other hand, and walks forward openly. On the contrary, the daughter of the impetuous Hanabi is more shy. Walks very slowly. Not to mention, the two little ones look quite similar. Because the age difference is not big, Ling Dang will take Ding Dang with her every time she goes out to play. Of course, sometimes it is the older sister Hoenoka who takes them out to play. Now it seems the members of the Uchiha Fumi family are still quite complicated. The three major families are almost complete. Of course, these two little ones. The eldest uncle is the head of the Uchiha clan, the eldest cousin is the Konoha genius Uchiha Itachi, the second cousin is the head of the academy, Uchiha Suzuki, the elder brother is the vice president of the orphanage, Kabuto, the elder sister is Uzumaki Inoka, the uncle is the head of the Hyuga clan, the uncle is the Samsara Eye, the leader of the Rain Country, and the aunt is the rich woman of the Rain Country. The fourth generation Hokage is her uncle, the reincarnation of Ashura is their brother, plus each father is the richest man in the ninja world. The background is scary. No one dares to bully. I'm afraid someone really bullies Uchiha Itaka's 8 Gates ninjutsu, the enemy has to kneel, no one else needs to do anything. Walking. Fuyu thought of Suzuki and the others who have graduated. After graduation some time ago, he went out to execute the incident of oppression of fishermen by the richest man in the Wave Country, Cardo, which shocked the entire network. Later, the reputation of Cardo Enterprise was bad, and it was boycotted by the whole ninja world. Its turnover dropped drastically, and the seafood market it controlled was gradually lost. It could not find partners and seemed to be on the verge of bankruptcy. With the help of Obito's team, Wave Country successfully built a bridge and reopened the seafood market, which greatly increased Konoha's reputation. Calculate the time. Suzuki and Hanabi's nephew seems to be coming soon? Fuyu pondered for a moment, turned his head and looked at Hanabi, who was holding Ding Dang's hand, jumping like a child, and asked, are you still going back? If you are going to go back, hey, Ding Dang can only rely on him and Ling Ian to support. Of course. I don't know if he can open up another market in the ninja world? He hasn't upgraded for a long time. I guess if other groups know that there is another world, they will definitely try to find a way to get there. Then open up new markets like crazy. After all, that is the market of the entire ninja world. Go back. Huahuo blinked her crystal eyes and asked curiously, aren't we going home now? That's not what I'm talking about. Oh, is it the world of the 7th generation? Huahuo was slightly stunned, and then she understood, and then she sighed, I still miss it a little bit. After all, that was the world she grew up in. How could she give it up so easily? Bent down and picked up the 2 little ones directly, blinking playfully, if father and sister see my daughter, they will be very surprised, and I can scare them then. And the black information I collected, if I can't go back, won't it be in vain? Smiled and kissed left and right, Mua, hee, so cute. After the words fell, Fuyu pondered slightly, then. However, I haven't finished yet. What's wrong? Huahuo held the child, and 3 pairs of eyes stared at Fuyu directly, you want me to go back so much? It's like asking your husband with a child, don't you want us anymore? Fuyu was sweating coldly. She is already a mother, but she is still the same. No. No. It's just. Fuyu looked at the 3 pairs of eyes and sighed helplessly, forget it, you will know when the time comes. Anyway, Suzuki and the others will come when the time comes. Hehe, you are so mysterious, Mr. Fuyu, are you still hiding something from us? Huahuo snorted and looked at Fuyu with an interrogative look, it seems that the 8 diagrams 128 palms can no longer threaten you. Then, he looked at Ling Dang and Ding Dang who were hugging his neck sadly, forget it. I will just live with the children, Mr. Fuyu. Go away. Yeah, I don't want a dad anymore. Ling Dang nodded her little head seriously, dad is annoying. I want a dad. Ding Dang raised her hand weakly and said, don't quarrel. Little Ding Dang, I love you in vain. Before Fuyu, who was full of black lines on his face, complained, look, I scared the children. He saw. Huahuo directly carried the 2 little ones home, let's go. Go home with mom. Fuyu shook his head helplessly, looking at the back of the child holding the child, who really left him behind, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he said nothing more. He followed him. How about a couple of drinks tonight? No, no. You can't drink in front of the kids, Mr. Rich. At the same time, somewhere in a remote place in Konoha, 2 figures suddenly appeared on this small street. You told me this was where Naruto was when he was a kid. Hos Konoha? Uchiha Sasuke raised his head silently and looked around. The tall buildings, the colorful lights, the neat houses. Then, he lowered his head and looked at the turtle in Boruto's hand. A glimmer of red light flashed in his eyes. This place is more advanced than his future world, are you kidding me? It said that this is indeed the Konoha when Dad was a child. Boruto was also confused and looked around, teacher, how come the old Konoha looks more prosperous than our later Konoha? Liar. Are Dad and the others lying? They said that they lived a hard life before, and there was nothing in the village. Does it look like there is nothing here? Looking at Sasuke suspiciously, you and Dad are not lying to me just to make me study hard. Just like other parents. Child, you have to study hard and cherish the present, you have to know that Dad and Mom in the past. However, Uchiha Sasuke didn't know how to complain in his heart after hearing what the turtle said. Is this the old Konoha? Don't be funny. Although he betrayed the village and rarely returned to Konoha after growing up, he didn't forget what Chang'an in Konoha was like before. Don't listen to this turtle's nonsense. Sasuke said with a firm and 100% guaranteed tone, this is definitely not Konoha. This Otsutsuki's secret weapon, isn't it trying to trick them? He frowned slightly, glanced around, and lowered his voice. It seems that we have to pay attention now, be careful of Otsutsuki Urashiki's sneak attack, and collect intelligence at the same time. Here. It looks like a very dangerous place. After saying that, Boruto immediately became alert and scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, the vast horizon is my love. A strange and leisurely music came. 003 smashed. All smashed. Sasuke and Boruto looked at the front in confusion. What is this? What is this? What the hell is this? Donkai Dashi. Donkai Dashi. A bunch of old men and old women in front of me wearing strange red clothes, holding two pink fans in their hands, with pink lace strips fluttering around the edges of the fans. They twisted their bodies and danced with the wind to the strange rhythm. That figure. Spinning and jumping. Showing alluring. Dancing charmingly. Suddenly, the two looked at each other blankly, shuddered uncontrollably, and twitched their mouths. This is definitely not Konoha. X2. They can prove it. This can't be Konoha. Konoha wouldn't have these messy things at all. But since that's the case, where exactly is this place? Sasuke frowned slightly, as if thinking about something. Why did Otsutsuki Urashiki come here again? At this point, he lowered his head and looked at Boruto, who took out the Otsutsuki clan's secret treasure, the turtle. What's wrong? I'd better smash this bastard. Boruto said angrily, how dare it lie to us that this is Konoha? Don't be ridiculous. Although he felt that his father was a country bumpkin, he was not so bad that he couldn't even recognize Konoha. Damn it! What else did it say? It just kept saying that this was the Konoha of the past, and nothing else. Boruto said helplessly, really, it's even now, and it still wants to lie to us. Sure enough, we still need to pay attention to the things of the Otsutsuki clan, and we can't completely believe them. Sasuke glanced at the turtle lightly, and pondered for a moment. Forget it for now. I'll try to find out something from it later. This turtle. When the time comes, just use Amaterasu to see if it is willing to talk. It's already this time, and you still dare to be stubborn. Looking carefully around, although this place seems a bit remote, from a distance, you can still see tall buildings and crystal windows not far away. Sasuke wrinkled his chin slightly, staring. It seems this should be a more prosperous town. The Fire City? No. Sasuke shook his head calmly, I don't know where it is yet. Maybe it's a place he hasn't been to? But in any case, this place can't be the Fire City. He is quite clear about the Fire City. Even the Fire City doesn't look as prosperous as this one. Isn't it the Fire City? Boruto pursed his lips and put his hands on the back of his head. Where did this turtle send us? What is the purpose of that Urashiki? After seeing that there was no danger nearby, he became bored again. But Sasuke still scanned the surroundings. On the left-hand side of the open space there was a group of messy old women dancing. In front of him was a remote path, and on the right was an uninhabited grove. It seems that we need to go to crowded places to get useful information. Sasuke pondered for a moment, raised his head to look at the sky, and then looked at Boruto with a faint smile. It's getting late. Although I don't know where this is, I'd better walk around and find a place to rest. Then, find a way to notify your father. Let's go. After the words fell, he walked forward with Boruto, who was also full of curiosity about this world. However, after walking a few steps, they stopped again. They turned their heads together to take a look at the place where the strange dance was just performed, and then the two of them shuddered again. Hurry and continue to move forward. Here. It definitely can't be Konoha's. After walking a few hundred meters, the view suddenly became clear. The originally narrow and remote path also became wide. In the dim night, colorful neon lights flashed all around. The wide road, pedestrians coming and going. At first glance, this surrounding area really seems to look a bit like Konoha. But Boruto and Sasuke can be sure in their hearts this can't be Konoha's, whether it is the Konoha of the past or the Konoha of the present. After all, there are too many differences. For example, the people walking back and forth on the street in front of them, wearing strange green vests, look a bit like ninja vests, but ninja vests are definitely not like this. Rich takeout? What is it? And the small boxes in the hands of the people coming and going, what are they from? They probably guessed what the handsome iron box walking on the road was. So, where is this place? Where should they go now? It looks more interesting than Konoha. Boruto said excitedly, how could this be Konoha? Sure enough, the turtle was just lying to them. With excitement, they were about to look around. Boom! A car stopped in front of them. Sasuke and Boruto immediately became alert, looking at the iron box in front of them, just when they were wondering if they were discovered. Hey, are you a tourist? The car window rolled down, and a head with a pink five-pointed star hairstyle and a cheerful smile on his face popped out. Do you need a ride? My name is Harano Akaki. I am a Konoha genin with a beautiful wife and a lovely daughter. My lovely daughter, Harano Sakura, has graduated some time ago and has become an excellent Konoha genin. I believe that after a while, she will definitely surpass her father Mai. What an excellent daughter! So, Harano Aoi, I can be considered a winner in life. Of course. Although my daughter has graduated and become an excellent ninja, I believe that she will not need to ask her father for money by carrying out missions, but as a father, how can I let my lovely daughter be too tired? In addition, in the past few years, although there are more jobs and wages have increased, the house prices have also increased, and the family's mortgage has not been paid off. Therefore, now when there are no missions, he will come down to deliver food, and drive the car he just bought some time ago and has not paid off the car loan for a few trips. Just saw two people, one big and one small, looking around in confusion and excitement on the street. This is a traveler from outside. As a genin, a deliveryman, and a driver, he is quite confident in his observation skills. Harano Zhao smiled and stretched out his left hand to support the window, with the corner of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a self-righteous expression. Do you want to take the bus? The price is favorable, the route is familiar, there is no place I can't go, only places you can't think of. However, at this time, Boruto and Sasuke, who had been alert, stared blankly at the uncle with pink five-pointed star hair in front of them. Like. So similar. Sakura's father, Sarada's grandfather? Is it someone who looks similar? Boruto was suddenly happy in his heart, and he was ready to tell Sarada when he went back. However, Harano Zhao looked at the two guys staring at him blankly in confusion, and touched his face. What's wrong? Is his face dirty? He frowned slightly. Do you still want to take the bus? Oh, please. Sasuke came back to his senses and quickly put on a faint smile. Just right. I need to collect some information, so let this guy introduce the surroundings. At the driver's signal, he tried to open the door, then, looking at Boruto who was looking at the front with a surprised face, signaled him to get in quickly. What's wrong? What did you find? Oh, no. Boruto turned around and got in quickly. I must have seen it wrong. Just now. It seemed that I saw a guy with green light all over his body and wearing familiar tights. It was like Teacher Rock Lee was driving the 8 gates. But after thinking about it, how could it be possible? You know, there are only a few people who can use the 8 gates. It's strange enough to have an uncle who looks like Sarada's grandfather. Soon, Sasuke also got in, but he didn't let down his guard. He still looked serious in his eyes and stared at the uncle in front of him. There's a TV in the back. I've turned it on for you. You can watch it. There's also free water next to it. Please don't be polite, ha ha ha. Harino Zhao didn't notice it. I don't know why he was still in a very happy mood at this time. Maybe they received a guest. By the way, where are you going? As soon as the words fell, the two froze. After all, it was their first time here, how could they know where to go? Suzuki pondered for a moment, and was about to let him walk around. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. Smash it! Smash it! With an angry tone he roared angrily, smash them all! Suzuki couldn't help but turn his head and look at the TV in front of him. He was stunned and stared at the person on the screen leaning on a cane, wearing a bandage, smashing things with an angry face. Why is 004 here? Fuck! Suzuki, who had always had a calm face, suddenly swore, and then stared at the screen in front of him. This guy looks familiar. Although he has a smooth big back hair, wears strange black straight clothes, and the cane in his hand is different from the wooden cane he is familiar with. This is a dragon head cane emitting golden light, and there is no gloomy aura all over his body. But this guy, he will definitely not make a mistake. Shimura Danzo. It's just. The scene in front of him made him a little confused. Boruto, who was originally frightened by Suzuki teacher, was also slightly stunned after hearing Suzuki teacher's whisper, and turned his head to look at the old man who was still smashing things on the screen. You said that our things are so good, why no one wants them for only 99 taels? Smash them all! Didn't I ask you to release them all? How did you do it? Trash! A bunch of trash! Now just download the app through the link below, and then search for limited time flash sales. You can buy XXX. We now solemnly promise that all activities are real and effective. Boruto blinked, turned his head stiffly, and looked at Suzuki teacher who was still looking solemn and staring at the screen beside him. This is Konoha Ninja Darkness? Shimura Danzo. The Hokage assistant who once carried the darkness of Konoha, whose name could stop children from crying, and was related to the demise of the Uchiha clan. Shimura Danzo? I suspect you are kidding me. Suzuki teacher. It is indeed Shimura Danzo. Suzuki nodded and said seriously, I will never make a mistake. The man from the past. Although he is now in a suit, with a big back hair and a golden cane, he must be Shimura Danzo. Oh, don't you know the advertisement of Ninpinpin? Harino Zhao in the front seemed to have heard the voice in the back row, and said happily, Ninpinpin is indeed an app under the root group founded by President Danzo. These two people don't even know Konoha's entrepreneur, Shimura Danzo? Could it be that they are from a remote area without internet access? So, he is indeed Shimura Danzo. After the words fell. What the hell? Suzuki and Naruto, who looked solemn and suspicious, suddenly became confused. Pick your ears. Then the two looked at each other. What was this guy who looked like Harino Zhao's grandfather talking about? Root group? Before they could ask more questions. Suddenly, the screen turned again. The two people fell silent again. An old man in a suit and tie, with sparse hair but neatly combed, came out and asked, How much is your salary? 50,000 taels, what's wrong? Then download Ninja Pinpin. 90,000 taels. Download Ninja Pinpin. Hurry up, listen to me, download Ninja Pinpin. As long as the salary does not exceed 100,000 taels, you must download Ninja Pinpin, and you can receive 1,000 taels as soon as you enter, without any threshold. What the hell is this? The old guy who has died in front, Uzumaki Boruto may not know him. But this. I always see it on the Hokage Rock. Boruto stared at the screen stupidly and blinked. Why does he look a bit like the third generation? After the words fell. Turning his head to look at Suzuki teacher next to him, he hesitated for a moment. Am I under an illusion? Don't ask me. Sasuke's mouth twitched, and now he was a little confused about what was happening in front of him. At this time, Harino Zhao said happily, "Hey? You don't know this either? It seems that you really came from a very far place. After saying this, he turned the steering wheel. After the retirement of the third generation, he founded the Root Studio with Danzo. I still remember that Meteor Konoha was very popular. Although it has been so long, I still know the plot very well. Don't fight anymore. Don't fight anymore. Everyone in Konoha knows these things." But later he sighed. In the second movie, the Root Studio went bankrupt. I heard that the boss Danzo ran away, and Midaman closed the door and didn't see guests. Only the third generation. One person took it all debts were paid off. I started delivering food early in the morning. At noon, I had to work as a supporting actor and eat lunch boxes on the street. Of course later, Danzo made a fortune outside and came back in a luxury car. Finally, the Root Studio became stronger and became the current Root Group. If you are interested, you can take a look at Shimura Danzo Konoha Partners, which was written by Danzo himself. There are many stories about Danzo and the third generation in the past. It is quite inspiring. Of course, you can also watch the movie Konoha Partners. The driver Harino Zhao seemed to be getting more and more excited as he spoke, and the smile on his face became more and more prosperous. It seemed that he was talking about something that the customers didn't understand, and he was a little proud of himself. Comfortable. And Suzuki and Boruto behind him, everyone, the whole person listened stupidly, with an expression like, what the hell is this guy talking about? Why can't we understand it at all? Shimura Danzo? The third Hokage? Root Studio? Root Group? Where exactly is this place? However, at this time, Harino Akaki seemed to remember something and said, "Oh, by the way, I haven't asked you where you are going yet." As soon as the words fell, the two of them also suddenly came back to their senses and looked at each other. Just stroll around," Suzuki said with a smile, but the smile seemed a little bitter. "Take us for a stroll first. It's dark. We still have to find a place to rest and have a meal now." Harino Akaki didn't care, and said happily, "Anyway, it's still early, it's not too late to stroll around tomorrow, just go to the market at night. The night market here in Konoha is also quite lively." Speaking of this, when he was about to ask if he needed to introduce them to a nearby hotel, suddenly, "This is Konoha? Are you kidding me?" A cry of surprise came from behind. X2. Suzuki and Harino Zhao were stunned, and then Suzuki quickly covered Boruto's mouth. Harino Zhao also noticed this scene through the rear-view mirror, frowning slightly. "Don't you know? Didn't you register when you came in?" "Haha. Registered. Registered." Suzuki quickly put down Boruto, who had realized that he had said the wrong thing, and said happily, "It's just that I came to register, and he didn't know yet." "Oh, is that so? Can I see your registration certificate?" Harino Zhao's eyes flashed, and suddenly turned the steering wheel, changed the direction, slightly accelerated the car, and said, "Just raise it. Sorry, trouble you. Please wait a moment." Suzuki looked expressionless, looked at Boruto, who seemed to be relieved next to him, and lowered his voice, "I've been discovered. Get ready to jump out of the car." The words fell just when Harino Zhao was about to drive towards the Konoha guard. Bang! The car door was kicked off. "Go!" Suzuki yelled, "Hurry!" Then, with Harino Zhao in a daze, the two ran away, and then they were shaking with anger. "Damn bastard, don't run! Don't run! I still have 3 years of car loan to pay off." 3 years of car loan? Stop right there! 1 hour later, after dinner, the two kids ran out to play again. Fuyu, Hanabi, and Suzune watched TV quietly, ready to relax. Suddenly, now a news interruption. The screen turned and entered the news mode directly. The host held the press release and stared at the front with a serious face. It seems that the matter is quite serious. Fuyu and the others also watched it quickly. An hour ago, 2 strangers sneaked into Konoha without registration. According to the existing intelligence, these 2 are powerful ninjas. Their purpose is unknown. After being discovered, they fled without any explanation. It is suspected that these 2 people sneaked into Konoha for ulterior motives. Please try not to go out now to prevent being injured. Now release the photos and information of the 2 people. Please call the Konoha guard as soon as possible if you find them, and ensure your own safety. Someone sneaked into Konoha. Hanabi looked at the news in surprise, holding the hot tea in her hand and took a sip. However, before swallowing it, the wanted avatar was released on the screen. Suddenly, puff! The tea in her mouth sprayed out directly. Hanabi blinked and stared at the screen. Burrito? And Uchiha Sasuke? Why are these 2 guys here too? 005 hostage. Where is this? Konoha? Damn Konoha! Is Konoha like this? At this moment, the 2 people wanted by the whole Konoha, Uchiha Sasuke and Burrito, were both confused, as if they had not recovered yet. Root Group. Boss Danzo, the 3rd generation boss? Damn it! What kind of Konoha is this? Suddenly, Burrito pointed to the front with trembling lips, and said, "Old teacher, then look at that. Have they been surrounded?" Sasuke was stunned, and he lowered Burrito, who suddenly stood up, and used trees and weeds to hide his body, and then looked in the direction Burrito pointed. Suddenly, his pupil shrank, his face was full of shock and disbelief, and he stared at the front. The 1st generation Hokage, the 2nd generation Hokage, the 3rd generation Hokage, the 4th generation Hokage. The only ones missing were the 5th generation, the 6th generation and Naruto. This is the Hokage Rock of Konoha in the past. Looking down, there is also a familiar building not far away, the Hokage building. This is really Konoha. Burrito felt his teeth starting to hurt, and then he thought of the uncle who was driving just now, who looked like Sarada's grandfather, and he couldn't help but gasp, hiss, that guy couldn't be Sarada's grandfather, your father-in-law. His whole face suddenly became uncertain. So, this is really the Konoha in the past. This his father lied to him so hard. However, as soon as the words fell, Sasuke shook his head seriously, with unprecedented vigilance, lowered his voice, and said, "This place can't be Konoha's." Burrito was stunned, then the 3rd generation. The words were not finished. This place can't be Konoha's in the past. Sasuke shook his head, his tone was firm, and then his eyes were uncertain, as if he thought of something, and said lightly, "Tsukuyomi. Infinite Tsukuyomi." The words fell. Suddenly, Burrito also understood what Sasuke teacher meant. Infinite Tsukuyomi. According to the history of the ninja world, that was the ultimate illusion that almost made the entire ninja world fall into an illusion. But when did we fall into the illusion? And don't the Otsutsuki clan know how to use our ninjutsu? The first requirement of the infinite Tsukuyomi is to have the 10 tails Samsara Eye. But this may be just a weakened version of the infinite Tsukuyomi, not the infinite Tsukuyomi that covered the entire ninja world back then. It's only released to you and me. Sasuke shook his head. Although his brows were still furrowed, he was relieved since he had discovered the problem. As for the Otsutsuki clan, we have too little information about them, and we don't know if they have similar moves. Therefore, perhaps they also have other ways to release similar infinite Tsukuyomi ninjutsu. Infinite Tsukuyomi. It symbolizes the most beautiful illusion in people's hearts. Such a strange Konoha, is it not an illusion or something else? Sasuke said in a serious tone, "So, it seems we have been hit by the infinite Tsukuyomi without realizing it. No wonder this world looks so strange. This turtle is actually deceiving us." Boruto angrily collected the sleeping turtle. Perhaps he could get a way to leave here from this turtle next? Turning his head to look at Teacher Suzuki, what should we do now? Teacher's samsara eye. It hasn't recovered yet. Suzuki smiled bitterly and shook his head. His samsara eye was overloaded when he found Otsutsuki Ura's hiki, so it hasn't recovered yet. But no matter what, everything here is illusory. It symbolizes the life that I long for in my heart. It's just that I don't know for the time being whether getting hurt here will also hurt my real body. With a serious tone, so, we must be careful now and never get fatally hurt. The current task is to protect our bodies first. At the same time his eyes were sharp. No matter who appears in front of us, we can't be careless and must not show mercy. In the illusion, there are also people they are familiar with, know, and care about. Once they relax, they will definitely be hurt. My pupil power has not recovered yet, and the samsara eye cannot be used for the time being. Therefore, I must be careful during this period. Perhaps when the samsara eye recovers he will have a way to break this illusion. After the words fell, Boruto also nodded seriously, indicating that he understood. At this time, Tsitsaizi. A burst of electromagnetic sound sounded. Suddenly. Listen, people on the mountain, you have been surrounded. What's the situation? The head of the Konoha guard, Uchiha Fugaku, got off the car and looked at his subordinates in front of him with a serious face. How strong is the enemy? We don't know their true strength yet. The subordinate shook his head, frowned slightly, and said, but they were able to shake off our pursuit and escape here, so I think their strength should be not simple. Even if their strength is average, but this ability to escape it can also show that it is definitely not easy to catch them. I have arranged for my men to block the nearby passages, but I don't know how they are on the mountain yet, so I am persuading them. Yet. Minister Fugaku nodded lightly. After so many years of training, the Konoha Guard has already had experience in dealing with such emergencies, so they are not in a hurry. After a slight pause, have all the people nearby dispersed? They have dispersed. At the same time it's night now. According to the description of the people nearby, there is no one on the mountain at this time. Have you arranged the Hyuga family ninja to track? Not yet. Arrange it now. There must be a Hyuga family ninja monitoring every intersection. If you find a suspicious person, notify us immediately. Yes. According to the order of Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the Konoha Guard, all the members of the Konoha Guard also acted quickly. They sneaked in at night, and when they were discovered, they ran away without any explanation. No matter how you look at it. These two guys. They all have other purposes. At this time, the whole Konoha was nervous. The reporters who received the news had hurried over, and even the internet began to track and broadcast live. Everything was going on in an orderly manner. Those two ninjas with ulterior motives would definitely not escape. However, at this time, suddenly, how is Fugaku? Fuyu looked at the person in front of him with disgust. What is this guy doing here now? She slapped the hand that was holding him, and saw Fuyu and Hanabi, and said calmly, what are you doing here? Fuyu and Hanabi. He smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to explain it. Actually, the two above are time travelers, one of whom is your second son, my second nephew, and the other is Minato's grandson. Really? I'm not lying to you. If you don't believe me, look, the one next to me is actually the youngest daughter of the Hyuga clan leader. I guess as soon as he said this, Fugaku thought he had a hereditary mental illness. Just curious, just curious. Ha ha ha. Humph. Fugaku looked at Fugaku with a blank expression, feeling that this kid was hiding something from him, but now was not the time to care about these things. Anyway, this kid has been acting weird for more than a day or two. He opened his mouth and was about to say something briefly, and then asked him not to interfere with the Konoha Guard's mission. A member of the Konoha Guard came running over in a hurry, looking terrified, panting heavily. Minister Fugaku. It's bad. There are hostages on the mountain. There are hostages on the mountain. As soon as he finished speaking, calm down. Fugaku scolded expressionlessly, then looked at his subordinates with sad faces and said lightly, "Didn't we guarantee that there is no one on the mountain?" That was true at the beginning. But someone just reported not long ago, 2 little girls were going up the mountain to watch the stars. Who? This hearing the minister's question, the subordinate seemed a little hesitant, especially seeing that the 3 pairs of eyes were staring at him. Now he looked at Minister Fugaku, and then at the rich boss and his wife. I. Hurry up and say it. Yes. Under the minister's stern rebuke, the subordinate quickly raised his head and chest, and said seriously, after investigation. The 2 little girls watching the stars on the mountain are the daughters of the rich family, Uchiha Ling Dang and Uchiha Ding Dang. After the words fell. X3. The scene suddenly seemed particularly quiet. 3 pairs of eyes stared expressionlessly at the trembling Konoha Guard. The evening breeze blew slowly. I don't know how long it took. You Fugaku's originally calm face suddenly looked extremely angry, and his fingers kept pointing at Fuyu and Hanabi. When he saw the 2 people with cold sweat on their foreheads, he didn't finish his words. He ignored them and quickly turned around and shouted to his subordinates, "Start the action. Move up. But the safety of the personnel must be guaranteed. At the same time, send someone to tell the Hokage to arrange for the Anbu personnel to cooperate." After speaking, he hurriedly walked forward. And the 2 people behind him, Hanabi and Fuyu, also looked at each other in surprise. Then, Hanabi clenched her fists, making a click sound, and followed, "If these 2 wanted criminals dare to hurt Xialing Dang and Xiaoding Dang, I will blame you for being rude. Isn't that your nephew and your brother-in-law's brother? Aren't you here to take him away? Why do you look like you want to bring him to justice?" But, thinking of my daughter, Fuyu also approached with a ferocious look on his face. "Add me. 006 Rescue. This is the mountain near the Hokage Rock." At this time, there are already many cars surrounding the foot of the mountain, and countless lights are shining up, tightly surrounding, coming and going openly and secretly. Countless ninjas began to patrol, not letting go of any place. Especially the ninjas sent by the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, who were patrolling with a solemn face, as if they had encountered something terrible. The atmosphere seemed to become tense all of a sudden. This is the frontline scene. The host held the microphone and faced the camera with a serious face. According to the news released by the Konoha Guard, the ninjas who sneaked in have been surrounded on the mountain, but these 2 vicious guys took 2 cute little girls as hostages, so the Konoha Guard dared not act rashly. The situation is very critical. I don't know what they will do next. At the same time, the Hokage has sent the Konoha Anbu to come and ensure the safety of the hostages. Now let's interview the victim Mr. Harano Zhao. At this point, the camera turned. A middle-aged man with pink 5-pointed star hair appeared in the camera and said seriously, "When they stopped the car, I felt something was wrong. As a glorious ninja of Konoha, I saw at a glance that they were definitely not ordinary people. I smelled the smell on them, and they must be extremely vicious and evil ninjas. Although I was a little worried, I still invited them to get in the car. As a Konoha genin, Harano Zao, but I didn't forget my mission. I must bring any criminals who endanger the safety of Konoha to justice and protect our home Konoha. However, when I was about to send them to the Konoha Guard, I didn't expect that I was discovered." Speaking of this, he sighed and shook his head. "They found me after all. But as a Konoha genin, how could I watch the guys who endanger Konoha escape in front of me? So, even though I knew they were very dangerous, I still rushed up and fought with them for 300 rounds. In the end I still failed. The car that had not been paid back for 3 years was destroyed, and the hands that were tightly holding them were kicked away. In the end I let them escape in front of me. I feel very guilty. He seemed to be getting more and more excited as he pulled the microphone and kept shouting. That's my new car. I still have 3 years of car loan to pay off. Damn it. I will definitely beat them up. Sir, don't get excited. Can you give me the microphone back? You know, there are still 3 years of car loan. My family's mortgage is also 30 years. What if the car is destroyed and the insurance doesn't pay? I know. But can you give me the microphone back? The Konoha guard has already started to act. Hey? That's Konoha's physical genius Uchiha Itaki. Quick! Follow the camera. Just as the scene camera was changing. Harano's house. A pink-haired girl clenched her fists with a black line on her face. Dad is so embarrassed. On the other side, Suzuki and Boruto, squatting in the bushes, hiding behind trees and flowers, were silently looking at the 2 cute little girls in front of them, holding hands and looking about 3 or 4 years old. Late at night. Which parent is so irresponsible to let such a young child go up the mountain? Just the Byakugan clan. Such pure Byakugan. Not even a bird in a cage. Where did these 2 little girls come from? He didn't remember that there were 2 little girls in the Hyuga clan at this time. Uncle, what are you doing? Behind Xiao Ling Dang followed the shy Ding Dang, curiously looking at the 2 people dodging and blinking her big watery eyes. It suddenly dawned on her, and the cute little face seemed to understand something. Are you here to see the little stars too? Only the devil came to see the little stars. Suzuki and Boruto were immediately upset, but they were relieved when they saw the 2 little girls. However, this place has been surrounded, and the Konoha ninjas at the foot of the mountain kept calling. And just now, Suzuki seemed to feel that he heard a familiar voice, that voice he had almost forgotten, but it was very familiar. A trace of complexity flashed in his eyes, and then he looked at the 2 little girls in front of him calmly and said lightly, "Leave quickly. During the war, as a ninja, you must never let go of any guy who might become an enemy." But he is no longer just a ninja. And this is Konoha. Naruto should not want me to attack a little girl who knows nothing. Suzuki suddenly remembered that some time ago he almost killed his daughter. I don't know how Sarada is now. Yes. Leave. Boruto on the side also nodded, but looking at the shy girl hiding behind the girl in front of him, he muttered, "Why does she look like Sister Hanabi?" Although she is his aunt, he has been forced to call her sister. However, a few years ago, Sister Hanabi disappeared, and no news was sent back to Konoha. After investigation, a large number of traces of detonating tags were found in the desert of Wind Country where she appeared last. Therefore, Mom, Dad, and Grandpa all suspected that Sister Hanabi had, and the family seemed particularly depressed during that time. Finally, Grandpa even built a tombstone for Sister Hanabi. Damn it! If I knew who hurt Sister Hanabi, I would never let him go. Boruto clenched his fists, looked at the frightened little girl in front of him, smiled helplessly, pursed his lips, and muttered softly, "So timid, not like Sister Hanabi at all." However, just as the words fell, the little girl in front of him looked at him curiously. "Hey? Do you know Hanabi's mother?" "No." "You guys hurry down." Boruto waved his hand. "No. Sister Hanabi should still be just a child now." Speaking of this, he looked at the little girl with a confused face. But thinking that this is just an illusion, there is nothing strange about some strange things happening. However, at this time, just when Suzuki looked at the 2 little girls staring at him curiously, frowned slightly and stretched out his hand, wanting to make the 2 girls faint directly. Even if he couldn't kill them, he couldn't let them hinder his actions. So, coma is the best. And for some reason I always feel that if I attack these two little girls, something big will happen. However, suddenly, just as he made a move, swish! A green light flashed by. Sasuke's face suddenly changed, and he raised the kunao in his hand to resist, feeling the huge impact from his hand. The two little girls in front of him had disappeared. Sasuke and Boruto stared at the front with vigilance. 8 gates. That's right. 8 gates. It seems Konoha here has already started to act, so it should be Kai who was sent out. The information in his mind has not been analyzed yet. A figure appeared in front of him, with green light all over his body, holding two little girls in his hands. Sasuke was stunned, his mouth twitched slightly, and his elegance and calmness disappeared. What the hell? This guy? It turned out to be Brother Itachi. Little Bell smiled and hugged Itachi. Why are you here? And the shy little Ding Dang also hugged Itachi's neck, softly said, Brother Itachi. When did Itachi learn the 8 gates? Sasuke's eyebrows kept twitching. Even if it was infinite Tsukuyomi, the beauty in his heart was not that Unai-chan could learn the 8 gates. Hey, Unai-chan actually had a healthy body, he was still very happy. But what the hell is this? Brother Itachi? When did Uchiha Sasuke have 2 sisters with white eyes? Just when Sasuke's face was changing and he didn't know how to complain. Well, Brother Itachi came when he heard that Little Bell and Little Doraemon came to see Little Star. Itachi smiled gently, looked at his 2 little sisters, and then gently put them down. Uncle Fuyu and the others are already waiting at the foot of the mountain. Little Bell is taking Little Doraemon down the mountain now. Uncle Fuyu has prepared a lot of delicious food. Is Dad here? Little Bell happily pulled Little Doraemon, then Brother Itachi, we'll go back first, bye. Walk slowly, be careful on the road. Itachi smiled and waved to the 2 cute little figures, then turned his head and stared at the guy who sneaked into Konoha with a calm face, and said lightly, you even bully ordinary little girls. I didn't. I'm not. Itachi. The words were not finished. I saw you do it with my own eyes. Itachi made a dive and stared at them. A terrifying shadow suddenly appeared behind him, as if he had turned into a huge and sacred peacock. 6 gates, Jingmen, open. Before Sasuke, who was confused, could react, Itachi, with a red face, appeared in front of him. This is definitely not Unai-chan. 007 is so worthy of it. That red face. And that terrible chakra pressure. It's Itachi. I didn't expect that Unai-chan could open 7 gates. But where's the Manjiki? Where's the Uchiha throwing technique? Uchiha fire style, Uchiha illusion. Why didn't you use any of them? You know, Unai-chan, you are a genius of Uchiha. Uchiha Sasuke held a Kusanagi sword in one hand, and fought Itachi with swordsmanship and physical skills, looking at the strong muscles that were clearly revealed in the moonlight. He silent. Although he had thousands of complaints in his heart, he didn't know what to say for a while. This illusion that seemed to be infinite moon reading, why did Itachi become like this? But at this time, he knew that he couldn't go on like this. The longer he dragged it on, the more enemies there would be. Even if he knew that this might be an illusion, no one knew what would happen if he really died. So, he had to ensure his own safety. Gan. The Kusanagi sword collided with the 8 gates. Sure enough. Even if the Unai-chan here didn't open the Manjiki, Unai-chan was still Unai-chan, still a strong man. I think Itachi here should be training physical skills very hard, otherwise, the 8 gates could not have reached this point just by relying on talent. You are very good. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Boruto, who had hidden and protected himself as he requested, then nodded with a smile, distanced himself from Itachi, and a complex look flashed across his eyes, but I can't continue with you. We have no ill will towards Konoha, we just came here by accident. However, After the words fell, Uchiha Itachi didn't believe it at all. If you have no ill will, just surrender and wait for the interrogation of the Anbu. Is this possible? If the people in the illusion know the secret in his mind, who knows what will happen then? Moreover, he has to break the illusion quickly and investigate the news of Otsutsuki Ura's Hiki at the same time. Uchiha Sasuke was silent for a moment, and Kusanagi-ken was still fighting with Uchiha Itachi. Although Itachi used physical skills, but this long-lost feeling was as if he was a child and Unii-chan accompanied him in training. It really makes people miss it. But... sorry. I should leave. After the words fell, he turned his head and nodded to Boruto. Just when he was about to give up the fight and prepare to evacuate, suddenly, swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, in the dim woods, several figures appeared around him again. After a while, the surroundings were suddenly crowded. All were Konoha ninjas. Uchiha Sasuke and Boruto's faces froze slightly. You have been surrounded, please put down your weapons immediately and surrender. Time moved forward a little. It was not long before Sasuke and Boruto fled up the mountain. After delivering the takeaway, the father and son came to the agreed Ichiraku ramen restaurant. Haha! I delivered more than 1,100 orders today. Matt Dai put his hands on his hips and confidently gave his son a thumbs up. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his white teeth flashed with light. 100 more orders than yesterday, the task has been completed. Kai. Sorry. Father. I didn't complete the task today. So, after dinner, I will do 10,000 push UPS and 10,000 sit UPS. Why can't I complete the task today? I met an old lady on the road who needed to cross the road, and I was delayed for a while. The road of youth is always full of ups and downs, but as long as you keep moving forward, youth will never end. Hearing his son's words, Matt Dai nodded seriously, so. This is all the training of youth. If you want to inherit my title of the God of Takeout, it's not enough. I will continue to work hard. Father. This is youth. Guy. Father. Just as everyone got used to it, the two guys in green tights hugged each other tightly. Might Guy. Might Guy. A famous person in Konoha. A legendary figure in the takeaway industry. Everyone knows it. These two father and son get excited for no reason every day. So, everyone is used to it. Eat now. Might Guy let go of his son and looked at him with a smile. Youth also cannot do without eating. Only when we are full can we have the strength to continue training. Then I will eat 10 bowls of ramen today. I have already felt your youth. You must double your training tomorrow, Guy. Understood, Father. Might Guy nodded. I will deliver 1,000 orders and train hard tomorrow like my father. That's it. For tomorrow's takeaway training. The two takeaway men who had been busy all day started to eat noodles. Soon, bowl after bowl of ramen was brought up by the boss, and they followed the boss's pace and finished one bowl after another. But at this time, after another bowl of ramen, Might Dai looked up in surprise and watched the news on TV. Did someone sneak into Konoha? Boss Ichiraku. Oh, are you talking about this? Boss Ichiraku also sighed helplessly. Indeed. There are 2 guys in total. I heard that they have other purposes. Their strength is not bad, but now they are also surrounded by the Konoha guard on the mountain. Buthe has a hostage in his hand, and it seems that it is the daughter of a rich boss. At this point, he shook his head again. I don't know what their purpose is, but they even hold children as hostages. I think they must be some hateful guys. What a cute child. I don't know how much suffering they are suffering now. Boss Fu is really something. He doesn't even take care of his child when he's still young. After saying that, Gah. I'm full. X2. Might Guy and Might Dai put down their bowls. Then, The father and son looked at each other, stood up, and gave boss Ichiraku a thumbs up together, and said with a confident smile, "Please leave it to us." Then, in the surprise of others, he turned around directly. "The sixth gate, Jingmen. Open." As a ninja of Konoha, they will never point their fists at their partners, but if someone bullies Konoha, they will never let it go. Not to mention the daughter of Boss Fu who has done them a favor. At the same time, Minato shook his head helplessly and looked at Kushina. "I'll go out for a while too. Fuyu is really something, he doesn't even take care of his child when he's still young." After saying that, he disappeared on the spot. On the other side, the Hyuga family. "I'm going out for a while." "Sorry, you must ensure the safety of the children." "Humph. A group of adults can't take care of the children." Hyuga Hayashi folded his arms, with a cold face, and said lightly, "He should be severely beaten with the 8 trigrams 128 palms." While saying this, he turned and left. At this time, more and more people began to move. "It's too late." "But do we need so many ninjas?" Boruto and Sasuke looked at the densely packed ninjas around them in silence, and they didn't know whether to say something in their hearts. Some stood on the trees, some squatted on the ground, some leaned against the trees, some had scarlet eyes, some stared with eyes as white as jade, and some were glowing green. Everyone stared at them expressionlessly. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke, his hand holding the Kusanagi sword, began to tremble. After all, look at these guys in front of them. The 3rd generation Hokage, the 4th generation Hokage, the 7th generation Hokage, the current head of the Uchiha clan, also his father, the current head of the Hyuga clan, the masked man who started the 4th Ninja World War, Uchiha Obito, Kabuto Yakushi, and Might Guy, and an uncle who looks more like Might Guy. Too many. There are so many familiar people. He looked at the 2 Susanos surrounding him with complicated eyes, then at the 3 Hokage, and then at the 3 people with 7 doors on one side. Uchiha Sasuke. He just sneaked into Konoha and jumped on the car. He didn't do anything. Uchiha Sasuke. How can he be so worthy? 008 Stop fighting. On this side, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Boruto looked at the enemy in front of them, and began to have some toothaches and kept gasping for air. On the other side, Fuyu and Hanabi, who hurried up the mountain, also found Xialing Dang and Xiajing Dang. Hanabi was rubbing the faces of the 2 little cuties with gritted teeth. "Hee. You 2 little girls are so brave you didn't tell the adults and went up the mountain secretly by yourself." "I don't dare X2. The 2 little girls were needed by their mother like dough, but they had a wronged expression. Damn Itaka brother, actually lied to my father that there was delicious food. Hate it. I already hate Itaka brother." Seeing this, Hanabi laughed all of a sudden and hugged them directly. "Don't run around next time. If you want to go to the mountain again, you must tell Mom and Dad." "We got it." The little girls Belle and Tinker Bell looked at Mother Hanabi happily again. "Delicious? Where is the delicious food? 2 clever little ghosts. Got it." Hanabi rubbed her face, then turned her head to look at the top of the mountain with a mess of light, and then looked at Fuyu beside her, hesitating for a moment. "What should I do now?" "How about," Fuyu gasped with a toothache, "you should just pretend you haven't seen them." "Of course. This is just a joke." At this time, Sasuke above is really no match for more than 400 hands. Hey! It is estimated that there are not more than 200 people here, but it is so dense that it looks quite scary. There are ninjas all around. Especially the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan. Fuyu estimates that all the ninjas that can be sent out from these 2 clans have been sent out, emitting red and white light in the dark. Even weird. Staring at you straight. Just one look will make you tremble all over. At this moment, Sasuke and Boruto are standing back to back, looking ahead with a vigilant look. Especially Suzuki, looking at the familiar figures with complicated eyes, even if his heart is full of MMP, he dare not spit it out now. But it is really worthy of the infinite Tsukuyomi. The people who should have died are still alive here. Unai-chan did not leave the village with everything on her shoulders. The tragedy of Uchiha did not happen. It's just that. Who are those two girls with white eyes just now? X2. Suzuki and Boruto don't think they are just two guys who sneaked into Konoha, and Konoha can actually send out so many ninjas. Even if it was 6 paths pain, Konoha didn't exaggerate so much at the beginning. So it can only be those two little girls. Because they were mistakenly thought to attack them, so they angered so many people. Just like Ataka said just now. You're dead. Could it be Grandpa's daughter? Boruto kept gasping, as if he had a toothache, the daughter of the 4th Hokage, that's why Konoha is nervous, but if so, where's Dad? There shouldn't be a dad here. As for the daughter of the Hyuga clan leader, it's even more impossible to send so many people. However, impossible. Suzuki shook his head lightly. Even if it was the daughter of the 4th Hokage, it would be impossible for Konoha to send so many ninjas. If this was the Nine Tails Rebellion, it would be almost the same. No. If the Nine Tails met these guys, it would probably have to admit defeat. If these guys jumped out when Uchiha Obito invaded Konoha, Uchiha Madara would have to find other spokespersons. Suzuki looked deeply at Uchiha Obito, who opened Susanoo. Is there no Uchiha Madara in this illusion? But after a while, he stopped thinking about it. What's more important now is to find a way to leave here. If we reveal our identities, will it be useful? Boruto said with a trembling hand. After all, the current 4th generation is my grandfather, and the Hyuga clan leader is my grandfather. The situation here is not clear yet. Suzuki pondered for a moment and shook his head. Maybe the Otsutsuki clan was ready to let us face the current situation from the beginning. After the words fell, he touched his eyes. If the space-time ninjutsu can be used. What a pity. Now the pupil power has not recovered yet, and it cannot be used for the time being. Suzuki and Boruto overloaded their eyes when they traveled through time, so after the travel, they could not use them, so they could only use the Uchiha hug. I will hold the enemy later. Suzuki put down his hand with a serious expression on his face. When the time comes, you find a chance to leave, don't worry about me. There are more important battles waiting for him. Konoha and Naruto need him. No matter what, nothing can happen here. And Boruto. He must be protected. This is the future of Konoha. After the words fell, Boruto stared at Suzuki blankly. But teacher. No buts. Suzuki still stared at the front and said lightly, as a ninja, when performing a mission, you must obey orders first. Wait a minute. He must fight hard. Otherwise, he will definitely not survive. So. Sorry. Unai-chan, father. Being teased like this, Suzuki was even more angry at Otsutsuki Urashiki. After explaining everything, Suzuki bent down slightly, holding the Kusanagi sword, with a stern face, and rushed forward directly. However, suddenly, Will of Fire! Will of Fire! A bell rang abruptly on the field. The serious atmosphere suddenly condensed. Everyone's footsteps suddenly stagnated, and they couldn't help but rush to the place where the bell came from. Seeing so many people paying attention to him, the 4th Hokage smiled awkwardly. Sorry. Sorry. I forgot to turn off my phone because I was in a hurry to go out. As he spoke, he took out his phone. When he was about to turn it off, he saw the incoming call message on it, and was slightly stunned, then frowned. I'll answer the call first. After saying that, stepping back, he answered the call. Why are you calling me now? The scene suddenly became weird. Even Suzuki, after seeing that the other side was not moving, he also stopped and looked at the 4th Hokage, who was talking to the small box. Generation Hokage. Now, What is going on? From the beginning, he felt that this illusion was a bit strange, the past time, the strange changes, and the messy, never-seen-before things. But suddenly, seeing the silent scene in front of him, Suzuki also frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about something, and finally turned his head and pulled Boruto over. Without any hesitation, the two rushed to the defense of the Byakugan clan together. Not to the Hyuga clan leader, but to the ordinary Byakugan clan. Gan blocked with a short knife and kicked with a spinning kick. Even if a green light appeared in front of him, he didn't care, still blocking the enemy. Even Suzanu's fist he still ignored, just like that. In the blink of an eye, torn a crack directly, throwing Boruto out. Run! Teacher! Run! I'll find you! After the words fell, Boruto was slightly stunned after being thrown far away, then he stood up firmly, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and looked deeply at the back of the teacher who was alone and hard against all enemies to buy him time. No more hesitation. He ran directly to the distance. But his eyes gradually became firm. If you fail, teacher, I will definitely break the illusion and take you away with me. At this moment, he seemed to understand what the Hokage's will was that his father said. His eyes turned red, he ran with his head down, ignoring the battle behind him, muttering to himself, where the leaves are flying, the fire will continue to grow, and the flames will continue to illuminate the village and let the new leaves sprout. After a slight pause, Dad, I understand. The words were not finished. Bang! For some reason, his butt was kicked directly. Boruto's face changed. He was caught up. Holding the kunai to neutralize the force of the kick, he turned around and stared at the front. As a Konoha ninja, I will never let it go so easily. He hadn't finished speaking yet. What are you two idiots doing? A familiar voice came with a helpless tone. You've already called the fourth Hokage, but you still ran away. Boruto was stunned for a moment, then quickly raised his head and looked at the figure holding two little girls in front of him with an incredible face, Aunt Hanabi. Bang! I said I'd call you sister. And at this time, on the other side, after doing his best to send Boruto out, Suzuki was relieved in his heart. He looked at the ninja he blocked here with complicated eyes. He gently scratched the Kusanagi sword in his hand, and the wind on his body rose without wind. With a resolute tone, next. It's our turn. Sorry, Boruto. The next road may depend on you. To be honest, facing these people, he really has no luck to leave. He already with the determination to die. However, at this time, teacher, stop fighting. Teacher, stop fighting. A familiar voice came from behind. 009 Explanation. Uchiha Suzuki and Uzumaki Boruto looked at Hanabi in front of them with shock, especially when they heard her words. Their eyes were full of disbelief. The atmosphere suddenly became weird. Strange silence. I don't know how long it took. Uchiha Suzuki had a bitter mouth and shook his head slightly. I didn't expect that this place is really like what the turtle said, the past ninja world. But this is another ninja world. A ninja world that is somewhat similar to his original ninja world, but different. Here, Danzo Shimura and the third Hokage founded the root group together, so the Uchiha clan did not perish, and Itachi didn't leave the village with everything on his shoulders, but reigned a body of tendon meat. When he thought of the muscular Itachi he had seen not long ago, Uchiha Sasuke's mouth twitched, and there was still some doubt in his mind. Looking up at Hanabi, who had disappeared for many years and was thought to have died long ago, he suddenly fell silent. Perhaps. Is all this also fake? Even Hanabi, who should have died, is fake. When he thought of this, I was shocked. With a blank expression, her hand reached directly behind her. However, Hanabi noticed it and guessed what Suzuki was thinking. When she first came to this world, she was not much better. Especially when she saw the new movie Konoha Fortress released by Root Studio, she heard that the third Hokage embezzled public funds, the consultant of Mitamon was corrupt and accepted bribes, the fourth Hokage had a night girl, and Orochimaru betrayed the village for 1 billion at that time. She also suspected whether she was under the illusion of infinite Tsukuyomi or something. However, this infinite Tsukuyomi is a little bit painful. Afterwards, I also experienced the bankruptcy of Root Studio. The third Hokage worked hard to pay back the debt, working several jobs a day, and Asuma went to work in the city to pay off his father's debts. I still sighed in my heart when I think about it. Hanabi sighed, although it's incredible, this is indeed another ninja world, and I came here through the dragon vein, and then stayed here for several years. Then, I got married and had children. Boruto nodded. He also sighed, this is really incredible. So, the two girls I met yesterday are actually my cousins. But even if that's the case, Konoha couldn't have sent such an exaggerated team to hunt him down just because of these two girls. It's too exaggerated. At that time, he was so scared that he trembled all over. If it weren't for his aunt showing up, it would probably be he and the teacher would be finished. However, Hanabi and Fuyu smiled awkwardly, really not knowing how to explain. It's not wrong to say that they are cousins. But the relationship between them is really too complicated. Ahem. Hanabi coughed twice and laughed, this you will understand in a few days. Next. Glancing at the still dazed Minato, then, he pushed Fuyu implicitly. What should I do next? You ask me, who should I ask? Fuyu rolled his eyes and looked at Minato, who seemed to have reshaped his worldview. Come to think of it, today is all thanks to Minato. Otherwise, he would have to erect a monument for his second nephew in another world, and then time travel is risky. After Hanabi briefly explained to Boruto, in order to avoid the sacrifice of his teacher, Boruto rushed back, and then asked Sasuke to surrender. I guess Sasuke was also confused when he saw Boruto coming back. I was ready to turn into fire to illuminate the buds of Konoha. Why did you run back? Then he realized that he couldn't escape if he continued like this, so he chose to surrender. Anyway, as a ninja, if he was captured, as long as he didn't die, he could find a way to escape later. Who hasn't been in prison a few times as a ninja? So, after thinking about it, he chose to surrender. Result. Unexpectedly, he was brought here by the fourth Hokage. Fuyu looked at Minato, who was still silent, frowning and realizing, and pushed his shoulder, saying, are you going to say something? You are the current Hokage. Facing tourists from another world, one of them is your grandson and the other is your son's best friend, shouldn't you say something now? Just as the words fell, Minato felt someone pushing him, and immediately came back to his senses, frowning slightly at Fuyu, then looked at Sasuke, then at Hanabi, and then at Suzune who was pouring tea on the side, and sighed, now I finally know why every time I see you, the Hyuga clan leader wants to beat you to death. Is this the point? Is this the point now? Fuyu's face was full of black lines. He pushed Minato's hand away directly, glanced at Sasuke and Boruto who looked curious, and said to Minato unhappily, so, you thought about it for so long, and you only thought about this. Ha ha ha, isn't this a little surprising for a moment? Minato scratched his head happily and said, I didn't expect that there would be another ninja world. The same people know, similar people, but a different ninja world. Especially when he heard that he and Kushina were dead, Naruto didn't have a good life at the beginning for various reasons, and there were all kinds of incredible things. The Uchiha clan was destroyed, Danzo did so many things, Jiraiya teacher also sacrificed, Uchiha Madara was the mastermind, Obito was the murderer who killed him, and Kushina he was still a little shocked in his heart. It's incredible. At this point, he smiled again and looked at Fuyu in confusion. How do you know so much, Fuyu? It's a bit strange now. After graduating from the ninja school, he stopped being a ninja, but he still knew about the 9 tails. Could it be? As expected of the 4th Hokage. It's really to the point. But Hanabi had asked these questions before, and Fuyu was well prepared. He looked at Minato. Look at my eyes. After the words fell, the 3 Magatama Sharingan was directly exposed. This huge pupil power also surprised Sasuke on the side, and he looked at the 3 Magatama in disbelief. Is this Tien the pupil power that 3 Magatama should have? And this guy, how come Hanabi's husband is from the Uchiha clan? Who is this guy? But the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan, are they really from another world? After a while, just when Sasuke began to analyze the information in his mind again, so you have seen another different ninja world. Minato was slightly surprised, then frowned again, and said to himself, I remember now, no wonder there is my seal on the dragon vein. In fact, have I also seen Naruto from another world? With Fuyu's help, Minato also remembered the memory of being sealed that year. But still full of shock and disbelief. After all, no matter what, this is too bizarre. Looking at his grandson, who was looking at him with a complicated face, although he was curious about how Naruto in another world was doing, but after thinking about it there was still a lot of time, so there was no rush, and he could ask later. He laughed out loud immediately. Don't worry about it. How about, he hesitated for a moment and smiled, welcome to another ninja world. If you don't mind, you can call me the 4th Hokage. Then he looked at Sasuke. No wonder this ninja world has a good relationship with Sasuke. Otsutsuki Urashiki? I didn't expect that there are such secrets in the ninja world. It's incredible. I will arrange someone to investigate. He paused, but still I hope these things can continue to be concealed, and not let too many people know. He shook his head bitterly. After all, there are too many people involved. Danzo, the 3rd generation, him, Kushina, Obito, and various ninja villages. If we suddenly know who killed whom, even if it is a matter of another ninja world, it is inevitable that something unexpected will happen. We still have to make some preparations first. Thank you for your help. I know, Master Hokage. Boruto said happily. In fact, I just graduated not long ago, and I am not very clear about the past, and his eyes flickered slightly. This ninja world seems very interesting. Yet, Sasuke nodded and said lightly, I will pay attention, Hokage. Anyway, it seems that there is no danger now. And even if this is really just a scam, he is prepared, so he won't have to face the scene he just saw. He, Uchiha Sasuke. Even if he opened the Samsara Eye, sealed the Mother of Chakra, and saved the ninja world, his hands were still shaking at that time. After saying that, then Minato patted Fuyu on the shoulder with emotion. You deserve this beating. Oh, by the way. And pay more attention to the children next time. When I came here, I saw that the Hyuga clan leader and the Uchiha clan leader were very angry. Disappeared directly on the spot. What do you care? Fuyu rolled his eyes unhappily, and then looked at Boruto and Sasuke as uncle and aunt. Great aunt? He still had to act like an elder, then stay here tonight. Don't worry, there are still many rooms in the house, they are all family members. Don't be polite, don't be polite. How to say it? Is he also the son of his second nephew and his wife's sister? Forget it. Forget it. Let's not think about it, the relationship is too complicated. 010 It's time to go to work. The next day, the Hokage announced that it was just a security drill in Konoha last night, and no one had sneaked into Konoha, so everyone should not believe in rumors or spread them. Therefore, the villagers believed it. It turned out to be just a security drill. After all, it was said by the Hokage himself, how could he not believe it? Of course. Most of the ninjas who participated in the battle last night still didn't believe it, after all. After all, at that time even the Hokage came in person, and there was also that black-haired young man, whose swordsmanship and ninjutsu were quite amazing. They had never seen such a person in Konoha, but since the Hokage said so, as a ninja, of course they chose to obey the order. However, most people were still quite confused. Who was it? Today morning, Sasuke, who had not slept all night and was thinking about the current situation, turned over directly. Then touched his eyeballs, put down his hands, and said lightly, "I have recovered a lot. But this is not enough. Thinking of the pair of 3 Megatama I saw last night, damn, could the 3 Megatama's Sharingan be so powerful? Who is that guy?" Just as the words fell. Knock, knock. It was a knock on the door. Sasuke opened the door in confusion and immediately saw the little girl with white eyes standing at the door, the little girl he saw last night, of course not the shy little girl, but the one who curiously asked what they were doing. She was curiously looking at him with her pure white, flawless, watery eyes. But when he thought of the scene yesterday, Sasuke smiled helplessly. This little girl is not simple. She can actually make Konoha send so many ninjas. Of course. If we go by seniority, Hanabi's daughter, in fact, she is also his junior. Why did Ataka say sister? Good morning, a soft voice sounded. Sasuke was stunned, and came back to his senses. Without thinking any more, he nodded gently, good morning. Then I saw the cute little Belle tilting her head and looking at him, with her crystal clear eyes. Hanabi's mother said, "It's time for breakfast, Sasuke brother. You should call me uncle." Of course. Sasuke didn't care, nodded again, and went down. At this time, Boruto was already sitting down to eat breakfast. However, 4 white eyes, it's really strange to look at them. The one called Hyuga Suzune, what is her relationship with fireflies? Why would 2 white-eyed women live with an Uchiha? Phew, it's time to eat. Fireflies shouted to the living room, by the way, when will Inoka come back? I don't know. Phew yawned and walked out. I don't know how the mission is going. In a few days, we have to go to the Rain Country to watch the Ninja World Cup. Don't delay it again. Now Inoka is already a Jonin, and she just went out on a mission some time ago. I called Inoka yesterday, and she should be back tomorrow. Suzune next to her nodded with a smile. By the way, I saw you got up early in the morning. What are you busy with? Oh, the stuff over there has been completed and just sent over this morning, so I tried it. Phew said with emotion while eating breakfast. I didn't expect it to be successful. On the other side, Boruto and Sasuke, who were sitting there, were also a little embarrassed at this time. In front of him, they seem like a family. If Hanabi, sister, married this Uchiha, then what is the relationship with this woman named Suzune? And a strange thing I just heard. Ninja Cup? What on earth is this? Sasuke frowned slightly. It seems I have to collect information in person later. Of course. If it is possible. It is better to solve the things here as soon as possible and leave here quickly. After all, Naruto is still waiting for him and Boruto in another ninja world. At this time. Is it the immersive virtual network? Hanabi heard Fuyu's words, and her eyes lit up slightly. Then the guy has completed it. So fast. It's better not to say it yet. After all, Orochimaru is still a rebel ninja in Konoha here. It's completed. Fuyu nodded with a smile. It's really fast. It's really worthy of Orochimaru. It was developed in just a few years. He even figured out a way to pull the internet cable on the moon. After a while, he will be able to go to the moon to pull the internet cable for the Otsutsuki clan. He sighed, this money is worth it. At the same time, on the other side, this is a test base of Orochimaru. After Kabuto Yakushi returned to the village after studying in Ryokai Cave, Orochimaru was much more relaxed and no longer had to hide. With the help of the second Hokage, most of the research on the rich group has been successfully realized. A large amount of funds have been obtained. Of course, today is a little different. Orochimaru, the first Hokage and the second Hokage came to a closed place in the test base. However, at this time, the second Hokage's face was a little dark. After all, that day, he and his elder brother woke up here. Then, they were forced to work by Orochimaru, the black-hearted boss. 007, no holidays, no wages. They worked for several years in a row. It's really too dark. You know, the evil Uchiha Madara didn't dare to exploit his subordinates like this. So in order to thank the second Hokage for his help, today I will complete the first Hokage's request and revive Madara-sama. Orochimaru licked his lips with a smile, looking at the first Hokage with an expectant face and the second Hokage with a dark face. This time Madara-sama's organization is also thanks to the second Hokage's contribution. In the past few years, he has also tried to revive Uchiha Madara, but all failed. The so-called Uchiha corpse is simply fake. In the end, he followed the second Hokage's words and sneaked into a secret experimental base in Konoha, and only then did he get a little bit of the organization. It is said that the first Hokage tore it off Uchiha Madara during the Battle of the Valley of the End, and then it was secretly preserved by the second Hokage. So do you really want to revive Uchiha Madara? If you are sure I'm going to start. Orochimaru looked at the two with a smile. Now he was not worried about whether these guys would rebel. After years of research, the binding force of the impure world reincarnation, 007 Employee Edition, has been strengthened again. It is not so easy to crack it now. Hurry up! Hurry up! Senju Hashirama said expectantly, I am going to play this winter game with Madara and become the king together. What about the second generation? Can I refuse? Tobirama Senju Hashirama was stunned and looked at his brother with a self-blame. Are you still unwilling to forgive Madara? After the words fell, Senju Tobirama raised his eyelids and said unhappily, I won't forgive you. Bastard! As he said that, the atmosphere seemed to get worse. He grabbed Hashirama's collar and said, fuck you. What have you been doing these years? Didn't I ask you to persuade Tsunade? What happened? You were playing games? And you asked me to top up 648 for you. Damn it. Now you want that guy to come over. You're not going to let me work hard to support you two guys so that you can play games. Senju Hashirama smiled embarrassedly, scratched his head, and then sighed, we are already dead. Back then, the ninja world was in chaos, and the flames of the warring states were burning everywhere. I have been running for peace in the ninja world all my life. Now before I die, now I am dead, can't I let my brother play games and relax? You have been relaxing for several years. Senju Tobirama looked at his brother who was playing the emotional card with him again with a black face, but in the end, he still sighed, Tsunade. No. No. Hashirama shook his head quickly and raised 4 fingers, I've never forgotten, I've been explaining to Tsunade every day. But she just doesn't believe it, really. If I lied, my account will be blocked and all the skins in it will be gone. You guy. Then Madara. Absolutely not. Actually, seeing that Tobirama didn't hesitate, Hashirama sighed again, I don't want to play games with Madara. Really? Do you think Big Brother is that kind of vulgar Hokage? I didn't think so before, but after surfing the internet for a few years I think so. Hashirama smiled awkwardly, and then showed a deep expression. Back then Madara thought that my path was wrong, and that this was not true peace at all, so I also wanted Madara to see with a wave of his hand, look at this peaceful ninja world, look at this prosperous ninja world, look at this is the internet and mobile phone that can communicate even at a long distance. Speaking of this, he looked at Senju Tobirama expectantly, is it okay? Tobirama. However, Senju Tobirama raised his eyelids, still silent, and did not agree. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. But Orochimaru on the side thought that if this continued, today's working time would be lost. What a loss. So he stood up, licked his lips again, and said with a sarcastic tone, smiling, "What a pity, I thought I could have more employees. In fact, the employee benefits here are quite good." Just as the words fell. Done. Senju Tobirama clapped his hands without hesitation, and said righteously, "For my brother. Let's summon him." Tobirama. Hashirama looked at Tobirama with emotion, "Thank you. I promise not to play games all day in the future, and I will not cheat you to charge 648. Stop talking. Then I'm going to start." Orochimaru, who saw the second Hokage's face darken again, stood up without stopping, formed seals with his hands, and said directly, "Immortality." In the blink of an eye, a coffin appeared in front of the two people. Then, bang! The coffin lid was opened. Uchiha Madara slowly opened his eyes, expressionless, and said lightly, "Black Zetsu has become." Before he finished speaking, he was suddenly stunned, looking at the three faces in front of him staring at him with a smile. What the hell? The first Hokage, the second Hokage, and isn't he this the student of that monkey? One of the three ninjas of Konoha. What about Black Zetsu? And with most hateful Senju Tobirama is also looking at him with a smile. What's going on? Before he could react. Okay, Orochimaru clapped his hands and looked at him with a smile. "If you want to chat, there will be plenty of time in the future. It's time to go to work now, Madara-sama." The words fell. Madara was stunned. Work? What kind of work? 011 Investigation Intelligence. Is this really Konoha? Although it seems safe, as a ninja, Uchiha Sasuke can't just believe what they say. So, after that, he went out alone to find useful information. But there is no doubt. The surroundings do look a bit like Konoha. It's just that the peace here may have lasted longer, so it's more prosperous. Sasuke hesitated for a moment and muttered to himself, "Is it really another different ninja world? Cars coming and going, mobile phones in people's hands and bustling streets." Especially that mobile phone. He had heard from Boruto that his friend Kaminaraman Denki had successfully tested the success of wireless communication. Unexpectedly, this ninja world had already succeeded more than 20 years earlier than them. The technology in this ninja world is very advanced. Of course, now is not the time to care about these. If this is another ninja world, then what is Otsutsuki Urashiki doing now? What is his purpose here? Sasuke frowned slightly, constantly analyzing the existing information in his mind. As a professional ninja, intelligence analysis is still very important. According to Hanabi's explanation, she arrived at this ninja world through the legendary dragon vein of the Wind Country. According to the current information at that time, there are a lot of traces of detonating tags in the ruins of the ancient country of Lulan. If the information was activated by the detonating tags, then the information we have now will match. But what if everything is fake, even Hyuga Hanabi is fake? This is the situation he fears the most. And he must find a way to go back as soon as possible. If he is not there, it will be very difficult for Naruto to stop the Shell and the Otsutsuki clan. Sasuke lowered his hat while walking, thinking about where to start next. Or go and see Unii-chan training. And see Naruto by the way? Before coming out, he secretly discussed with Boruto. He went out to look for information, and Boruto stayed inside to investigate the situation and see if he could get some useful information. But Ninja Cup. Sasuke's eyes flashed with doubt. He saw that this was being advertised at the entrances of shops everywhere. He didn't know what it was from. It seemed to be some very important festival. Could it be the same as the Fire Country Cat and Dog Festival? Is it a festival unique to this ninja world? I also heard from Uchiha Fuyu in the morning that it seemed to be starting in the next few days. Suddenly. At this time, Sasuke raised his head in surprise, looked at the crowded team in front of him, and was slightly stunned. What are they doing? Hesitated for a moment, then leaned over and looked forward. Suddenly. It turned out to be a movie theater. He nodded suddenly. Although the movie theater here looks more advanced, he is still quite familiar with movies. There are also some in their ninja world now. I remember that when he just graduated, he and Naruto carried out the mission of the Snow Country. The escort at that time was also the most popular female star at that time, Fuyuki. Thinking of this, Sasuke's mouth curled up slightly, and he glanced at the movie at the door with curiosity, ready to see what movie it was. It was so many people are queuing to watch. Classic review, Meteor Konoha. One of the growth stories of the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo. His brows furrowed, and he pondered for a moment. This movie name looks familiar. I remember that the driver who looked like Harano Zhao seemed to have said it. Konoha during the time of the third Hokage. It seems to be this historical movie? When Sasuke thought of this, his eyes moved slightly. If he wanted to understand this ninja world, then starting from the history of this ninja world is also a way. If this is really another ninja world, maybe he can understand from history why this ninja world has changed differently. So, after analyzing the existing information in his mind, he queued up. After a while, according to the prompt, he bought a movie ticket with cash. He didn't buy anything else, just a ticket for Meteor Konoha. After all, his most important task now: investigate intelligence, leave here, meet up with Naruto as soon as possible, and solve the crisis of the ninja world. How could he have spare time to watch a movie? However, just the time he spent buying movie tickets made him sigh. The technology in this ninja world is really advanced. Although he had been in that ninja world for a longer time than this one, some aspects of technology are still not as good as here. Others clicked a few times on the strange machine and successfully purchased the tickets, but he had to queue up and buy the tickets manually. Sasuke immediately took the movie ticket and followed the instructions on it to a dim viewing room. It didn't look much different from the movie theater in his ninja world. They all sat and watched movies like this. After a while, the big screen above suddenly lit up. The movie started. Sasuke quickly calmed down, staring at the screen, ready to find useful information. And the opening. It is indeed the Konoha of the past. When he saw the Konoha Ninja School on the screen, his face was slightly surprised. The streets of the past, the ninja school of the past, and the swings of the past in the ninja school. All this was quite familiar to him who had the Sharingan. At this time, Sasuke also had a smile on his face. It seems that maybe we can really get something from this historical movie. At first, he was a little confused about this strange Konoha, but now seeing the familiar scene, he was relieved. At least the changes in Konoha in the past were not big. The smile suddenly froze, looking at the handsome guy above, Shimura Danji. Who are you, handsome guy? Danzo's brother? I haven't heard of him. However, when Sarutobi Hideman appeared, Sasuke suddenly realized that the Shimura Danji just now was Shimura Danzo, and Sarutobi Hideman was the third-generation Hokage. It was probably just a pseudonym. For example, Fuyuki was also called Princess Fengyun in the movie, and Fuyuki was not her real name. Thinking of this, he continued to watch patiently. The familiar scenery of Konoha just now would not lie. However, Uchiha Sasuke didn't know. This is just the beginning. As time goes by, soon 2 hours passed, the movie ended, and the audience left one after another. Under the dim light, only Sasuke still sat alone on the chair, looking at the screen with a confused face, his hands trembling slightly. What the hell? This is the former Konoha Ninja School. Just this thing? Just this thing? At the same time, on the other side, Boruto, who accepted the intelligence exploration mission of Sasuke teacher, was directly opening the computer based on the important intelligence source of the ninja world. He obtained the internet. There are similar things in their ninja world. But I didn't expect the computers here to be so powerful. Boruto quietly opened the web page alone, and then, according to Sister Hanabi's prompt, he directly opened the search box and was about to enter what he wanted to investigate. Suddenly, a small window popped up. Legend of Ninja World, brand new green service. One knife 999, a version you have never played. Hey? The third Hokage. Boruto was slightly stunned. Looking at the old man with handsome armor, his hand that was about to enter the input box suddenly stopped and looked up curiously. A game in this world? It seems interesting. How about that? It's not too late to play for a while before investigating. 012 Workshop Director. In the evening, Sasuke dragged his tired body back to Fuyu's house. After saying hello to Fuyu and the others, he took Boruto, who also looked tired, back to the house. Looking at Boruto, who kept yawning, rubbing his eyes, and seemed very tired, Sasuke felt relieved in his heart. Boruto has grown up. It seems that he should also be investigating the information very seriously. Sure enough, after going through so much, as Naruto's child, Boruto has also grown up. Sasuke raised his lips slightly, and said with a smile, "So what did you find out today? There really is a paralyzed Nine-Tails in Nanga Shrine." "Oh, nothing." Boruto suddenly came back to his senses and saw Sasuke with a serious face. Teacher Sasuke laughed and glanced at the time on the wall. Finally reacted. "Has it been so long? You know." He forgot the task of investigating intelligence. He scratched his head embarrassedly. "Sorry, Teacher Sasuke, I didn't find any useful information." "It's not your fault." Sasuke heard Boruto's words and sighed. This ninja world is really weird. Thinking of the information he had investigated. Danzo and his 3 friends once fought with Uchiha Kagami in the academy for Koharu Udaten. In the end, for various reasons, the other 3 gave up, but they still became good friends. After graduating from the ninja school, they went to the front line to participate in the war in order to protect Konoha. However, they didn't expect that the war was very fierce at that time, and the second generation of Hokage was directly sacrificed. In order to resist the invasion of the enemy and protect their inner home, Konoha, all ninjas began to swear to protect Konoha to the death, and built Konoha into a war fortress, known as Konoha Fortress. The last battle to defend Konoha finally started in Konoha. Although I think this movie is weird, they are obviously fighting, but why are they so coy and talk about love, even more coy than Naruto back then? But you can also see how tragic the war was at that time from this war. The second generation Hokage died, and Uchiha Kagami also died. Finally, Konoha ushered in a new peace. Many years later, the third generation Hokage was slandered for embezzling public funds and chose to retire, and Mito Kato-yan was dismissed for corruption and bribery. After being found by Shimura Danzo, who had been hiding behind the scenes for many years, the 3 of them were still ambitious and determined to create a career of their own. Therefore, the 3 of them founded the Root Studio under the Hokage Rock. At the beginning, the cooperation was also good, but later there were many conflicts between the 3, and as time went on, the conflicts became more and more serious. Until after bankruptcy, Danzo could not pay off the debt and chose to run away. Mito Kato-yan closed the door and did not see guests. The third generation was alone with a huge debt and worked hard to deliver takeout. 3 years later, Shimura Danzo successfully returned from working outside. These are the information he sorted out from the movie. What the hell is this? There are so many complaints that I don't know what to say. And I don't know why I always feel something is weird, but I can't tell where it is. After all, after he secretly asked Root Studio was indeed founded by them, Danzo also went bankrupt, and the third generation retired because of embezzlement of public funds. So, What's wrong? Is it the youth idol drama Popular Konoha? Or the Koi Konoha Fortress? Anyway, after sorting out this pile of information, Sasuke found that he didn't know what to say. It's really a different ninja world. He sighed and looked at Boruto, who seemed to be still thinking in front of him. I guess he was also analyzing the information in his heart. Don't worry too much, maybe. Sasuke paused, and after a slight silence, we should abandon the common sense of the original ninja world and try to observe this ninja world again. Teacher, what are you talking about? Boruto looked at Sasuke with a confused face, but after thinking about it, he nodded. I know. I believe you will definitely become an excellent ninja beyond your father. Sasuke smiled slightly. As a ninja, collecting and analyzing intelligence is also a very important skill. Don't be discouraged even if you don't collect anything. Of course, if you don't understand, you can also ask me. Hey, don't understand. Boruto scratched his head, and after a moment, he seemed to think of something and hesitated. Teacher, is there really a paralyzing nine-tailed brush in Nanga Shrine? What the hell? Nine-tailed? A few days later. The Ninja Cup is about to begin. Sasuke followed Hanabi and her family to the Rain Country with confusion and curiosity. This Ninja World Cup seems to be quite lively. He found that since yesterday, many people have left the village and headed for the Rain Country. With the help of Boruto, he has learned how to use the computer to explore intelligence. How to say it? It feels weird to find out the information so easily. Could it be fake? The Rain Country. The former base of Akatsuki organization. Of course, there is Akatsuki organization in this ninja world, but it seems to be a legal organization in the ninja world and a formal rescue organization in the Rain Country. Of course. None of this matters. He has really regarded this ninja world as a similar but different ninja world. But why hasn't Otsutsuki Urashiki appeared yet? This guy must be confused after seeing this different ninja world. Originally, he didn't want to leave Konoha, but it seemed that the fourth Hokage and his family were also going to watch this Ninja World Cup, and Naruto would be on the field in person. After thinking about it, he followed. After all, Otsutsuki Urashiki's target is the Nine Tails. However, in front of him. Hey, long time no see, Fuyu. Sasuke silently looked at the silver-haired wretched uncle leaning out of the window in front of him, Lord Jiraiya. Hey? Are you a fan? Do you need an autograph? Jiraiya greeted happily, and then, looking at the blonde boy Boruto, smiled a little surprised. This guy looks quite like Naruto. X5. After a while. Ahem. Fuyu coughed fakely, looked at Jiraiya in front of him, and changed the subject directly. Why are you here? This guy. Since a lot of things happened in the amusement park, he has been traveling outside Konoha and rarely returns to the village. Me? Jiraiya shrugged and said, Minato suddenly called me. It seems that something happened, so I went back to the village. It happened that the Ninja World Cup also started, so I simply took an order along the way and came back. How about it? Going to the Land of Rain? Get on the bus. Didn't you take the order? Fuyu just finished his doubtful words. It's okay. I know everyone. Oh, I'm here. Jiraiya waved his hand to the back, here. After the words fell, everyone looked back together and was stunned. See? Uchiha Fugaku's family. Walking towards this side leisurely. This is the land of fields. Orochimaru's secret black-hearted processing factory. I am Uchiha Madara. I was just reincarnated by the impure world reincarnation a few days ago, and now I am a 007 employee of Orochimaru's secret black-hearted processing factory. Uchiha Madara angrily waved his hand and looked at Senju Tobirama in front of him. That's enough. I won't do it anymore. It's too much. It's really too much. You know, I am. What? What do you mean? Senju Tobirama scratched his ears, straightened the nameplate on his chest, looked at the arrogant Uchiha Madara in front of him, and felt a sense of comfort in his heart. Transparent. You have come to this day too. Looking at Uchiha Madara with a smile, he said, do you know who I am? Look here. Look here. Pointing to the nameplate, workshop director. Tell you. Little Madara. Work hard. Don't be lazy. Who are you calling Little Madara? 013 There is still a long way to go. Zyoban, mop that place. Pa. Zyoban, your work attitude is not good. Is there something bothering you? Come and talk to the director. Pa. Zyoban, pour me a cup of tea. Pa. Zyoban. 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 Pa. Uchiha Madara's face suddenly turned black, and he threw away the work in his hands, looking at the old-fashioned Senju Tobirama sitting beside him. That's enough, Senju Tobirama. I am Uchiha Madara. Think of him, Uchiha Madara fighting in heaven, earth, and the ninja world. He was invincible in the ninja world, and the only 2 defeats were only lost to Senju Hashirama. But the last defeat did it on purpose. That's right. He did it on purpose. In order to welcome the new ninja world and the new peace, he deliberately lost to Hashirama Senju, hid his identity, and planned the earth-shaking infinite Tsukuyomi plan to achieve true peace, so that Hashirama Senju could surrender. However, the plan was perfect. But now, what's going on? Where is his will, Black Zetsu? Where is his lackey, White Zetsu? Why did the monkey's student resurrect him? It would be fine if he was resurrected. Why does Uchiha Madara have to do this kind of thing here now? He would rather be manipulated to start a war than do these boring things here like now, from morning to night, without stopping. Then, watching Hashirama Senju typing on the computer, and Tobirama Senju showing off his power. This guy is definitely doing it on purpose. You should know that the impure world reincarnation directly controls his body forcibly. If you want him to do anything, just order him. As a result, this hateful Senju Tobirama deliberately yells at him. It's really hateful. Such an evil guy actually appeared in the ninja world. Uchiha Madara looked at the smiling Orochimaru with a cold face and snorted, sure enough, the ninja world has been corrupted. Orochimaru's mouth twitched. It's not him who yelled at Uchiha Madara. But after thinking about it, he smiled indifferently and stopped caring. What does it have to do with him, Orochimaru? However. Hey, who told you to stop? Senju Tobirama picked up the hot tea poured by Madara and wiped his mouth with the towel Madara handed him. Comfortable. Really comfortable. Sure enough. It was right to take this workshop director from Orochimaru. Looking at Uchiha Madara with a gloomy face with a smile. Pointing to the nameplate on his chest, he said, hurry up and work. Do you believe I will deduct your salary? You didn't pay me at all. How dare you talk back? Uchiha Madara raised his eyebrows, stared at Senju Tobirama, snorted coldly, clenched his fists, and kept swearing in his heart, when I am reborn, I will definitely let you serve tea and water. Damn Senju Tobirama. Tobirama, don't be like this. Senju Hashirama next to him couldn't stand it anymore, and pulled Tobirama's clothes. After all, Madara is our partner. You are qualified to say that. Senju Tobirama rolled his eyes at his elder brother and said unhappily, think about who is working hard to do research now, so that you can play computer games. You go get me a cup of tea. Senju Hashirama scratched his head with a smirk and said, I was wrong, I already know I was wrong. But yes, he looked at Senju Tobirama earnestly, do you remember us back then? The hatred between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan disappeared in our generation. Madara also helped us to establish Konoha. He sighed, speaking of which it's also my elder brother who is sorry for him. Tobirama, don't indulge in hatred. After the words fell, Senju Tobirama raised his eyebrows and looked at his elder brother with a bad face. You guys are not really going to let me work to support you two guys. No. No. Senju Hashirama shook his head quickly and said righteously, how could my elder brother let you, Tobirama, do such a thing? Raised his hand, I'll send for. No. Senju Tobirama still chose to believe his elder brother, and breathed on the nameplate on his chest, you know, I spent a lot of money to be the workshop director. That's right. He did it on purpose. What's the matter? However, before he could continue to show off and scold Uchiha Madara for working. Hey! See! His elder brother sighed again, raised his head at a 45-degree angle with emotion. Actually, I just want Madara to see this peaceful ninja world. After all, we are dead. It has always been my dream to be able to see this ninja world full of laughter with Madara. I originally planned to let Madara see the grand occasion of the ninja world when the Ninja World Cup starts. Since you, Tobirama, don't want to, hey. He lowered his head in disappointment and continued to type on the computer, forget it. It's all my elder brother's fault. It's my fault that I, the first generation Hokage, didn't do well enough. All this. He hasn't finished speaking. Stop. Senju Tobirama looked at his elder brother who looked wronged with a dark face, and then looked at Madara who was staring at him coldly. Remembered his elder brother. After the battle in the Valley of the End, he died because he couldn't get over it. Died with regret. His elder brother. He dedicated his whole life to the Senju clan in Konoha. Now seeing this evil Uchiha Madara, isn't it the realization of the regret of the past? Senju Tobirama's face was uncertain. Looking at the elder brother who was typing on the keyboard with a bleak back, he finally sighed and snorted coldly, only these few days. You have to see the ninja world, and see it quickly. You can't play games anymore, and you can't let me top up 648 for you anymore. You know, I don't have a salary either. And the Ninja World Cup is over. Staring at Uchiha Madara, this guy has to work honestly. Go to work in the factory, 007, no rest. No salary. The words fell. Senju Hashirama was immediately delighted, and quickly pulled over the cold-faced Madara. Madara. Come. Come here. Hurry and see that I am not wrong. You are wrong. I won. Madara. Humph. Rotten Konoha. Evil people who eat human ashes. They will be reincarnated to work after death. Madara glanced at Senju Tobirama lightly, as if he didn't appreciate this guy at all, and then looked at Hashirama again, with his eyes majestically glaring at him. I won. Hashirama. Why are you still talking so hard? Come on. Look at this. You know, your clansmen are also on the field. By the way, last time I saw one of your clansmen, Uchiha Obito, he after a slight pause, very good. He also opened the Mangekyo. Uchiha Madara raised his eyebrows. He no longer wanted to hear this name. But under the call of Senju Hashirama, although he said no, he still walked over honestly, and then pushed Senju Tobirama away with his butt. Humph. I don't want to see it. It's just that you begged me to see it. Haha, it's still the same as before. Madara. However, the two of them chatted happily as if there was no one else. The Senju Tobirama, who was pushed aside, watched this scene with a dark face. Finally, seeing his elder brother's happy smile, he sighed inwardly, opened his mouth, and said nothing more, and looked at Madara coldly. Anyway, there is still a long time. He will definitely let this evil Uchiha know what it means to be a workshop director. 014 Transaction. On the other side, the Uchiha Family two families also sat in Jiraiya's towed car and set off for the Land of Rain. Since the Myaboku mountain was connected to the internet, Gamabuntat, the leader of Myaboku mountain, could not let him come out to work casually. At least he had to be 648. Therefore, when he was free, Jiraiya would work part-time to earn some spiritual fees. Of course. It was only because Miyaboku Mountain had not yet covered express delivery and takeout, otherwise I guess just working part-time might not be enough to summon the Toad Boss. Along the way, the atmosphere seemed a little awkward. After all, Sasuke's biological parents were here, and they were still alive. When he saw them again, he was full of emotion, but he didn't know what to say. As for being surrounded on the mountain not long ago, he had forgotten. And Fugaku folded his arms, he simply didn't know what to say. Coupled with the embarrassing scene a few days ago, he really didn't know what to say. He was not a talkative person, so he didn't say anything. So, the atmosphere was a little depressing. Even Boruto on the side felt the weird atmosphere, so he kept his head down. Uchiha attacked his words but not here. He had already set off with the participating team a few days in advance. He was not participating in the competition, but was going to cheer for his brother as an attendant. This is the first time that Konoha's 9 little strong men have graduated. Participating in the Ninja Cup for the first time, therefore, it is also quite noticeable. Think about it now. There are quite a lot of things this year. After the Ninja World Cup, it is the Gaishin Cup, and after the Gaishin Cup, it is the turn of the Chunin exam. The schedule is really very tight. Of course, it is also fortunate that Xiaolingdang and Xiaodingdang are here, which slightly eases Fugaku's expressionless face. Otherwise, it is estimated that Uchiha Fugaku will directly jump up and use Susanoo on him. After all, his eldest brother still has a lot of opinions about his daughter being kidnapped because he could not take care of her a few days ago. Especially when the 2 wanted criminals were also sitting here. Soon, when it was getting dark, the car also arrived at the Land of Rain. Fugaku, let's go to rest first. Mikoto pulled Fugaku with a helpless look on her face, then bent over and smiled at Xiaolingdang and Xiaodingdang. Xiaolingdang and Xiaodingdang, how about following us? However, Little Bell and Little Ding Dang said they wanted to follow their father and mother, so they waved their little hands to send their uncle and aunt away. Who are you? Sasuke glanced at Fuyu with a frown, and finally asked, why are you so familiar with Uchiha Fugaku? He said. He glanced at the family again. The girl from the Uzumaki clan just came back a few days ago, which surprised him at the time. After all, Uchiha, Hyuga, Uzumaki, and the Senju clan are missing, so the 4 major families have to be gathered together. But because he has more important things to do, and this is another matter of the ninja world, he doesn't want to get involved too much, but now seeing that this Uchiha Fuyu is so familiar with his father, he is still very curious and cautious. After all, this is a guy he has never seen before. However, Fuyu sighed and wiped Little Bell's head. Actually, you should call me uncle. What? Before Sasuke, who was confused, could react, Jiraiya also parked the car and looked at Fuyu happily. Then I'll leave first, he said, looking at Uchiha Sasuke and then at Boruto. What about you two? Do you want to come with me? Let's go have a drink? It's really strange, why do I always feel that you are very similar to Naruto? Boruto. After the words fell, Sasuke also pondered for a moment, but still nodded and said, please trouble Master Jiraiya. This is just right. You can investigate other things, and Naruto is already here. Although Naruto here is not the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, no matter what you still have to pay attention. That's it. Sasuke and Boruto also started their mission. Brother Fuyu. Xiaolingdang, Xiaodingdang. Konan. Fuyu also brought his family to the house in the Rain Country. Konan is also here, and there is a little girl with red hair next to her as expected. If Nagato's future child doesn't have red hair, the Uzumaki clan will really have to change their hair color. Black hair and blonde hair. Dad. A soft and timid voice sounded. That's right. This little girl is also his child, who inherited the physique of the Uzumaki clan and the Uchiha Sharingan, and her name is Uzumaki Karin. Fuyou still thinks that this girl should inherit this name and inherit the Uzumaki clan. He picked her up and pinched her little nose. Although there has been communication, the little girl still has too little time with her father. And Konan on the side also pinched the faces of Xialing Dang and Xiaoding Dang. This little girl likes to pinch the little girl's face. He Konan put her hands on her waist. Do you want Sister Konan to take you to play? After the words fell, Fuyou rolled his eyes. Aunt Konan. Just call me sister. Konan didn't care, and said happily, I'm still so young. By the way, where's Kane? In the laboratory. She didn't seem to know you were coming today. Konan pouted, then directly pulled the two reluctant little girls over, taking Karin with her, followed by 3 little girls, and said, I'll go tell Yahiko and Nagato. After saying that, Brother Fuyou ignored her and ran away with the others. Fuyou smiled helplessly, shook his head, then looked at Suzune and Hanabi, who rolled her eyes. I'll go down first. Speaking of which, it's been a while since I came to the land of rain. I came to the familiar underground laboratory and saw that familiar figure. Graceful. More plump. Thinking about it. Why not get a physical examination tonight? And at this time, it's Orochimaru's secret processing factory again. Hey? How can you use a computer, Madara? It only appeared after we died. Humph. Madara sneered disdainfully, I'm not as stupid as you. I'll understand it after just one look. Now that I think about it, I don't know what happened to the computer in the cave. And he also has his own ninja number. At the same time, the ninja world has already been filled with Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, and the strongest bond has been opened, and the paralysis of the 9 tails has also been gathered. I didn't expect it. Now I can still touch it. But a lot of things happened later. He never played games again. Oh, is that so? Senju Hashirama was so. He looked at Madara curiously, then happily opened his ninja legend. Then take a look at this. This is a very interesting game. You know, I have already charged 3648. Pop. It was turned off directly. Senju Hashirama looked at Ban, who had a dark face for no reason, and asked curiously, what's wrong? Childish. I never play such childish things. Madara looked away and snorted disdainfully, as if he didn't want to see the game at all. Where is the Ninja World Cup you mentioned? Why hasn't it started yet? I want to see what's so special about this corrupt ninja world. Ah, I almost forgot, the Ninja World Cup will start tomorrow. How about you go and do some work first? I'm TMD. Uchiha Madara took a deep breath, looked at Senju Tobirama, who was staring at him, and glanced at Orochimaru, who had left. He seemed to have thought of something and stood up directly. I'll go get a glass of water first. We don't need to drink water now. I want to drink it. What's wrong? Madara. You're still the same. Senju Hashirama sighed and nodded. Come back soon. I'll show you a different ninja world. After the words fell, watched Madara leave. However, after a while, hey, is that Madara-sama? Orochimaru smiled at Uchiha Madara, who was blocking him. Why don't you play games with the first generation and come to me? Humph. I'll make a deal with you. I don't think you have anything that can make me excited now. No. You will be excited. Madara looked at Orochimaru coldly, and don't talk to me with that disgusting expression. Okay. Orochimaru shrugged and said indifferently, what do you have? Let me tell you, the second generation has helped me a lot. Oh, reincarnation. You have, I have it. The pupils of the big snake pill suddenly shrank and narrowed my eyes slightly. I'm a little curious. It seems that the ninja competition is started the next day. As time went by, the organizer came out to give a speech, and then the investors showed their faces, and then the competition officially began. After the rapid development of business in the past few years, there are now all kinds of advertisements. Therefore, once a competition is held now, it will not be like the past few years, with only a few advertisements. There are advertisements of various sponsors hanging around the stadium, which looks quite lively. In addition, this competition is in the rain country, so it has been drizzling before dawn, and the stadium is also wet. It is also crucial to pay attention to the environment in this competition. And this is also the feature of the Ninja Cup. As long as the main facilities, rules, and regulations are complete, the rest depends on the organizer's free play. So, you will never know what the next Ninja Cup will be like. After all, ninjas can't think according to common sense. At this time, the music sounded. Sasuke, who was also in the audience, also looked down curiously. After yesterday's investigation, he not only knew that Uchiha Sasuke in this ninja world really had an uncle, but also learned a little about the so-called Ninja World Cup. It's a bit like playing football when we were kids. But it adds the element of ninjas, making the game look more intense and more enjoyable from another perspective. It's a bit similar to the Chunin entrance examination. You know, the Chunin entrance examination is not just an examination for a group of ninjas. Every year, there will be a large group of non-ninja spectators who come to watch the Chunin entrance examination. However, it's a bit strange in his ninja world to specially hold a special competition like this. Hey, you two are here so early. He heard a familiar voice suddenly coming from behind. Uchiha Sasuke and Boruto, who were curiously staring at the people below, suddenly froze and turned their heads to look at the family behind them. For a moment, the atmosphere suddenly seemed a little awkward. Sasuke opened his mouth, but finally glanced away with a floating look and said, "Morning." Boruto on the side also scratched his head helplessly. Now he didn't know what to call. Uncle? Great aunt? Especially those two innocent little girls. He really didn't expect. After going out, the original cousin is now almost an aunt. He was demoted directly, but according to the generation of Sister Hanabi is the same generation as teacher Sasuke. He sighed in his heart, so the relationship in teacher Sasuke's uncle's family is so complicated. It seems you already know. Fuyu saw this scene, how could he not know what was going on? He sighed and shook his head. From now on, you call me uncle, and I call you brother Sasuke, we can just be friends. After saying that, Sasuke's face was full of black lines. I'm not from this world. This guy. Is he really from Uchiha? Looking at the history of Uchiha, even if his daughter Sarada is included, there is no such a weird guy. Sasuke glanced in front of him when he saw another little black-haired girl. He didn't know what was going on, and his eyes looking at Fuyu became even weirder. This guy is actually the younger brother of the father of this world? Not at all. Of course, he is not a ninja, so it's hard for me to say much. I just always feel that the little black-haired girl is a little familiar. It's just that. When he saw the blue-haired woman and the young man with the Rinnegan, his eyes froze for a moment, but soon recovered. This is the Akatsuki organization in this ninja world. But I don't know why. It always feels weird. It's probably a bit like when I saw Shimura Danzo smashing things and shouting that everything was smashed. He sighed in melancholy, but didn't think much about it and continued to watch the game below. Come on. Everyone sit down. Fuyu saw that Sasuke was still shy when he saw his uncle, and didn't say much. After all, as Sasuke's uncle, he was quite familiar with his second nephew. For example, Sasuke in this ninja world. Always remembering his teachings not to pretend. However, Fuyu looked at Nagato who had distanced himself from them for no reason, and asked in confusion, "Isn't there a seat here? Why sit so far away?" After the words fell, Nagato raised his eyelids, shook his head, and said calmly, I can just sit here. He didn't forget what Fuyu taught him, stay away from psychopaths. I don't know why. When I saw the look in the eyes of that weird black-haired young man, I always felt that he might not be a normal person either. It's better to stay away from him. Speaking of which, the fourth Hokage also invited him and Yahiko to meet in Konoha in a while. I don't know what happened, but they actually needed a real meeting. That's it. A group of people watched the game quietly. Atmosphere. Silence again. It was a little bit weird. Even Fuyu couldn't be active, so he could only tease his little loli by himself, and was given a cold look by Suzune and the others. He hugged his blushing daughter. Dad is bad. My face hurts. At this time, as the host's voice fell, the participating teams had already entered the field. The game is about to begin. That's Dad. I saw it. Boruto suddenly shouted, "That's Dad." It immediately attracted everyone's attention. A boy of about 12 or 13 years old, pointing at the team of the same 12 or 13 years old and calling him Dad, it was a bit strange no matter how you look at it. And at this time, Boruto also noticed it, and could only smile awkwardly and sit down quickly. However, he still looked at the dad and Sasuke teacher below with great curiosity. I had heard that Sasuke teacher was a rebellious ninja in his early years, and he was very stubborn about everything, with a proud face, but for some reason, looking at the serious little Sasuke teacher below, he immediately muttered, "Why is it a bit different?" And the rich family next to him also started watching the game. This is the first official game that Sasuke, Naruto and the others have participated in since graduation. Ling Yian said as she looked down, "Time flies." "Yeah. It's really fast." Fuyu nodded and said, "It's also thanks to the years of teaching by the Hyuga clan leader. Otherwise, I guess these two people wouldn't have trained such flexible physical skills." X2. Sasuke and Boruto looked at Fuyu curiously. Has this Hyuga clan leader in the ninja world taught Naruto, father, and the others? However, Fuyu didn't say much, but looked at the game below with complicated eyes. As the whistle sounded, the game officially began. In fact, when the Ninja World Cup was first held, it was a pretty normal game, except that there were more ninjutsu skills such as dribbling and shooting. But until a certain game started, there was a guy covered in green, carrying the goal after rushing up. The style of the game changed from that moment on. Just like the Sparrow God Cup in the past. After a guy used ninjutsu directly, everyone was not just playing mahjong anymore. At this time, suddenly, it appeared. It appeared. The host shouted loudly, "The best ninjutsu on the court back then. I didn't expect it to appear at the beginning, that familiar green tights, the same cap ahead. That's right. Another 8 Gates ninjutsu goalkeeper. Rock Lee directly used the unique skills of the king of football back then, Might Guy. He can attack and defend, and he directly carries the goal to attack." Fuyu listened to the cheers around him, and then looked at the green figure on the court and sighed. History is always surprisingly similar. Didn't you see that the two new audiences next to him were stunned? I guess they didn't expect that there would be such a game in the ninja world. 016 The Last Attack. Is this the Ninja World Cup? Boruto's eyes widened, and he looked at Rock Lee, who was running with a goal 3 or 4 times bigger than his with a green glow teacher. It's so exciting. This ninja world is really interesting. He immediately raised his fist and cheered, "Come on! Konoha! Come on! Old Naruto!" As soon as the game started, the atmosphere of the whole stadium was directly mobilized. After all, attacking with the goal on his back is a skill that only the king of football, Might Guy, who was surrounded by many players and still won the victory by shooting 3 goals in a row, can do. It's a pity. Might Guy only participated in one Ninja World Cup, so he only appeared in one session. In the end, Might Guy led the entire Konoha team to win the championship. After that game, everyone suddenly understood the goalkeeper is not just a goalkeeper. I didn't expect it. After so many years, I can actually see it again. You know, this goal is not just a goal. It is a special goal, not only very heavy, but also very huge. It is not so easy to run with it. However, the first game. The team against Konoha is from the Sand Village. Their shameless puppetry is also quite admirable. It is a direct victory with more people. Although it is 12 people against 12 people, this is the ninja version of football. You will never think that at the beginning, the Sand Village team did have only 12 contestants, but as the game went on I don't know how many more people there are. The Ninja World Cup analyst next to him pushed his glasses and said directly, "Don't underestimate the Sand Village team participating in this competition. Did you see the kid carrying a gourd? It's the dark loli who was abused by his father." After the words fell, Sasuke and Boruto on the side looked at the guy carrying the gourd in the Sand Village and were stunned. "Isn't that Gaara, uncle? What dark loli?" Just when they were curious, the expert began to explain again. Although there are rumors that his dream is actually to become a handsome racing driver, after all, he is a one-tailed Jinchuriki. Except for the first ninja racing competition won by Biwajuzo, in the subsequent racing competitions, as long as there are Jinchuriki participating in the competition, then the winner will only be the Jinchuriki. Therefore, it is also deeply rooted in the hearts of the people that Jinchuriki is an excellent racing driver. However, Sasuke and Boruto didn't know, and they listened to the explanation with a frown, and their hearts were full of doubts. Does everyone know about this Jinchuriki in the ninja world? But don't underestimate him, the expert said in a serious tone, and continued, the goalkeeper of the Sand Village, Gaara. He has a terrifying ability that is absolute defense. It can block any attack. The words fell. Everyone exclaimed. Some people also asked what absolute defense was. However, at this time, there was another change on the field, and everyone couldn't help but look over. Suddenly, the field, which was originally drizzling, was filled with dust, directly blocking the shot from Konoha. Especially when they saw the dust wall that would intercept by itself, everyone suddenly understood. That is absolute defense. Too fast. Sasuke looked at the opposite side with a serious face, and the absolute defense that rose up. Didn't you tell Rock Lee not to use his special moves so quickly? Everyone should play steadily. The words fell. Rock Lee gave a thumbs up, and there seemed to be a light flashing at the corner of his mouth. Youth should move forward bravely. This is what Mr. Might Guy said. That's right. Naruto nodded in agreement, with his hands on his hips, looking at Sasuke. Sasuke, you coward, why do you make so many plans? We just need to rush forward. You idiot. This is called being cautious. Didn't you see that Shikamaru also agreed? Sasuke raised his eyebrows and looked at the big idiot. What do you mean by rushing forward? It's because of you every time we skipped late training, we were caught by Mr. Hayashi. That sad day. Others went to the amusement park to play on holidays and recharged 648, but only he and Naruto worked hard to train in the Hyuga clan. Even Onii-chan couldn't accompany him. There was no childhood at all. Hee. Hearing Sasuke's accusation, the originally tough Naruto suddenly laughed. I didn't mean it. You are just a big idiot. You always refuse to listen to other people's advice. Okay. The wise General Shikamaru next to him yawned and said, since it has started, let's keep playing. To be honest, he didn't want to participate at all. It's up to you. Looking at Rock Lee who was still glowing green, time is running out. Rock Lee, how long can you hold on? No problem. Rock Lee smiled brightly and gave a confident thumbs up. Youth will never stop. Then next Koji uses the multiplication technique to find the right time. Ino and I will control people together. As long as we control that Jinchuriki, victory will belong to us. Shikamaru stretched and said lazily, "We can't compete with Jinchuriki in terms of time." The short tactical meeting ended and the game continued. The chief instructor on the side, Hitaki Kakashi, was watching anxiously, but when he saw Shikamaru seemed to be after almost having prepared the tactics, he breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at the team of Sand Village with a serious look, especially their trump card, the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Gaara. As long as he can break his defense, then there is a chance to win. There is no other way. At this time, because of years of elite ninja education, the quality of the ninjas of the Sand Village is indeed higher than that of Konoha. He sighed in his heart and took out the new work of Jiraiya teacher and started to read it. Originally, the chief instructor should have been Might Guy, but that guy had a temporary mission, so he had to take over temporarily. I guess. Might Guy was too late to watch the game on site. Time passed bit by bit. However, the absolute defense of the trump card of the Sand Village made Konoha unable to attack for a long time, and coupled with the puppet master over there, the more they fought, the more people there were. Ha ha ha! Kanjuro controlled his secret elite players and laughed at Konoha. "It looks like you are about to lose. It turns out that you will never be able to break through Gaara's absolute defense." Looking at Rock Lee, who was carrying the goal, "It looks like your goalkeeper seems to be tired. That idiot. He must be tired carrying such a heavy thing at the beginning of the game." He controlled his puppets skillfully and looked down at the players of Konoha with a wild laugh. "It feels so good. Maybe after this Ninja World Cup, the new champion will be him, the puppet master from the Sand Village, Uncle Kanjuro. You should know that these two-player puppets are not ordinary. They are not made by themselves, nor are they purchased by the Sand Village. Instead, they were ordered online, and the shipping location is in the Land of Rain. I bought them out of curiosity at the time, but I didn't expect they were so powerful, just like the puppets made by the missing puppet master, Scorpion of the Red Sand." Facing the ridicule of the Sand Village, Konoha's face was also very ugly, but they couldn't break through the defense after a long attack, and Konoha had no way out. Damn it! Naruto knelt on the wet grass a little tiredly. The rain was getting more and more. If it continued like this, all of them would definitely collapse from exhaustion. He clenched his fist and hammered the grass hard. "I have clearly promised to bring the championship to my mother and the Nine Tails. But now..." But he couldn't rush in. There is no way, the ace of the Sand Village is too cheating. Sasuke sighed, "It seems that we are doomed to lose this time." However, just as the words fell, "No." Naruto seemed to have thought of a good idea again, and suddenly jumped up with excitement. "I have a way." Just when everyone was puzzled, Naruto quietly leaned into Sasuke's ear and whispered, "You and I use that ninjutsu we just learned a few days ago." "Are you crazy?" Sasuke's pupils shrank and he looked at Naruto. "Using powerful ninjutsu is very dangerous. If you are not careful, you will be given a red card." "I know." Naruto smiled confidently, "But we are not going to attack anyone, so the thick turtle shell must be able to do it." "If it doesn't work..." Hearing Naruto's plea, Sasuke rolled his eyes. "If it doesn't work, we don't have the strength now, and we will really have to lie down." He felt that this method was too dangerous, and the cautious mentality taught by Uncle Fuya for many years emerged again, "Or I'll think of other ways." "No. Believe me. It's absolutely possible." Naruto was immediately anxious. Shouted, "There is no other way now, just listen to me." Lowered his head, "Please Sasuke." Seeing Naruto begging him again, Sasuke was silent for a while, and nodded helplessly, "You guys have a lot of bad ideas. If you can't do it this time, don't blame us for beating you if you lose." "No problem." Naruto smiled happily, then looked at Shikamaru and stood side by side with Sasuke. "Then I'll leave it to you from now on, Shikamaru. Be sure to choose the right time. I really don't understand why you care so much. This boring game can just end directly." Shikamaru yawned helplessly, then smiled slightly, "Don't worry, leave it to us later." After the words fell under the puzzled eyes of the Sand Village team, Konoha changed its fighting style again. The vanguard. Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke. The two rushed forward directly. At this time, the audience also noticed this scene and looked up carefully. Is the final attack coming? 017 failed. You can't use shadow clones here, otherwise, Naruto thinks that as long as he uses the multiple shadow clones technique taught by his father, the number of people will definitely exceed the puppets of the Sand Village. What a pity. Of course, as an offensive ninjutsu there are very strict restrictions on using it. Once the opponent defends, he will be directly sent off with a red card. At the same time, the use of space ninjutsu is also restricted. Uzumaki Naruto pouted. Although he felt very depressed that his shadow clone technique was not allowed to be used, he still quickly rushed to the Sand Village with Sasuke. The participating team of the Sand Village also reacted quickly. Kankuro hurriedly shouted, "Stop them! Although I don't know that Konoha is about to lose, I didn't give up. What on earth is he trying to do? But no matter what, just stop the enemy." Of course, he didn't think that these guys could break through Gaara's absolute defense. You know, the entire goal is now covered by Gaara's sand, and Gaara's sand will automatically defend. You still want to kick the ball into the goal? It's just a dream. Controlling his player puppet with both hands, he looked at the two guys who rushed in with a serious face and sneered, "Don't dream. I will stop you all here and will never let you get close to Gaara." However, just when he was about to outflank and stop the two guys, suddenly, Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other. Then, the two of them dodged the outflanking very skillfully. The dodging ability of these two guys is a bit amazing. In the blink of an eye before they touched their bodies, they dodged. Damn it! Don't underestimate my evasion ability that I have trained for 5 or 6 years. Naruto turned around and said angrily, "I really tried very hard not to be caught." After saying that, Sasuke, who followed Naruto, was speechless and muttered to himself, "This idiot. Can you please not say such embarrassing words?" But he still followed Naruto and dodged the enemy step by step with flexible steps. At the same time, the people on the field also noticed this scene, and even Sasuke was a little surprised. You know. At this time, Naruto no, it should be said that even the later Naruto could not have such superb evasion ability, just like a veteran evader who has trained very seriously for many years. Boruto next to him was stunned, so dad and teacher have such powerful evasion ability. However, the field changes rapidly. Even though it was dodged, the Sand Village still reacted quickly and rushed back to defense. After all, it seemed that Konoha was preparing to use a special move. "Hurry back to defense!" Kankuro shouted loudly, "No matter what, we must stop these two guys. It's really..." He didn't finish his words. If the puppets are dismantled, it shouldn't be considered a foul. A gloomy voice came, "It's really abominable. I wanted to enjoy the game with Sasuke, but I was taken away by that Naruto again." A pink-haired guy suddenly appeared in front of him and stopped his puppet directly. At the same time, another puppet player was stopped by the white-eyed girl of the Hyuga clan. "Sorry, I will never let you stop Naruto and Sasuke." The momentum of Konoha suddenly changed, sweeping away the depression of being stopped by absolute defense just now. Youth is so courageous. Rock Lee also shouted, carrying the goal directly, and stopped another opponent of the Sand Village. "Damn it! You Konoha ninjas! It's not that easy to get through." Temari raised the fan she was holding, "Don't underestimate us from the Sand Village." When she was waving her fan to block them, suddenly, she was horrified to find that she couldn't move at all. What a trouble! Shikamaru yawned and shook his head helplessly. He looked at Temari in front of him with a decadent look, and then looked at the sky. "It's so hard to see the sun in the rain country." Can you not move? We can just stay here quietly. A shadow directly connected Temari from the sand village. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke didn't pay attention to the enemies behind them, but chose to keep their heads down and rush forward, holding their breath just rush forward. The game was about to start. The audience held their breath. After all, this was Konoha's last attack. If it failed, Konoha would lose the game. Even Boruto leaned forward nervously, watching his father and teacher rushing forward, waving his fists. Come on! Old Konoha! At this time. Getting closer. Getting closer. Even Gaara folded his arms, stood on his sand, soared into the air, and looked expressionlessly at the two guys rushing over from Konoha. What are they going to do? Are they going to beat him up and make him leave? Otherwise, Gaara doesn't think these guys can break his absolute defense. However, Sasuke! Naruto roared. The two have already rushed to the front of the absolute defense. All the audience watched quickly, ready to see what way Konoha has to break the absolute defense of the Sand Village. That is, when the golden-haired kid suddenly saw a blue ball in his hand, he was shocked. The fourth Hokage's creation of the unmarked ninjutsu. Raise Nan. That's an A-level ninjutsu. I didn't expect that a kid who just graduated from Konoha could learn it. Will it work? Of course it's an A-level ninjutsu. When the audience was shocked by the sudden appearance of the A-level ninjutsu. Raise Nan. Naruto had already rushed to the absolute defense and threw a ball directly in front of the sand. However, a loud noise. Boom. Everyone stared closely. The sand wall trembled suddenly and it seemed that a lot of sand fell. However, still the old one still didn't break. Just when everyone sighed with regret. Sasuke. Got it. Another figure appeared. It's him. The youngest son of the Uchiha clan leader. Uchiha Sasuke. He also held a ball in his hand, but lightning was flashing and making a harsh sound, as if 1,000 birds were chirping. Chidori. No. This is the ninjutsu created by Konoha's genius, Hitaki Kakashi, Taro Ball Ball. Chidori was created by that guy who made the whole ninja world tremble with fear back then. Oh, I remember. Big Sasuke on the side was stunned. Chidori wasn't it created by the 6th generation here? And what the hell is Taro Ball? But at this moment, he didn't have time to think about it. He continued to look at the stadium with a frown on his face, and he also felt a little emotional. Naruto and Sasuke in this ninja world seem to be a little stronger at this time. You know, when he just graduated, he hadn't mastered Chidori yet. As for Naruto, let alone the last one. All the audience stared. Will it succeed this time? Boom. Another loud noise. Under everyone's gaze, the absolute defense was directly broken into a big hole. The players on the Sand Village side were stunned. Gaara's absolute defense was really broken. But no goal was scored, what's the use? However, just then, in the blink of an eye, Lock Lee. Please. The blonde kid suddenly turned around and shouted. This is youth. Rock Lee trembled all over, and green steam came out again, and he roared, I can feel your youth, Naruto. Sasuke. The words fell. The ball at his feet shot directly. Kanjiro's face changed, damn it. Hurry up and block that hole. Gaara. However, it was too late. The ball at his feet turned into a blazing flame and rushed towards the big hole. Lock Lee fell from midair, holding the goal with one hand, with a confident smile on his lips. Youth is like a flame. Once it burns, it will never stop. After the words fell, everyone looked at the flaming ball that rushed out. Did we win? Just when the cheers were about to sound and the ball was about to rush into the hole. Tsitsaizi. A harsh sound sounded. Under the eyes of the audience, the flaming ball that was spinning quickly kept smoking. It kept smoking. The speed of rotation also slowly slowed down. Finally, it stopped directly and even deflated. Lock Lee of Konoha shot the ball. Failed. 018 rush forward. Konoha's shot failed. As the host shouted, the audience supporting the sand village cheered. Failed. After 2A level ninjutsu broke the big hole in the absolute defense. Konoha's shot still failed. Failed. Still failed. Seeing Gaara finally filling the hole at the last moment, Kankuro immediately put his hands on his hips and looked down at the Konoha ninjas. I told you that you can never break Gaara's absolute defense. Ha ha ha. Damn it. Sakura clenched her fists and said angrily in her heart, Sasuke tried so hard. Although I think this guy is really hateful, Konoha is still looking at the deflated ball with some disappointment at this time. It's like this. Is it still not enough? Failed. Shikamaru retracted his shadow and yawned. Sure enough, it's still a bit difficult to break this absolute defense. Can I leave now? It's almost noon, time for lunch break. On the side, Koji took out some snacks and ate them in a discouraged manner. As long as you can't break that absolute defense, you can't score at all. The Sand Village actually sent out a Jinchuriki. It's really cheating. Even Sasuke sighed helplessly, patted the ball that was stuck in the sand, and said, forget it. We have tried our best. If it weren't for Unai-chan coming to watch his game, he didn't want to participate. Damn it. Unai-chan actually saw him fail. It was just a little bit short. Naruto clenched his right fist angrily and smashed it on the bushes. It was just a little bit short. It was really just a little bit short. In the audience stands many people also felt sorry for this scene. At this time, after the cheers from the Sand Village, the entire stadium seemed a little silent, and sighs of regret rang out. Looks like Konoha lost. Damn it. I bet on Konoha to win. I bet on it too. After all, Konoha is a big ninja village. It was clearly going to win. Boruto also clenched his fists with an angry look on his face. It's just a little bit away, as long as we get in. Failure is failure. As a ninja, as long as you don't complete the mission, it's a failure, even if it's just a little bit away. As a teacher, Sasuke also looked at Boruto at this time, so, no matter what, as a ninja, you must truly complete the mission and defeat the enemy before you can rest assured. This game is not, it was considered as no gain. At least, it can make Boruto understand some truth. Not far away, Minato and Kushina also sighed with regret. They have tried their best. Damn it. The Sand Village actually sent out a Jinchuriki, how abominable. Kushina raised her fist angrily. Kuroma is also a waste, he can't help Naruto at all. Kuroma. Not to mention that I am in your body, I can't help Naruto at all now, even if I can help off-field assistance is a foul. But after thinking about it, I decided not to argue with a mother who was furious, and continued to sleep. It's so boring. I might as well stay at home and surf the internet. My little brother actually lost to that guy of the one tail. Shame. Forget it. Anyway, Minato promised that as long as I behaved during this period, I would give him 188,888. 180,000. I haven't made such a large sum in so many years, so the Nine-Tail is still looking forward to it. Okay. Naruto and the others have tried their best. Minato smiled helplessly and shook his head. This is a competition, and many ninjutsu are restricted. Otherwise I believe they have a way to defeat the Sand Village. For the new generation of Konoha. As the fourth Hokage, I still believe in it. I'm just very angry, Kushina pouted, but soon she looked at Naruto and the princess of the Hyuga family below with a smile. She heard Minato talk about another ninja world. I didn't expect it. In the other ninja world, she and Minato died, and there were grandchildren and daughters-in-law. Especially Naruto, he finally became the 7th Hokage. Immediately, he murmured happily, "My Naruto has the qualifications to be a Hokage." "You lost." Konoha. Kankuro looked at the withered Konoha, put his hands on his hips, and laughed arrogantly, "You can't break Gaara's absolute defense at all." After the words fell, Naruto, who had regained his spirits, shouted, "You didn't score a goal either. It's just a tie at best." "Oh, right, after playing for so long, hasn't the Sand Village scored a goal yet? So arrogant, I thought they won. What is this idiot so arrogant about?" The players from Konoha all around also confronted him. "They didn't score, but didn't you score either?" Kankuro's originally laughing face froze, but then he pursed his lips in disdain and glanced at Rock Lee from Konoha. "We will score a goal next. The one of you who carries the goal has been carrying it for so long, he must be tired." He smiled confidently, "Isn't it easy to score a goal?" He stared at the Konoha ninja arrogantly, "You have already lost." The words fell. The Konoha ninjas were also silent. If this continues, it is true that they lost, because most of them are tired of running around in the Sand Village. Think about it now. The Sand Village let them attack directly on purpose. Because they can't break through the absolute defense. One-tail Jinchuriki. This is really unfair. Forget it. Shikamaru yawned, "Can't break through the absolute defense anyway. You're killing yourself by doing this, Shikamaru." Ino pouted, "Can you cheer up? It's all your fault you can't come up with a good idea. Why don't you follow my original plan?" Shikamaru rolled his eyes, "Anyway, we've tried our best, why don't we surrender? Remember that the salamander hot pot in the Land of Rain is on sale these days. We'll ask Asuma-sensei to treat us later." Salamander hot pot. When he heard about food, Koji's eyes lit up, "Then let's go. Damn it! It can't end like this. We haven't lost yet." "Forget it, Naruto. If you're really angry, why don't you and Sasuke bring a sack and beat him up later?" Is this what a human would say? At this time, everyone could see that Konoha had lost its momentum. Lost the first game. As the largest ninja village in the ninja world, Konoha had already lost. Everyone sighed again with regret, but didn't say anything. After all, the ace of the Sand Village was indeed terrible. It was estimated that even a senior ninja would have some difficulty breaking that absolute defense under restrictions. However, at this time, Naruto is right. Rock Lee put the goal directly, stepped on the referee's new ball, raised his fist, and shouted passionately, "We haven't lost yet. The game is not over yet." Rock Lee, his partner Hyuga Niji, rolled his eyes helplessly, "We have no way to break that defense." "Forget it." "No. We have a way." Everyone was stunned. At this time Niji and Tenten seemed to have thought of it, and their faces changed. "You are not going to use that. You know that Teacher Kai won't let you use it." "Hey? What is it? Did Rock Lee also learn some big moves?" Everyone was puzzled. But Niji and Tenten didn't say anything, staring at Rock Lee with a serious face. "Youth means you can't give up easily." Rock Lee gave a thumbs up, and the corners of his mouth seemed to be shining. "This is what Teacher Kai taught me. Just. My youth will not fail here." Rock Lee interrupted directly, and then seemed to notice something, turned his head to look at the audience, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly, "Teacher! Sorry. Please agree with me." After the words fell, everyone was shocked. Teacher Kai came to watch the game? With doubt, he also looked up. Sure enough, on the guardrail there stood a man wearing the same green tights, giving a thumbs up. "Teacher Kai! Show your youth! My beloved disciple!" "Yes, teacher!" Rock Lee responded, and then, in the confusion of everyone, he squatted down and took out the weight tied to his feet. Originally, Thinking what he was going to do, the stunned sand ninja burst into laughter. Just want to break Gaara's absolute defense by reducing a few weights, this is simply. Before he finished speaking. Bang! The whole stadium trembled. Everyone looked at the weight that smashed a huge hole, and an idea suddenly popped up in their minds. This guy has been like this since the beginning of the game. It's so heavy and can be so fast. Sure enough. As the ninja of the first ninja village Konoha, he is definitely not simple. Before everyone could react. 4 doors. Open. Rock Lee, panting, opened the 4 doors directly. The figure rushed out with blue light. However, this is not over yet. 5 doors. Open. Another roar, the momentum increased again. At this time, it is even stronger than the beginning. Speed. Speed up. Stop him. Everyone looked at that green figure who was carrying the ball and rushing through the defenses of the sand ninjas. It was as if they saw the figure carrying the ball alone. The king of football, Might Guy. Will it work this time? Sasuke also looked at Rock Lee who opened the 5 gates below, and he was suddenly moved. He muttered to himself, I always feel like I have seen this scene somewhere. Oh, that's right. During the Chunin exam, Rock Lee seemed to be facing Gaara. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Are there still some similarities? It's in places like this I always feel weird. At the same time, Might Guy also looked at Rock Lee with relief, tears seemed to come out of his eyes. I have seen your youth. Lee. After the words fell, Genma Shiranui frowned. It's still quite dangerous for Lee to open the 5 gates now. After all, he also knew how dangerous the forbidden technique of 8 gates ninjutsu was. However, no problem. Might Guy gave a thumbs up directly, and there seemed to be a flash of light at the corner of his mouth. He said with a confident tone, I called Lady Tsunade when I came here. She is here. I believe there will be no danger. You are so thoughtful. At this time, just when Shiranui Genma's mouth twitched, Rock Lee had already rushed to Gaara with the ball past all the enemies. Attack. Start again. 019 White Zetsu's mission. Finally. Konoha still lost. Speaking of it, it is still quite difficult for Rock Lee to face Gaara now. Fortunately, Tsunade was nearby to participate in the football betting and rescued him in time. Otherwise, Rock Lee would probably be lame for a while. Fuyu even speculated that Konoha lost so quickly, perhaps maybe it has something to do with Tsunade betting on Konoha to win. And the following matches have nothing to do with Konoha, after all, Konoha has already left the field. However, so far, there has been no sign of Otsutsuki Urashiki, and no one knows what that guy is doing. The Nine Tails has left the village, but he still hasn't taken action. At this time, in the audience, many spectators gradually left the field. However, a figure, the useless uncle with long black hair and a decadent face, was still sitting in the audience. He took a puff of cigarette and then took off the cigarette from the corner of his mouth. We lost. After a while, he patted the dust off his body, sighed, stood up, put his hands in his pockets, and walked out of the field with a desolate back. Before he took a few steps, he arrived at a slightly remote place. Suddenly, what the hell are you doing? Didn't I ask you to keep an eye on our future boss? Several figures emerged from the soil, directly pressed the decadent uncle to the ground, and roared, It's only been a few years, have you forgotten our dream and our mission? The dust flew up immediately. However, the uncle who was beaten was not angry, but turned over and jumped up, looking at his former partners excitedly. You finally showed up. Is the organization going to call me back? Have you received the spores I sent back? As soon as the words fell, the White Zetsu team, which was originally angry and beat people, suddenly fell silent. Finally, The inspector of the future boss care team, White Zetsu, sighed, walked out, and patted the decadent uncle on the shoulder. Your mission is not yet completed, our future boss still needs you to take care of it. Never let her go astray again. You know, it's very important to find These a suitable boss, how difficult it is for us. I feel like I'm going astray. The decadent Uncle Baiju said unhappily, tell me. The organization asked me to go out and look after the future boss, but they didn't give me any money. 3 years. Do you know how I've been doing these 3 years? The more he spoke, the angrier his face became, and he directly grabbed the collar of the Inspector Baiju. Do you think it's free to coax a child? I haven't had rich milk tea for a long time, and I've recharged 648. It's time for me to return to the team. You know that this bet of 100 taels was also collected by me picking up a lot of garbage bottles, but damn it, Konoha actually lost. Don't forget our mission. You can't gamble anymore. How long will it take? 3 years. As long as another 3 years, the future boss will be able to go to school, and you can relax a little at that time. There can't be any accidents this time. Inspector Baiju looked at the Uncle Baiju firmly. We must start with the education of children. 3 years. In 3 years, you can come back, and I'll treat you to milk tea then. It was clearly agreed to be 3 years, but 3 years later, it's 3 years later. If it goes on like this, I'm almost done with planting trees. Hurry up and change someone to pick me up. Everyone is so nosy. Playing games? Drinking milk tea? Sleeping? Be nicer to me, otherwise, with so many people here, believe it or not, we'll just use you to plant trees. After the words fell. After a moment of silence, Uncle Baizetsu said, okay. Now tell me about your plan. First you must gain the trust of that little girl for us. Hearing that Uncle Baizetsu had regained his spirits, Inspector Baizetsu nodded with satisfaction. After coughing twice, he glanced at Uncle Baizetsu seriously and said, you look bad now. You look like a greasy, decadent middle-aged uncle, like a useless uncle who has no skills and can only live on the small steel balls in pachinko. That's right. That's right. Isn't it said that girls nowadays are all about appearance? I heard that as long as you are handsome, your values follow your appearance, so you still have to be handsome. We have to show the appearance of our little white army. That's a boss that is not easy to find. We must train him from a young age, and then bring despair to this ninja world. The rest of the little whites started talking at once. You are the one who shoulders our future. 9527. You know. After giving up hope on the adults, they decided to find a kid to train again. Therefore, after a long time of hard work, they finally found a template that fits their inner boss. Inherited the blood of the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan. Especially the damn guy's Sharingan 3 Megatama are so cool. To be honest, it's the first time I've seen it in 1,000 years, so his child must be a genius. Especially when I saw her, it was as if I saw Lady Kaguya. It's really suitable. At the same time, although the boss doesn't have money now, her father is rich. As long as her father dies, she will inherit the inheritance with the help of their little white legion. He will become the new richest man in the ninja world. And he is still so young, he is very malleable. Under their education, he will definitely become a boss who loves his subordinates and wants to show off to them all day long. So, he is talented, rich, and considerate of his subordinates. What a perfect boss! Thinking of this, all the white Zetsu were moved and covered their eyes. Although there were no tears, they were still very moved. It will only take a few more years. Anyway, Madara-sama has been dead for so many years. If they hadn't helped Madara-sama deal with the grass on his grave every once in a while, the grass on his grave would probably have grown as tall as them now. Believe. The beautiful future will definitely belong to all of them, the white Zetsu. Black Zetsu is also very concerned about your mission. The governor patted Uncle White Zetsu, sighed with emotion, and said with the vicissitudes of life, "Didn't you see that we all came here specially, and this time we bought you milk tea?" Uncle Baiju was immediately moved to look at them, covering his eyes with his arms, as if to prevent tears from falling, although there were no tears at all. "Can you stop acting? Hurry up and take out my milk tea." "Okay. In fact, we have already drunk it on the way." "Damn it! Go to hell!" Uncle Baiju clenched his fists and stared at them when he heard the atmosphere, but after seeing the 5 or 6 little Baijus around him, he thought about it. They are all his own people, just a black cup of milk tea, there is no need to be so angry. "Humph! You bunch of hateful guys! Short-sighted guys! As long as I stay by the boss's side, I will become the boss's confidant, and I will drink a cup of milk tea, pour a cup, and let you serve tea and water, which will make you angry to death, ha ha ha. Okay. The next step is up to you." Inspector Baiju patted Uncle Baiju on the shoulder and sighed, "I believe a bright future is waiting for us. When the boss becomes a talent, I believe we will definitely complete our mission." The words fell. The White Zetsu. Look up and look into the distance. The setting sun casts golden sunlight on this ninja world. It represents a bright future. 020 plan. I always feel that the original plan seems to be a little strange. When did it start? Oh, that's right. From the time when the White Zetsu was looking for a rich man, the new boss. Black Zetsu, who had been immersed in the changes of the ninja world for many years, was also full of troubles at this time. After all, from the time he was born, he understood the mission of his birth. Save his mother, help his mother to rule the ninja world again, and then resist the group of outsiders who will appear. He knew in his mother's heart how terrible those outsiders are. So, since he was still a puddle of black mud, he started his mission, avoiding the attention of the two brothers Otsutsuki Hago Romo and Otsutsuki Hamura, and has been looking for opportunities in secret. However, opportunities are very rare. After provoking the relationship between Indra and Ajura, and then killing the two brothers Hago Romo and Hamura, his chance finally came. Next, just wait for a guy who opens the samsara eye, and then seduce him, let him collect the 9-tailed beasts, unlock the seal, and save his mother. What a pity! Year after year passed. He also grew from a puddle of black mud to the current Black Zetsu. However, the descendants of Yuyi and Hamura are worse than the previous generation. Not to mention the samsara eye, even in the past 100 years not even one has opened the Manjiki. Until 1,000 years have passed. The guy he hoped for finally appeared. Next, as long as he follows his plan, he will definitely be able to see his mother again. Result. At the moment when his will was born, that guy Tien actually committed suicide. When he thought of that time, he grabbed his collar and roared, and Black Zetsu was still very melancholy at this moment. It was also from that moment. The perfect plan was blocked everywhere. The originally selected substitute did not fall into darkness for various reasons, and Uzumaki Nagato's power became stronger and stronger. The group of White Zetsu could not beat him alone. At the same time, the entire ninja world has been at peace for many years, and no suitable guy can be found. Finally, for no reason, he embarked on the road of raising the eldest brother. Black Zetsu sighed, remembering the time when a certain White Zetsu ran over excitedly and told him how happy he was when he finally found a suitable boss, thinking that his chance was finally coming again. Result. After seeing the baby still wearing diapers, you can imagine what he felt at the time. There were a few more White Zetsu on the outer path demon statue. This group of psychopaths actually found a baby and said they were going to train her to be a suitable boss, so that she could live a life of lying down. Then, the organization began to raise the baby. Until now several years have passed. The future boss is still a baby and has not even gone to school. Black Zetsu sighed, looking at the white Zetsu's original body. Do you still remember Uchiha Madara in the Valley of the End? After the words fell, White Zetsu looked at Black Zetsu with a puzzled look on his face. When he saw that Black Zetsu wanted to hang him on the outer path demon statue, he immediately smiled awkwardly. Of course. Of course. How could we forget? Madara-sama is our hope. Black Zetsu shook his head sadly and raised his head at a 45-degree angle. I miss Madara-sama a little bit. Really? If Uchiha Madara was here, maybe they had already started the plan. Instead of being like now, guarding a little girl, shouting this is the hope of all of us white Zetsu and fooling around here. Do they want to lie down? No. They are shouldering a great mission. What the hell are they lying down for? I don't know if Lord Madara has been waiting down there for a long time. You just want me to see this. It's very interesting, isn't it? Childish. Childish. Uchiha Madara raised his eyebrows, looked at Senju Hashirama, and sneered, after so many years, you are still so childish. Hashirama. Ninjutsu is a technique for killing people, but now it is used to do such boring things. Sure enough, this ninja world has become corrupt. I don't know what his will is like Black Zetsu is doing now. I believe that Black Zetsu is leading the group of tools, White Zetsu, and is trying to find a way to resurrect him, Uchiha Madara. But it's been so long, and they haven't succeeded. What a bunch of rubbish. What a pity. I can't contact that group of guys now. Otherwise, such an evil black-hearted factory he, Uchiha Madara, will one day lead all the workers to overthrow this black-hearted factory and ignite the first flame to change this corrupt and dark ninja world. I'm getting more and more disappointed in you, Hashirama. The words fell. Senju Hashirama's lips trembled slightly, looking at Uchiha Madara who still didn't change his mind. He sighed helplessly. The ninja world is already peaceful. From this game we can see all the ninja villages are enjoying the game happily. This is peace. Brother, don't listen to this guy. Evil Uchiha. How can you understand what peace is? Senju Tobirama next to him sneered, then slumped on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said in a senior manner, today's game is over. As a junior, why don't you pour a glass of water for the senior? Do you see this? Pointing to the nameplate on his chest, you still have time to chat here, it seems you are very free? In this case you should work hard tonight class. Just as the words fell. Ka ka ka. Uchiha Madara raised his eyelids, clenched his fists, and made a ka-ka sound. What's wrong? Do you still want to punch your senior? Senju Tobirama sneered disdainfully, guys like you, who get angry at every turn. It's impossible to find a job in the current ninja world, you will only starve to death. Why don't you go to work honestly? Tobirama. Before Senju Hashirama, who looked helpless, finished his words. I do. Uchiha Madara stood up, looked at Senju Tobirama indifferently, and said, Senju Tobirama, I will remember it. What's the matter? You, a newbie who just joined the company, dare to do anything to me, the director? Fuck you, Uchiha Madara cursed and left. So many years have passed. This guy is still so hateful. Today you let me serve tea and water, tomorrow I will let you serve foot washing water. Although he made a deal with the evil Orochimaru, but he plans to wait until the end of this Ninja World Cup before starting. However this guy orders him around now, he will pay him back 100-fold. Uchiha Madara can't help but want to see the scene at that time. Ha ha ha. The sudden laughter. The two Senju brothers looked at each other in bewilderment, especially Senju Tobirama. I don't know why, I always feel a bad premonition in my heart, but after thinking about it, damn it, I'm dead, what can be bad? Can I kill him again? And he also believes in the impure world reincarnation 007 employee version of the black-hearted factory owner, Orochimaru. This thing. It's a bit poisonous. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't believe that I could invent such an evil ninjutsu. So, can Uchiha Madara still make waves? He smiled disdainfully and ignored it. When the time comes, he will definitely let this evil Uchiha Madara work hard. Ha ha ha. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hashirama, who was standing by, looked at this scene with a headache. When would his brother and Madara become friends? Then he seemed to think of something. By the way, Madara, will you play games all night tonight? I'll help you rank up. It's very interesting. 021 Fishing Master, Otsutsuki Urashiki. Next. The Ninja World Cup is still going on. It's just that the Sand Village sent out the trump card, Gaara, and it's not so easy for other ninja villages to break through that absolute defense. Therefore, in this year's Ninja World Cup, the Sand Village is simply invincible. Of course. These have nothing to do with being rich. He came here just to relax and see his daughter, so he didn't care much about the Ninja World Cup. It's still tiring to check your body and massage every day. Backache. How can I have the mood to do it again? Who cares about other things? It seems that his body can't keep up with the pace again, but it's not so easy to upgrade now. After all, most of the market in the ninja world has been occupied by him. The market is getting smaller and smaller. I don't know if it will be upgraded after connecting the internet cable to the moon in a while, and then let those guys see how powerful he is. Now think about it. It seems that only Mayaboku Mountain has connected the internet cable among the 3 holy places. I don't know if the other 2 holy places have no idea at all. It's been several years and they haven't asked Fuyu Group to connect the internet cable. A few years later. Those old guys you can't keep up with the times. You know. The leader of Mayaboku Mountain, Gamabunta, is now a game expert. He is famous in the game, but he has charged a lot of money. Speaking of which, the last time I was watching a live broadcast room, I saw the rockets brushed by the leader from Mayaboku Mountain, and the anchor with a sweet voice and thin clothes called him Jiggy. It seems that they were going to meet offline later, and I don't know if they met in the end. When the female anchor saw the toad as tall as a building in front of her, I guess she would be scared silly. You never know what online friends look like. Of course. Gamabunta is pretty good at playing games. He is now a famous game anchor in the game circle. He is also a powerful anchor who never shows his face, but his magnetic and rough voice has attracted many fans. Think about it. The internet is also terrible. There are risks in offline dating. Fuyu shook his head with emotion, hammered his waist with his right hand, took a sip of hot tea, and continued to look at the moon in the sky leisurely. The 3 little ones have been taken out to play, and only he is here to enjoy the moon. And at this time, Fuyu! Fuyu! You are here! Minato ran over in a hurry, sat down and poured himself a cup of tea, then looked around. By the way, where are Sasuke and Boruto? Seems to be looking for that Otsutsuki Urashiki. Fuyu raised his head and looked at Minato. What's wrong? Oh, I came here to ask this too. Minato scratched his head and sighed helplessly. You said it's been so long, why hasn't that Otsutsuki Urashiki appeared yet? It's really worrying. He must be confused at this time. After all, the ninja world here is different from the ninja world he knows. Fuyu looked at Minato quietly. You are still planning to take advantage of this. If we can solve that guy in time, maybe we can help Naruto in another ninja world. Minato smiled bitterly. As a result, we haven't seen anyone until now. After that, he leaned back, sighed, drank tea, and looked at the moon. It's a bit incredible to think about it. There is another different ninja world. Even Kushina thought I was crazy when she heard it. Aren't you worried about Kushina and Naruto? You are still in the mood to accompany me to drink tea here? Hehe, just sit for a while. I have made arrangements. If there is any danger, I can appear immediately. Minato waved his hand happily. By the way, I plan to hold a Ninja World meeting in a while. Because of the matter of the reincarnation, I also invited Mr. Nagato and Mr. Yahiko to Konoha. Are you ready to say it? I plan to explain it to a small range first. Minato pondered for a moment, still somewhat worried, and I also invited Danzo and the third generation. You actually invited Shimura Danzo at the beginning? What do you want to do? Fuito looked at Minato in surprise. You have a lot of ideas, Mr. Minato. After all, many things are also related to Danzo. I think it's better to talk about it openly. Minato smiled bitterly. If Danzo is really ready at that time. Speaking of this, he suddenly paused and shook his head. Forget it, let's not talk about this. I don't know where that Otsutsuki Urashiki is hiding. Or post a wanted order online. Put up some bounty. A walking 500,000. No, it is estimated that at least 500 million people in this ninja world dare to do it. Just as the words fell, Minato hesitated. This is not good. After all, it is also a very scary guy. What if there is danger at that time? And how to explain it? A strong man from another ninja world? Or an alien? It doesn't have to be so complicated. Otherwise, Fuita pondered for a moment, narrowed his eyes, and said leisurely, after investigation, we finally found the planner of the financial 1040 Sunshine project back then, Otsutsuki Urashiki. What is going on with this ninja world? Ninja Cup? What the hell is it? To be honest, he originally planned to travel to the past Konoha through the secret treasure and get rid of the Konoha Hokage here. Result: once he traveled through time. To be honest, Otsutsuki Urashiki even suspected that he had come to the wrong place. The technology of this ninja world is more advanced than that of the original ninja world. Could it be that the technology of this planet was so advanced originally, but it declined because of some war later? For example, the Fourth Ninja World War and the meteorite fall. Otsutsuki Urashiki is different from Otsutsuki Momoshiki. He more or less understands the history of this ninja world. Forget it. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. Otsutsuki Urashiki, who was carrying a fishing rod, smiled faintly. He had only one goal. That was: get rid of the Konoha Hokage, who would become their powerful enemy in the future. Uzumaki Naruto. Unexpectedly. They really didn't expect it. Such a terrible guy could appear on this small indigenous planet. They really underestimated it. Otsutsuki Urashiki raised his head calmly, as if he had sensed the direction of the Nine Tails' power, but what puzzled him was it seemed that he was not in Konoha now. Is this a so-called ninja mission? He frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about something. At this time, suddenly, found it. The fisherman Otsutsuki Urashiki. Does anyone here know him? Impossible. Looking for trouble. Otsutsuki was slightly stunned, turned his head, and immediately saw several guys surrounding him, before he could react. Fisherman, Otsutsuki Urashiki. A strong man looked at Ching Nian with a fishing rod in front of him with a vigilant face, suspected of financial 1040 Sunshine Project fraud and Iwagakure Ninja Village Pyramid Scheme. The crime you committed has been known to us, please surrender immediately and wait for trial. After the words fell. What fishing man, what pyramid scheme? It's just. Why do these guys know him? Before Otsutsuki Urashiki could react, there was a series of beep, beep sounds from all around. You have been surrounded. Ninja World criminal, Otsutsuki Urashiki, please surrender immediately, don't resist stubbornly. Has he been discovered? 022 There are still some things. The leader of the Pyramid Scheme organization, Otsutsuki Urashiki, has been discovered recently, but because of his strong strength and expertise in space-time ninjutsu, he escaped without being investigated. The Pyramid Scheme organization that has harmed the ninja world has appeared again. What is their target this time? I hope everyone will protect their own safety and call the police in time when they find the traces. At the same time, do not believe in rumors, do not spread rumors, and beware of online fraud and pyramid scheme traps. What the hell? Danzo looked at the news on TV and was immediately confused. Family members know their own affairs. The pyramid scheme in the Hidden Rock Village. That's right. This guy did it. Danzo's expression suddenly became serious, and he said to his subordinates beside him, fraud prevention are the duty of every ninja. I didn't expect that the pyramid scheme leader who had been hiding for many years was still discovered. Although I don't know who his target is this time, as the founder of the Root Group, I will never watch such a ninja criminal go unpunished. Now I will arrange employees to do a good job of publicity, so that everyone knows the appearance of the pyramid scheme leader and understands the harm of pyramid schemes. Shimura Danzo. Irreconcilable with pyramid schemes. Under the order of the Root Group's boss, the entire Root Group also quickly started to operate and began to cooperate with Konoha's anti-pyramid scheme propaganda. At the same time, the head of the pyramid scheme leader, Otsutsuki Urashiki, was also printed on each package. At the same time, as a victim of the pyramid scheme that year, the Uegakure ninja village also received the news, and suddenly the whole village was in action. You know, back then, most of the land of Earth was involved in pyramid schemes, giving him how much harm has been brought to them. However, no one has been found for so many years, but today the pyramid scheme leader finally appeared again. Uegakure Ninja Village has suffered from pyramid schemes for a long time. With the help of the internet, the entire ninja world has started to move, but the pyramid scheme leader, Otsutsuki Urashiki, is too powerful, and coupled with his elusive space-time ninjutsu, he has not been found yet. Of course, I believe that the pyramid scheme leader, Otsutsuki Urashiki, will not be able to escape for long, and I believe that with the concerted efforts of the entire ninja world, sooner or later, he will be caught. Anyway, when Uchiha Sasuke and Boruto saw the dense messages on the internet, they looked at each other in bewilderment. There is such a thing? Now, every once in a while, you can see Otsutsuki Urashiki appearing on the internet, and then he quickly hides. After all, it is really difficult for most people who know time and space ninjutsu. But now this guy has been found. Next. Just get rid of him. As time goes by. Now the whole ninja world is chasing Otsutsuki Urashiki, especially after so many days. The Ninja World Cup has ended but he has not been caught. Everyone suddenly understood this guy's strength is really not simple. No wonder he has not been discovered in the ninja world for so many years. The leader of the pyramid scheme, Otsutsuki Urashiki. It's so terrifying. At this time, in the black-hearted processing factory of Orochimaru in the land of rice. Otsutsuki Urashiki. Who is it? Uchiha Madara, who was playing games with Hashirama, frowned impatiently as he looked at the prompts that kept popping up. MLM leader? He is still a leader. When did a MLM ninja village appear in the ninja world? Hashirama was slightly stunned when he heard what Madara said, scratched his head, and hesitated for a while. Madara, this is a liar. I heard that in the past few years, it has caused a very big impact on the ninja world and the Hidden Rock Village, especially in the land of Earth. The economy has directly declined for several years, and it has only recovered in the past few years. Just a liar. Actually, the whole ninja world is so surprised. Madara sneered disdainfully, the ninja world is really corrupt. It's really getting worse and worse. Ridiculous. That Madara, actually MLM is still quite scary. Are you scared? Hashirama. I didn't expect you to become a coward now. Okay. Brother, don't tell this old guy about pyramid schemes, he can't keep up with the times. Senju Tobirama next to him snorted coldly, guys like him who are eliminated by the times will only be deceived outside. Ha ha ha. Stupid. The guy who wants to deceive me, Uchiha Madara, has not been born yet. Uchiha Madara laughed arrogantly, staring at Senju Tobirama. Only a guy as stupid as you will be deceived. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. I remember that you died because you were deceived to go to the hidden mist village. As a Hokage, you were actually ambushed and killed. It's really funny. Ha ha ha. Stupid Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama raised his eyelids. A mere worker dared to be arrogant in front of his director Tobirama. He is really not afraid of being tricked. The Ninja World Cup is over. Who asked you to play games here? How dare you be lazy? He straightened the nameplate on his chest and looked down at Uchiha Madara. Why don't you go and pour me a glass of water? You guy! The corner of Madara's mouth trembled, but before he finished speaking, his body moved unconsciously to pour water. Damn it! Tomorrow I will definitely let this stupid Senju Tobirama serve tea and water. After Uchiha Madara left, Senju Tobirama felt much more comfortable in his heart, ignoring the elder brother who wanted to say something, looking at Orochimaru beside him, with a faint smile. Your improved Impure World Reincarnation 007 Employee Edition is quite useful. The words fell. Orochimaru nodded with a smile, as long as you are happy, second generation master. On the other side, feeling that he could finally move, Uchiha Madara took an empty cup and prepared to go back. Anyway, he wouldn't drink it. It was just to humiliate him, so there was no point in putting it away even if it was an empty cup. This grudge. He, Uchiha Madara, remembered it. Let him be arrogant for a while, and he will settle the score with him tomorrow. When he thought about the workshop director seeing the frustrated look of Uchiha manager tomorrow, Uchiha Madara felt much better. However, just as he was laughing, suddenly, Madara-sama. It's really Madara-sama. I missed you so much. An excited and emotional voice suddenly came from under the floor. I thought it was someone's prank, but I didn't expect Madara-sama to really come back. As soon as the words fell, Madara-sama raised his eyelids, lowered his head and looked at the white head sticking out from the floor. He immediately understood who it was and said lightly, "You are here. We are here. Madara-sama." 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 years, welcome Madara-sama back. All the white Zetsu nodded quickly. You don't know how much we have missed you for so many years. Everyone has been working hard for your resurrection. Stupid guy. After so many years, I haven't resurrected yet. Madara snorted coldly, what a shame. A bunch of trash. Sorry. Madara-sama, a lot of things have happened. The white Zetsu scratched their heads with a smile, and then their faces condensed. Madara-sama. Are you going back now? Everyone is waiting for you to lead us to realize our dreams. After the words fell, Madara looked at the expectant faces, and was about to open his mouth and nod, but waved his hand. When Uchiha Madara returned, suddenly, the mind thought of that hateful guy. It was silent again. About a quarter of an hour later, when the white Zetsu were confused, Madara coughed twice. Ahem, come back later, I still have some things to deal with here. What's the matter? Do you need help? 023 Is this your work attitude? Madara-sama is indeed resurrected. When Black Zetsu heard the news from White Zetsu, he felt that the future was full of light. Even if it was not a real resurrection, it would be fine as long as Madara-sama came back. Madara-sama came, the rain was over and the sky was clear. Madara-sama came, and the ninja world was full of hope again. These white Zetsu should not mess around, right? However, Black Zetsu blinked and stared at the white Zetsu in front of him. What? Madara-sama is not coming back. You know. The ninja world is still waiting for him to change. What about his dream? What about his ambition? He has already returned to the ninja world, why is he still unwilling to come back to the cave to lead all the white Zetsu and bring new hope to this ninja world? You know. Only in this way he will have the opportunity to collect the nine-headed beast and rescue his mother. Hearing what White Zetsu said, Black Zetsu's mood suddenly became uncertain, and he began to analyze what Uchiha Madara was thinking in his mind. Did he discover their secret? I don't plan to continue. Or maybe he has other plans now and can't come back for the time being. Or Otsutsuki Urashiki? Nowadays, the internet is convenient, and various ways of contact and publicity are also much more convenient. Therefore, he is still clear about the Otsutsuki Urashiki who was accused of pyramid selling for no reason. Outsiders. The outsiders that my mother is afraid of. Could it be that Madara got some information from Otsutsuki Urashiki? It's just that it seems that he and Madara haven't met yet. And Otsutsuki Urashiki seems to have other targets. He didn't make a move casually after being discovered, as if he was deliberately covering his tracks. As for being exposed for no reason, he doesn't understand it now. However, although I don't know what that guy's purpose is, no matter what, and White Zetsu must not be discovered by that guy, otherwise, maybe my mother will be in danger. Black Zetsu pondered with a serious face, but still couldn't figure out what Uchiha Madara was trying to do. We've all returned to the ninja world. Even if this isn't a true resurrection, we should return to the base and find a way to take back the samsara eye for a true resurrection. What's going on now? He's not coming back? Could it be that the seal of the impure world reincarnation hasn't been cracked yet? But in that case we can ask White Zetsu to help. Why did he drive all the White Zetsu back? It's like he's deliberately avoiding White Zetsu. What secrets? Black Zetsu narrowed his eyes slightly and decided that he, as Madara's will, would personally meet Madara after a while. Then he lowered his head and looked at White Zetsu. Since Madara-sama is back, you should behave yourself. Don't forget our mission. That so-called little girl boss, don't waste time. At this point, he paused, as if he remembered something. By the way, what is Uchiha Madara doing over there now? Hey, I secretly watched him last time, and it seems he is tightening screws. Little Madara, the holiday is over. You should calm down now. Early in the morning of the second day after the Ninja World Cup, Senju Tobirama brought his nameplate and showed off in front of Uchiha Madara, saying earnestly, "Work hard for me. Don't be lazy." My heart suddenly became clearer. It looks like today is another beautiful day, said. Looking at Uchiha Madara, who was drinking tea slowly, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. What's wrong? What's wrong? Still drinking tea? You're already dead, why are you drinking tea? Do you think you don't have to work today? What do you think of the factory? Is it Nanga Shrine? If you want to kill the nine tails, just kill the nine tails. Tail. What's the matter? How dare you be so arrogant today? The Ninja World Cup is over. Are you still planning to continue to rely on your elder brother's favor and be fearless? No way. Here even the god of Ninja World can't save you. I said. Even if your elder brother pleads for you today, it's useless. You must work honestly here. He raised his eyelids and caught the look that glanced at him lightly. Mockery, arrogance, contempt. It was as if that Uchiha Madara, who was invincible in Konoha except for his elder brother, no one was worthy of his attention. But this place is not the same as before. Senju Tobirama immediately put on a leader's eyes, looking down at Uchiha Madara, who was still drinking tea slowly. It seems that you are not ready to work hard. You dare to drink tea leisurely in front of the leader. Hurry up and pour me a cup of tea. Tobirama. Forget it. Senju Hashirama, who was sandwiched between two men, said in embarrassment, "Don't do this, Madara may just be physically tired." Tired? I'm dead. How could I be tired? Stop talking nonsense, you guy. Today, This workshop director must make him understand the cruelty of the workplace. Just when he was about to use the power of the workshop director to let this little employee, Comrade Madara, serve tea and water honestly. Suddenly, Senju Tobirama was stunned, looking at the indifferent Uchiha Madara in front of him. "Why don't you move? You." Before he finished speaking, I saw Uchiha Madara in front of him moved. He slowly put down the teacup with his right hand, then leisurely crossed his legs, took out a special nameplate from his pocket, and hung it directly on his chest in front of Tobirama. Senju Tobirama's pupils shrank immediately. On the nameplate in front of him, manager, just 2 words came into view. He. How did Uchiha Madara become the manager of a branch factory? Before Senju Tobirama could react, Uchiha Madara leaned sideways, leaning his right hand on the backrest of the sofa, with a slight smile on his lips, looking at Senju Tobirama. "You are just a workshop director, you are not qualified to talk to me like this. I, Uchiha Madara, will not accept this." Great! It's so cool. A long time ago, when he was in Konoha, he disliked this sinister guy. I didn't expect that there would be such a day. At this point, he shouted and stood up, and it was his turn to look down at Senju Tobirama. "Director Tobirama, the leaders are very disappointed with your work attitude." "Fuck you." Senju Tobirama suddenly had something in his heart that he didn't know whether to say or not. He took another deep look at the nameplate on Uchiha Madara's chest, and immediately cursed angrily, "This Orochimaru. It's really hateful. Sooner or later, he will take this evil guy to hell." Then he looked at Uchiha Madara expressionlessly and put away the nameplate on his chest. "You win. Uchiha Madara. I don't want to play this boring workplace game with you anymore, let's just call it a draw." However, after the words fell, Uchiha Madara scratched his ears and looked at Senju Tobirama again. "What are you talking about? Don't bother me." "I won't bother." Before he finished, "I'm very disappointed in you, Director Tobirama." But Uchiha Madara sighed and shook his head. "This is your work attitude as a workshop director. Perfunctory. It's really perfunctory. How can you manage a factory like this?" Senju Tobirama raised his eyelids. "What do you want to do? What do you want to do?" Uchiha Madara smiled grimly, sat on the chair again, and raised his feet leisurely. "Hurry up and bring me the foot washing water." "Too much. Uchiha Madara." "Damn. Yet." A glance. Senju Tobirama couldn't control himself and walked to the side with a sullen face. MMP 02430 years in the east. "Hey, this weather is a bit cold. How come you, the director, have no vision at all? Why don't you quickly fan the manager? What kind of attitude is this? What kind of attitude is this? Seeing that the water cup on the leader's desk is empty, why don't you quickly go and pour water? Leaders get tired too. Come and give this manager a shoulder massage." Ha ha ha. Hearing that arrogant laughter, Senju Tobirama was so angry that his face turned green. If his eyes could release illusions to kill people, he would have died with Uchiha Madara long ago. I didn't expect it. What a turn of events. There will be a day when it will be his turn to serve tea and water to Uchiha Madara. You know. He didn't ask Uchiha Madara to carry water for washing feet or hammer his shoulders. Evil Uchiha Madara. But there is no way. Now Orochimaru has given this guy a higher authority than him, so under the constraints of the Impure World Reincarnation 007 employee version, he can only be a little obedient. Senju Tobirama's face was livid, and he couldn't help but press his hands against Uchiha Madara. What an evil Orochimaru! Not only does he eat human ashes, but he also changed his Impure World Reincarnation into such an evil forbidden technique. As expected, we can't let these two evil guys continue to act recklessly like this. However. Dolly, push harder. Have you not eaten? You are so weak. I didn't eat in the first place. Oh, you have learned to talk back. Hiss, he took a breath. Why are you so strong? Gently, gently. Comrade Tobirama, do you have any opinions about the leader? As a subordinate, the superior asked you to do something, but you still lost your temper. Do you still want your salary? Ignore him. Ignore him. This guy is just looking for trouble. Senju Tobirama took a deep breath. You know where the pain comes from in the body of the impure world reincarnation. However, what's the matter? You even ignored the leader's speech. Uchiha Madara continued to curse, I doubt your work attitude. Director Tobirama. If you want to do it, do it. If you don't want to do it, get out. Our factory doesn't need people like you. A second-rate person like you, who is not good at anything, not serious about work, and lazy all day long, can find a job outside? Sooner or later, you will starve to death. Too much, Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama's face darkened. You know, I just asked you to pour tea. Really? I am not as hateful as this guy. After the words fell. Yes, Senju Hashirama next to him also sighed helplessly, looking at Uchiha Madara, hesitated for a moment and said, or Madara, let's forget it, we all come from the same village, today I will choose a long-range ninja for you to play games. I will play auxiliary. At most gritted his teeth, I will secretly recharge you 648 in a while. Help Tobirama apologize to you. However. Humph. Childish. Uchiha Madara sneered disdainfully, looking at Senju Hashirama calmly, I am not as childish as you. It's all boring stuff. You know. Before he died. He already had a computer, but it was just a game, he had no interest in it at all. But after seeing Hashirama's smiling face, he pursed his lips, turned his head, and said expressionlessly, hurry up. Go get me a glass of water. After saying that, Senju Tobirama raised his eyelids, said nothing, and walked towards the water source outside with a gloomy face. This evil guy. The hatred of the past few days, Senju Tobirama remembered it. He casually picked up a cup and pouted a few times directly at the cup, then, with a slight smile on his lips, he poured a little water into the cup. Drink my saliva. Uchiha Madara. And that Orochimaru. They actually cooperated with Uchiha Madara. Aren't they afraid that he will be dissatisfied? You know. The current Uchiha Madara is not very useful, not as useful as his elder brother. So. Senju Tobirama was very confused, why did Orochimaru let Uchiha Madara suppress him? What did Uchiha Madara pay for Orochimaru to agree, or is there any secret between the two evil guys? Remembering that Orochimaru has been in the laboratory for a long time, it can't be related to this. Senju Tobirama's eyes suddenly became uncertain, but he finally sighed and prepared to go out with the cup. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Sooner or later, today's shame, he, Senju Tobirama, will also return 100-fold. However. Suddenly, of course. Looking at Orochimaru, who finally came out of the laboratory, Senju Tobirama raised his eyelids and said lightly, Orochimaru. After the words fell. Orochimaru was silent for a while, then showed that smiling smile again, second generation sir. It seems. Second generation sir has been really uncomfortable during this period. However. With the constraints of the impure world reincarnation, he doesn't care at all. Even if these guys are angry, they won't kill him, what's the point of caring? Of course. Senju Tobirama is still quite useful. It is also thanks to him that the experiment some time ago was so successful so quickly. So, after thinking about it, I still have to appease Senju Tobirama's mood. Sorry, Orochimaru sighed and shook his head, I didn't choose much, he really gave. The words were not finished. I'm not in the mood to listen to your deal with Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama waved his hands impatiently. How much credibility can a guy who betrays his village for 1 billion have? Is this joke not going to pass? Who is doing it for a mere 1 billion? Losing value. However, before Orochimaru could speak. In that case I'll make another deal with you. Senju Tobirama looked at Orochimaru meaningfully. What a greedy guy, I know if I don't pay something, you won't agree to my request at all. Second generation sir, you are joking. How do you think about it? Second generation sir, what deal do you want to make? Sharingan. All the information about Sharingan. And the information about Mangekyo. How about it? I know you are studying the bloodline of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. Believe me, as someone who has been fighting with the Uchiha clan, I am more familiar with the research on Sharingan than the Uchiha clan. The words fell. Orochimaru raised his eyelids, and even felt a little emotional in his heart. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain. He immediately narrowed his eyes again and looked at Senju Tobirama with a smile. Actually, I stand on your side, second generation master, really. For talents like second generation master, I value it. Stop talking nonsense. How about it? The deal is done. Orochimaru heard that Senju Tobirama seemed impatient, so he stopped talking nonsense, nodded lightly, and smiled slightly. Next, I will restrain Uchiha Madara and tell him not to let you do these things again. I believe that if he is allowed to quietly accompany the first generation to play games, he will be very happy. The word "seeing" has not been said yet. That's not what I want. Just saw. Senju Tobirama shook his head calmly, then raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and a gloomy smile appeared on his face, with a weird look in his eyes, and his expression gradually became ferocious. General Manager. Give me the position of General Manager. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, I will let that evil Uchiha Madara understand the rules of the workplace. Just a junior, I will make him understand. Ha 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 ha. Evil Uchiha Madara. The words fell. Orochimaru. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. These two boring guys, what on earth are they doing? He suddenly discovered. Things seem to be getting a little weird. 025 poor people and poor families. Ding Dang was very confused today. Because when she was about to go to bed today, a strange guy suddenly appeared in front of the bed. What's strange? How to say it? It's probably that the whole body is white, looks very strange, and also called her little Ding Dang. Was it sent by her father or mother? But no matter what, the soft and sticky Ding Dang still felt very scared, so she pulled up the quilt and huddled inside, only showing her eyes to look at the strange guy in front of her, and said softly, "Hello, hello. Who are you?" I was thinking in my heart whether I should shout now to let my father or mother come in. Me. After hearing Uchiha Ding Dang asking him, the little white man immediately put on a self-proclaimed handsome look. I was born to respond to the call and come to answer, the loyal servant of Lord Ding Dang. Hee. That bunch of idiots. The one who controls the future is the little Ding Dang master in front of him. As long as he improves his favorability while the little Ding Dang is young, then when the boss grows up and inherits the legacy of the Fuya group, he will be able to rise to the top in one step and become Bai Shang Bai. At that time he can eat whatever he wants, and drink a cup of milk tea and pour a cart. When other little white people see him, the left and right arm of the little Ding Dang, from the rich minister, they have to bow and call him little white man master. Ha ha ha. The little white man from the rich minister seems to have thought of the scene in the future. At that time, he will lead the little Ding Dang back to inherit the position of the boss. With a wave of his hand, all the little white people who once secretly drank his milk tea bowed their heads and begged for mercy. With his hands on his hips, his face suddenly showed a smug expression. Today you are indifferent to me, bully me, and slander me. Tomorrow I will make you unable to reach you. This guy. I haven't received the spores from the cave yet, and I don't know if the former boss Uchiha Madara has been reincarnated. I don't know if he has been forgotten or if there is no message from there. However, this extremely arrogant smile still scared the little lowly Doraemon. This strange guy. He doesn't look like a good person. I want to call Dad, but if I shout Dad now, will I be beaten by this bad guy? It scares Doraemon. Sister Ling Dang. Sister Ling Dang. If I had known earlier, I would have accompanied Sister Ling Dang to sleep today. After hesitating for a while, he said in a low and timid voice, that I don't know you. You don't need to know me, just know that I am your most loyal servant. The little white man said with a faint smile, I will protect you to grow up and make you the strongest and richest person. Can I refuse? I have my father and mother to protect me. Are all the kids in the ninja world so hard to fool now? You know they fooled everyone accurately, even Uchiha Madara was fooled by them. The little white man was slightly stunned, and said seriously again, you are born extraordinary, with the purest Hyuga blood and the rich blood of the strong Uchiha. You are destined to be extraordinary in your life. You need my help. Are you dissatisfied with the current ninja world? Are you angry with people now? As long as you are dissatisfied with it, you have the power to change it all. Well, it seems not. No. You have. No. Yes. Ding Dang frowned cutely and looked at the guy who didn't understand her. She didn't know what to say all of a sudden, but after thinking about it, she seemed to think of something, and shrank her head again. Actually, I'm still a little unhappy. The words fell. The originally discouraged little white man suddenly cheered up. Tell me, believe me. I can definitely help you. Yesterday I told my dad that I wanted a 9-tailed doll to sleep with, and I wanted my dad to go out with me to buy it. And he refused to buy it for you. Hearing what Xiao Ding Dang said, the little white man immediately continued the following words, the richest man in the ninja world is so stingy that he doesn't even want to buy a doll for his own daughter. It's really too. The words haven't been finished yet. I don't allow you to say that about my dad. Xiao Ding Dang, who was originally embarrassed, suddenly stretched out his little head angrily and glared at the little white man, otherwise, I'll ask for your help. I hate you. And I haven't finished talking yet. Little Doraemon, tell me. Tell me. Actually, I just wanted Daddy to play with me, but her cheeks flushed, and she said embarrassedly, Dad bought me 9 very big-tailed beasts today. I really don't want so many, I just want Daddy and Mommy to play with me, and my room can't hold them all. The words fell. The little white man was silent, turned his head, and only now did he discover the 9 very huge and cute-tailed beast dolls in the room. He knew this thing. Very big. Even an adult can sleep in it. It is a very rare high-end limited edition doll. Most people would feel very painful to buy one, but I didn't expect there are 9 of them here. And this room is really big. At a glance, there are very precious dolls or small toys everywhere. Is this the power of a rich woman? The little white man was shocked. Sure enough, this boss found the right one. But this. He really can't help. After all, that Uchiha Fuyu is not a simple guy. However. Can you leave? Xiao Ding Dang shrank again, revealing her big watery eyes, and said softly, I'm going to sleep. You need me. No need. You really need me. The little white man continued to look at little Ding Dang stubbornly, really? I'm very useful. But little Ding Dang pouted, with an embarrassed expression on her little face, I really don't need it. You need it. No need. You need it. No need. You need it. Two don't need it. At this point, little Ding Dang's eyes turned red, as if she was about to cry, I want my dad and my mom. Someone is bullying little Ding Dang. Stop. A sound of oh. Frightened, Ding Dang was stunned, staring blankly at the little white man in front of her who seemed to be serious. before her little head could react. Little ding dang, ah! The little white man suddenly burst into tears. Actually, I just don't have a job and I'm looking for one. I have a useless and black-hearted elder brother, and tens of thousands of hungry younger brothers to support. I live in a cave at home, and it's hard to even get enough food, and there's no toilet. I'm miserable. Life is hard. Hearing what the little white man said, Xiao Ding Dang's mouth became an O shape, and her watery eyes were round, looking at the little white man in front of her in disbelief. Then you are so pitiful. Yes. So, can you accept me, Master Xiao Ding Dang? I just want to find a job. Don't worry, I can do anything, I'm very good. Just a cup of milk tea is enough. So. I'm so pitiful. If I can't find a job, tens of thousands of brothers will starve to death again. Okay then. Xiao Ding Dang nodded in distress, but I don't have that much money, I don't know if it's enough. I don't know how much a cup of milk tea costs. As he said that, he took his small wallet from the table beside him, thought about it and took out several 10,000 tael bills from it, hesitated for a moment. Is this enough? Mom said that you can't go hungry. After saying that, the little white man was silent. How long has it been since he saw such a big bill? It seems like it was after he came back from the land of Earth. It seems like there's no need to wait for that Uchiha to become rich, he can drink a cup of milk tea and pour a car. Is this the rich and generous boss? Is he shocked all over, boss? I will definitely be loyal. He found out. A wonderful life seems to be coming. By then, all those little white guys will kneel before him and shout, please buy me milk tea. Ha ha ha. 026 is too small. Otsutsuki Urashiki seems to have noticed something wrong and found himself wanted by the ninja world. So, he has not appeared again during this period, so that the latest traces on the internet have not been refreshed. I am not afraid that he will make trouble everywhere, but I am afraid that he will suddenly hide. I don't know what conspiracy he is plotting. But I believe that surrounded by the vast ocean of ninjas in the entire ninja world, Otsutsuki Urashiki will surface sooner or later. At this time, Uchiha Fuyu and Hinata Hanabi don't know that their daughter has been worshipped as the second-generation leader by a certain white Zetsu, otherwise they would have planted trees for the bad guy who might teach their daughter bad things. Today. Need to go to a meeting. A meeting organized by Minato. Yesterday. Yahiko and the others came to Konoha, but because there were many people in the family and the relationship was complicated, except for Kana who also came, no one else stayed at Fuyu's house. As for the content of the meeting, Fuyu already knew what Minato was going to say. Originally, he didn't want to go. It was just another matter in the ninja world, he was also quite familiar with it, but after being invited by Minato, he thought about it and decided to attend. As for Hanabi, this person from the other ninja world didn't go. According to her, what she knew, she, Suzuki, and Boruto already knew, so it's better not to join in the fun. Today, she plans to take the kids to the playground. Fuyu looked at Suzuki who came over this morning. It seems that he has been outside investigating the whereabouts of Otsutsuki Urashiki these days, but even if there is a network to help, busy, but always one step late. No way. I can only go back to Konoha first. After all, looking at Otsutsuki Urashiki's traces these days, she's goal is indeed Konoha. Nine-tailed fox? Or Naruto? But no matter what, he can't succeed. As for Boruto, has been playing games at his aunt's house recently. Although the situation at his aunt's house is very complicated, he has no money and no other place to live in the ninja world. He can only live in his aunt's house. Of course, he is still very happy about the full set of high-end gaming equipment at home. These days it seems that he has become friends with Naruto and the others, and they play games together at night. You can tell from his dark circles. No, we should have played a little late last night, especially since he was originally playing digital ninjas in another ninja world, and suddenly saw this 3D high-definition large-scale game. He must be very excited. A few days ago, he asked himself when the virtual reality game would be online, and whether he could be a viewer. It seems that he is also preparing to bring the game to his ninja world when he returns. The group walked towards the Hokage building. Along the way Sasuke seemed to be worried, with a frown on his face, and he looked very confused. He was probably not ready to meet his father later. It's all said. You call me uncle, and I'll call you Sasuke brother. Why are you still confused? As for Nagato and Yahiko, to be honest, they are still very confused about this meeting. I don't know why the Hokage of Konoha suddenly invited them here. Good morning, Fuyu. Oh, everyone is here. When they were about to reach the Hokage building, they saw Jiraiya, who was refreshed. Fuyu also said happily, just finished dancing. You figured it out. Ha ha ha. I haven't been back to the village to dance for a long time. This time I came back and just went to dance. After all, I am also the vice chairman of the Konoha Square dance team. After that, he put his arm around Sasuke's shoulders and said, would you like me to take you dancing tomorrow? It's quite interesting. It seems that he has understood the identities of Sasuke and Boruto. However, Sasuke refused without any hesitation and expressionless. Thinking of the scene he saw when he first came here, he suddenly got a sudden inspiration. It's so beautiful. They were getting closer and closer to the Hokage building. They met more and more people, such as the head of the Konoha Guard Department and the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. However, just when Sasuke was struggling with what to call, the other person glanced at them indifferently and turned away. Fugaku, father, is still the same. Sasuke sighed, shook his head, and was relieved in his heart. Otherwise, he really didn't know what to say just now. However, what happened next? He looked at the Hokage building in front of him. That was the most troublesome thing. At this time, a luxury car stopped. Then, a neatly dressed guy quickly came down and respectfully opened the car door, and then an ancient golden cane emerged from the car. After a while, Shimura Danzo, dressed formally, got off the car. Big back hair, black suit, shiny leather shoes. It seems that he just came back from business this morning. However, Sasuke beside him looked at Shimura Danzo in front of him with a complicated expression. He had a lot to say in his heart, but he didn't know how to complain. This momentum, his Shimura Danzo in the ninja world doesn't have it. Finally, after Danzo greeted this side, he could only sigh with emotion and watched Danzo walk into the Hokage building. I don't know what will happen later. After Shimura Danzo in the ninja world knows what Shimura Danzo in the other ninja world has done. Soon, as everyone entered the meeting room, Minato, who was sitting at the first seat, took a glance and sighed inwardly. Thinking of what was going to happen next, to be honest, he was also panicking, so he invited Fuyu and Fugaku to come. At least if something happened later, they could control it as soon as possible with their strength and connections. So many people were invited today. The third Hokage beside him was also a little surprised that so many people came to today's meeting, especially Uchiha Fuyu, and the other two. I remember they were the two people who sneaked into Konoha last time. Although the fourth Hokage had announced to the public that it was just an exercise, as the third Hokage he still understood. So, what exactly is it? And from the atmosphere, it seems a little complicated. He frowned slightly and took a puff of his cigarette. Fourth generation, is there anything important today? If you have any difficulties, just tell me directly. I still have some strength in my body. Thank you, third generation. Minato nodded with a wry smile, maybe it's not a big deal. As he said that, he glanced at the protagonists of today. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Boruto. He hesitated slightly, thank you. Uchiha Sasuke. After saying that, everyone was shocked. This name isn't it the name of the second son of the Fugaku clan leader? Even Uchiha Fugaku looked at the young man who stood up with a shocked face. Uchiha Sasuke? What's going on? Same name? Before everyone could react. I am Uchiha Sasuke from another ninja world. Slightly better than this ninja world, a little later a slightly different ninja world. Uchiha Sasuke said lightly, then he pondered for a moment, his eyes widened. Forget it, you will know when you see it yourself. He has already discussed it with the fourth generation. What should be shown? What should not be shown? And the two ninja worlds, no one knows what will happen next. It is better to spread it out directly. Maybe we can find a way to increase the communication between the two ninja worlds. A red light flashed by. Fuyu yawned, looking at the people trapped in the environment, and didn't care. He didn't need it. However, about a quarter of an hour later, everyone seemed to wake up. Their eyes were full of shock, especially Uchiha, Jiraiya, the third generation, Nagato, Yahiko. Everyone looked at Shimura Danzo with a big back hair in silence. Shimura Danzo, the other ninja world is not peaceful. So much has happened, and there is also this guy's figure faintly behind. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Minato also had cold sweat on his forehead at this time, and his eyes became serious. If something happened, he would definitely stop it quickly. At this time, the atmosphere became heavier and heavier. The whole conference room fell into silence. Nagato saw the experience of himself. Yahiko and Konan, his eyes could not help but spin, as if he was the Uzumaki Nagato of the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen on the side was also restless. He took another puff of his cigarette and looked at Danzo, who was thinking with a mixed look. He didn't expect Danzo, he actually did so many things and finally fell into darkness, and even assassinated himself. He opened his mouth, sighed, and said in a trembling voice, Danzo, you. The words were not finished. Too small. Too small. At this time, Danzo also reacted from the shock, sighed, and shook his head. The pattern is small. Is this the so-called other ninja world? What a stupid other me. The pattern is so small. Everyone looked at Danzo, who looked disappointed, and fell silent again. That's it? What about the others? Shimura Danzo. 027 Serious people. Danzo waved his hand with a calm face, not caring about the looks around him. That was done by Danzo from another ninja world. What does it have to do with Shimura Danzo from the entire ninja world? But I didn't expect that there was another different ninja world. It's really shocking. This news alone is worth at least tens of billions. And at this time, after understanding that this ninja world is this ninja world and that ninja world is that ninja world, everyone retracted their gazes and fell into deep thought. Then what does the fourth Hokage mean by asking us to come here? Yahiko groaned slightly, and glanced at Nagato, who was also frowning beside him. Rinnegan. Indeed, after all, although it was the matter of another ninja world, the two ninja worlds still have some similarities. Minato smiled helplessly and said, so, since Nagato has the Samsara Eye, that means Uchiha Madara is still alive. Hey, he may be dead now, but no matter what, we must prevent the Black Zetsu in the dark. Although the development of this ninja world seems to be a little different from the other ninja world, for example, he and Kushina are not dead yet, but it is not certain that Uchiha Madara in this ninja world is really planning an infinite moon reading. So, Samsara Eye must be careful. Of course, the most important thing now is to catch Otsutsuki Urashiki, who came to this ninja world. The words fell. Everyone's expression became serious. After all, there is such a time bomb in the ninja world, and everyone is quite worried. You know, this ninja world is much more peaceful than the other ninja world. What if a terrible war is caused by this? Thinking of this, he turned his head and looked at Uchiha Sasuke on the side. This Uchiha Sasuke from another ninja world is more familiar with Otsutsuki Urashiki. I have been chasing him during this period, but I am one step late every time. Sasuke sighed helplessly and pondered for a while. Now according to the known information, Otsutsuki Urashiki's target should be Uzumaki Naruto and the Nine Tails. The words fell. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Namikaze Minato, who nodded with a bitter smile. One is the tailed beast in his wife's body, and the other is his son. He was also quite helpless. I will keep an eye on Naruto and Kushina. Minato also looked at everyone. I'll leave it to you next. Speaking of this, he looked at the Uchiha clan leader, who was still silent. The safety of the village is entrusted to the Konoha Guard, and the Anbu will also cooperate. Then, other tasks were arranged. The meeting was over. Next. I guess everyone has to get used to this shocking information, especially Yahiko and Nagato. These two guys have looked at Fuyu with a strange look since they knew about the other ninja world. Although they were very surprised that both of them died, they are now more curious about when Fuyu knew all this. Especially Nagato. When he saw another self become a god and die, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. He has not forgotten since he was a child. Fuyu has always asked him if he wants to be a god. At that time, Fuyu, this I Samsara I, the eye of the legendary six-path sage. Me, who is it? Brother Fuyu, the legendary god of the ninja world. Possessing the power of a god. Me, who among the serious people is a god. Brother Fuyu, then are you one? Me, I'm not one. At that time, I thought that Brother Fuyu was just mentally ill, but now it seems maybe Brother Fuyu knew something from the beginning. It's just that. When Uzumaki Nagato remembered another self sitting in a wheelchair, calling himself Six Paths Pain, and being the god of the ninja world, his mouth twitched and his whole body shuddered. That self must not be a serious person. Just walked out of the meeting room. What do you think of yourself as a god? Brother Fuyu ran up with a look of emotion and patted his shoulder. So handsome, a god in a wheelchair. That's not me. Want to be a god? You are a man with samsara eye. Go away. It's good to become a god, bring pain to the ninja world, carry a bag of rice to several floors. How majestic! But the leg is lame. Tianyan of Wangxiang. Fuyu, who was ejected, patted his butt happily, stood up, looked at Nagato who had run away, and sighed sadly. Nagato has the talent to become a god. Brother Fuyu. Don't tease Nagato. Yahiko on the side smiled helplessly and shook his head. Nagato is not easy either. A sigh. Perhaps if he really died, Nagato would also carry his will and become a god? Thinking of this, I couldn't help laughing, looking at Brother Fuyu. Brother Fuyu, did you know it from the beginning? I only knew a little bit. Brother Fuyu. That's enough. No need to say anything. Fuyu sighed with emotion, patted Yahiko's shoulder who wanted to say something. Go and watch Nagato. Don't get angry when the time comes, the truth will bring pain to the ninja world. Escaped from the ninja world with the samsara eye overnight. Yahiko looked at Fuyu with a smile and shook his head. Nagato won't do that. He hesitated for a moment. Of course, as long as Fuyu, don't tease him anymore. Otherwise, maybe he will get angry. Ha ha ha. After saying hello, he left quickly. And Fuyu waved his hand, smiled and watched Yahiko leave, muttering to himself, remember there is another guy in the village who is ready to become a god. Create a world with Lin. What a pity. Minato was probably worried that something unexpected would happen to the love triangle that had calmed down, so Kakashi and Obito didn't come today. Otherwise, he would have to laugh at them. Turning his head, he looked at Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Sasuke who were staring at each other but said nothing. These two father and son seemed to be quite embarrassed. It's his fault. It's his fault. I guess Fugaku will be a head shorter than the Hyuga clan leader by then. Fugaku sighed and walked over. Everyone can talk about their own things, you call him. He didn't finish his words. Uchiha Fugaku patted Suzuki expressionlessly, then looked at Fugaku indifferently, snorted coldly, and turned away. He didn't say anything. It's still the same. Don't worry, Fugaku is just not good at expressing his inner thoughts. Fuyu didn't care and patted Sasuke's shoulder. He still recognizes you as his son. Suzuki raised his eyelids and looked at Fuyu expressionlessly, hesitating slightly. Move away. This guy is so annoying. After saying that, he also disappeared on the spot. Are you shy? Fuyu sighed with emotion, shook his head, then glanced at the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo who had already left in the car and said nothing. He walked slowly towards home. I wonder if Xiao Dang and the others have come back from playing? A few days later. We have to prepare to connect the internet cable to the moon. At the same time. Sarutobi Hiruzen. He looked at Danzo who was still thinking beside him. Shimura Danzo had been thinking since the meeting ended, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. Could he still be thinking about what another Danzo did? Danzo, you sighed. Don't worry too much, that was what another Danzo of the ninja world did, it has nothing to do with you. I'm not thinking about that. Danzo came back to his senses, shook his head, and sneered disdainfully, such a small-minded guy, is he worthy of being called Danzo? You know. He is Shimura Danzo who dared to start a business even with huge debts. How could he be another sneaky, furtive guy who would even roll and crawl when he was caught? You said. He paused slightly, with a gleam in his eyes. Do we have a way to open the root group to another ninja world? Before Hiruzen could react. I saw. Danzo sighed again, his mouth slightly raised. This is an undeveloped market. A big market. It seems we have to experiment again. 028 The beginning of the liberation of workers. On the day after the meeting, all the ninjas from Konoha and the Land of Rain took action and began to explore the traces of Otsutsuki Urashiki. Of course. Most ninjas just followed the orders from their superiors, and only a few knew the reason. However, Otsutsuki Urashiki had not appeared for several days, and no one knew where he was hiding. Originally, it was thought that his target was Uzumaki Naruto and the Nine Tails, but Suzuki, who had been in the village for several days, still did not find any trace of him. Now, Suzuki began to wonder what this guy wanted to do. Could it be that the target was Uzumaki Naruto, but he was just a bait, and actually had other purposes? For a while, Suzuki was also a little worried. I don't know what Otsutsuki Urashiki wanted to do in this ninja world. Although this is another ninja world, but seeing his father, mother, and Ani-chan, he still hopes that this ninja world can continue to be beautiful. If they bring disaster to this ninja world, he will regret it in his heart. So, Suzuki has been very busy these days. As for Boruto, he is just a kid. Konoha here has not fallen to the point where a kid is needed to save the ninja world, so now he is playing games with his other father and his other uncle Suzuki. Minato also quite agrees with this. After all, he is his grandson anyway, and it is better for Naruto and Boruto to stay in the village to play games than to run around everywhere. During this period, the eyes of the Hyuga clan leader looking at him and his son seemed to make Minato feel more and more gloomy. If he didn't know the reason, Minato would almost suspect that the Hyuga family was dissatisfied with the village and was preparing for a coup. It can be said that Minato is also very busy. Not only are there things in the village, but there are also things at home that need to be dealt with. And he still wants to have a good relationship with his in-laws. Just don't know why. When the word Hyuga is mentioned, Naruto trembles all over and keeps shaking his head. It really worries him. Of course. These have nothing to do with being rich. He was just an ordinary businessman. As for his ninja status, it was revoked after graduation. He had not been a ninja for a long time. At night, looking at Hanabi who was busy in front of the computer with doubts, Fuyu walked over. You know, Hanabi rarely played games or used the computer, but for some reason, she stayed in front of the computer these 2 days. And she took her children to play around a few days ago. Could it be that she was thinking of going back, so she was preparing to have a good time in this ninja world? What are you doing? He glanced at the computer, editing. Yes. Hanabi nodded with a smile, without raising her head, still editing something. Didn't I collect, after a slight pause, a little bit of interesting things in the past few years? I plan to let Suzuki and Boruto take them back. After the words fell, Fuyu said with a look of horror, you are planning to start the 5th Ninja World War. Hanabi rolled her eyes. She knew Fuyu was just joking, and said unhappily, yes. Yes. I am going to bring pain to another ninja world. Do you want to become a god? Ha ha ha. Hearing Fuyu's words, Hanabi couldn't help laughing, and remembered what happened to Uzumaki Nagato a few days ago. Fuyu, this guy, caught me and said you want to become a god? You want to bring pain to the ninja world? As soon as he saw me, and Nagato was so angry that he almost gave Fuyu a Chibaku Tensei and sealed him directly. Pursing her lips, she kicked Fuyu helplessly, hate it. Don't bother me, I have already cut it wrong, I just want my sisters to see this ninja world. However, Fuyu didn't respond to Hanabi's words this time. He pulled a chair over and looked at Hanabi seriously, which made Hanabi look puzzled. What's wrong? Are you really not going back? Although I still want to go back to see my father and sister, if possible, I will take Doraemon to see Grandpa, but Hanabi rolled her eyes at Fuyu and said, if I go back, I may not be able to come back. After a pause, I already have my own home here. Maybe. Even she herself didn't expect that she, who had been looking for a way to go back, would eventually choose to stay. Hanabi raised the corner of her mouth slightly and glanced at Fuyu beside her. Let's have a drink tonight. On the other side. Do you have a problem or do I have a problem? Orochimaru looked at the phone in his hand that had ended the call, with a distressed expression on his feminine face, studying ways to travel through parallel worlds. What the hell? Could it be that Shimura Danzo has read too many novels by Jiraiya and is planning to travel through another world? A strange phone call came early in the morning, and then asked him to study the method of time travel. This is really too difficult. Even the second-generation Hokage probably can't do it. Forget it, just transfer the funds. As for whether it can be studied, it's none of my business. There is money to take. Why not take it? When I think of the second-generation Hokage, Orochimaru is a little helpless again. These two guys have been fighting for a long time, always trying to suppress each other. It's really a headache. If it goes on like this, I guess if it weren't for the impure world reincarnation, they might have to kill him, and then inherit the factory and command the other party. This is infighting for something? But no matter how you look at it, it's pretty boring. I didn't expect it. The legendary Uchiha Madara and the second generation would actually do such a boring thing. Of course. During this period he has gained a lot of things. For example, the face of Hashirama on Uchiha Madara's chest. When Orochimaru saw it, he was stunned. He thought that the bond between the first generation and Uchiha Madara had reached this point, and they both carved each other's faces on their chests. As a result, it was caused by the cells of the first generation. It's really valuable research. It seems that there should be some secrets between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, and said to himself in a feminine tone, I don't know what surprises they will bring to me next. To be honest, this is still pretty good. I can't go on like this. The little white man looked at Madara, who contacted him for no reason today, in confusion. It's very strange. I don't understand. Suddenly called him over, and then suddenly said that this couldn't go on any longer. Did Madara-sama discover something? Not going to do it anymore? After hesitating for a moment, he said, What's wrong? Madara-sama. After he finished speaking. Just saw. Madara-sama glared with a serious expression on his face. This black-hearted processing factory must be destroyed as soon as possible. Such an evil place actually eats human ashes buns. It's really hateful. I paused for a moment, emphasized his tone. Uchiha Madara. And will definitely destroy this place and liberate all the enslaved workers here. Powerful and full of determination. It shocked the little white man. So, what exactly does Madara-sama want to do? I don't understand. However, Uchiha Madara's mouth corners slightly raised, and his eyes exuded a strange light. I'm no longer going to play this boring game with that guy. But the constraints of the impure world reincarnation must be solved in a way. He lowered his head and stared at the shocked white Zetsu again. It's time for you to act. Update later. 404 not found. 404 not found. Open Resty. 029 Who are you? My name is Otsutsuki Tonari. I am a member of the Otsutsuki clan living on the moon, but according to the words left by our ancestors, we once migrated from the ninja world to the moon, and it seems that we are burdened with protecting the ninja world and observing people from outside the sky. However, Otsutsuki Tonari. I was born blind, so I have few friends since I was a child. But I don't care, because I think I am definitely not an ordinary person. After all, even if I don't have eyes, I can see this world. And I can see it more clearly. Just like the novels in the ninja world, as long as you are the protagonist, you are different from others since birth and have special abilities, so I think I am the protagonist. I was born without eyes, but I can still see the ninja world and carry the mission of the clan. This is definitely the protagonist style. Just like the boss I will create art I met on the internet when I went to the ninja world with my dad a few years ago. It's just that the boss is more extraordinary. Both parents died, he was gifted, and had wonderful secrets, but he was oppressed by a cruel master and fled the village. However, in the fate of the protagonist, he met a black-hearted boss and lived a miserable life. He has been displaced all his life and has always encountered huge challenges, but he still lives tenaciously like the protagonist in the book. He had a bad fate at a young age, but he still tried hard to survive. If this is not the protagonist, what is it? What a pity. I haven't contacted the boss for many years. Although this is on the moon, it is not as prosperous as the ninja world. There are sand and gravel everywhere, and there is no network. Therefore, it is impossible to find the boss online. I don't know how the boss is doing after so many years. I think he should be starting to rise and set foot on the invincible ninja world, or he is on the road to the protagonist of the invincible ninja world. Although I really want to talk to the boss about the protagonist's path, the road from Yuiyu to the ninja world is also quite troublesome. He is still a child, and his father and others don't trust him to go to the ninja world alone. If he wants to read novels and learn about games, he has to buy them from the clan members who go to and from the ninja world every year. However, every time he sees a new novel, he lags behind other people in the ninja world. This has always been a regret in his heart. Some time ago, I heard from the clan members who were purchasing in the ninja world that the ninja world is becoming more and more prosperous, and there are new and strange things everywhere. Although I can usually observe the ninja world through the eyes of my ancestors, I can only see a general idea. However, now, since last week, this place will also be different. They are here. They are finally here. The employees of the FUIA Group's communications division finally connected Yuiyu to the internet. Since last week, it has been completed today, so today he can also surf the internet on Yuiyu, learn about the ninja world, read novels, play games, and contact the boss again. You know, I haven't chatted with the boss for many years since I wrote down his number last time. Sharon looked expectantly at his father who was fiddling with the computer in front of him, stomping his feet and walking around. Is it done? Is it done? Dad? Is it done? After the communication branch stationed on the moon announced that the network could be connected, he immediately asked his father to pull the network cable and buy a computer. And this morning, the engineer from the communication branch came to pull the network cable. Don't rush. The middle-aged man in front of him debugged the computer helplessly and said, "Your dad has only touched this thing a few times, how can it be so fast? You know. Even if he can't go to the ninja world to play computer all day. If it weren't for the help of the Hyuga clan members in the last time he went to the ninja world, he would probably just be blind. I heard that the Hyuga clan in the ninja world is developing better and better, and the life in the clan is getting better and better. It's really enviable." At the beginning, the Otsutsuki clan living on the moon were still arrogant and disdained to choose the Hyuga clan living in the ninja world. Unexpectedly, it's only been a few years. Every time I send people to the ninja world, I feel like a poor relative visiting a relative in the city. The ninja world has changed so much. Without a guide, they will be blind and understand nothing when they walk in the ninja world. The young man muttered, "Why is this computer different from the previous one? I remember that the previous interface was different from this one." I know. Sharon said quickly, "I just asked the communication engineer, they said this is a new system, Ninja 10 version, we used to have only version 7. The system is smoother and safer. It's only been a few years, and it's already version 10. The changes are so fast. Don't worry about it. Is it done? Dad? It's done. It's done. Hurry. Hurry. You can only urge." After seeing that there was no problem, Sharon's father stood up helplessly. As soon as he stood up, his son quickly sat down. Sighing, he shook his head, "Don't be addicted to the internet, kid. You can only play for 2 hours a day, and you must train before you can play. Otherwise, I won't pay the internet fee." "Got it, Dad." This kid Sharon's father looked at Sharon, who had ignored him, and sighed helplessly, "He is really not steady at all." "Okay." Sharon is just a little excited. Sharon's mother next to him smiled slightly, "Let him be happy today. You know, he has always wanted to go online in the ninja world. It's rare that we can connect to the internet on the moon now." After the words fell. "Yes. I didn't expect that I could actually go online on the moon." Sharon's father next to him sighed, "I heard from those tribesmen who came back from the ninja world that the ninja world is really different every year. The changes are very big." After saying that, he looked at his wife, who was already swiping the mobile phone she just bought today, with a black face. "Who are you chatting with? She actually ignored her husband like this? Mrs. Hyuga?" Sharon's mother turned her head and looked at Sharon's father. "I asked the clan members to ask for Mrs. Hyuga's phone number a while ago. Today I happened to be online, so I thought of saying hello." At this point, she also sighed, "I never thought now I can contact the ninja world just by standing on the moon. It still seems a little incredible. The technology of the ninja world is changing with each passing day. By the way, I heard that online shopping will also cover the moon in a while." "Really? Then it will be very convenient to purchase supplies. But I heard because the moon is too remote, it belongs to a remote area, so it may not be free shipping. Here it's really remote enough." Sharon's father nodded helplessly, and then, looking at his son who was already addicted to the computer, he said righteously, "Keep an eye on him. He can only play for 2 hours. Otherwise, he will lose his ambition." He said earnestly, "I'm doing this for his own good." 2 hours. It's his turn to play in 2 hours. At this time, finally able to go online, Tonari quickly found the boss, who encouraged him to walk out of the darkness and understand his mission. With excitement and years of nostalgia, Tonari quickly found the avatar that had been dim for many years and clicked it. After the dialogue window popped up, he quickly typed on the keyboard, "Boss." I miss you so much. Finished typing. Looking at the dialogue window with expectation. I don't know if the boss misses me, and whether I have become the real protagonist now. I heard that the protagonist must go through some hardships before he can stand up. I don't know how the boss is doing. A quarter of an hour later. Ding. Who are you? 030 Black History. Who are you chatting with? No one. Deidara, who has grown into a handsome guy, heard what Kakuzu said, and his eyes suddenly floated up, as if deliberately changing the subject. I'm just doing sales. However, after the words fell, Kakuzu looked at Deidara suspiciously, who was sneaking around with his phone almost touching his face, and said, he's a salesman? Why would you care about him if he's a salesman? Don't be fooled by pyramid schemes. To feel sorry for him. His family seems to sell tea leaves, and now his grandfather has passed away. His uncles, brothers, and sisters are trying to steal the tea plantation his grandfather left him. They said that if he can't sell the tea leaves, he will have to live on the streets. I hope I can help him. You can't even help yourself, and you still want to help others. Oh. Don't worry about it. Deidara made up an excuse and slept for a while, as if he was very impatient with Kakuzu's questioning. I just want to chat a little. Really? An ancient friend came early in the morning and called me boss as soon as he opened his mouth. At first I thought it was one of my fans. I didn't expect it. It turned out to be a netizen I added randomly when I was a child. I chatted with him briefly back then. It seems that he was born blind, from a poor family, and had never touched a computer. Very pitiful. At that time, I was young and ignorant. I boasted a little bit, what protagonist, what against the sky, what my fate is determined by me, what 30 years of River East, what eternal art. Anyway, if he was seen by acquaintances now, Deidara felt that he has to change his name and live somewhere else. How embarrassing. I didn't expect it. After so long, this guy still remembers it. And I haven't seen him surfing the internet in the past few years. According to what he said just now, it seems that his home has just been connected to the internet. It's been so many years, and he has just been connected to the internet. It looks like he should live in a very remote and poor place. Hey, Deidara felt his eyes reddened. Looking at those words full of innocence, he sighed and muttered, no wonder nothing has changed after so long. Perhaps only in such a remote place, where you know nothing and have never received anything, can you be so innocent. You have never forgotten what you said back then. So, thinking about it, he quickly typed a line of words and sent it over. Don't contact me again in the future. Then, without any hesitation, he quickly deleted the friend and blocked him in one go. Then he finally breathed a sigh of relief. I have never talked about such a shameful topic with anyone. He decided, let's hide this history in history. However, after a while, thinking of the innocent child who was eager for comfort, he sighed helplessly, opened his online wallet, and recharged him 188,888. Let this history pass. Young man. I can only help you so much. He saved this money for a long time and saved it secretly. It's very difficult to hide a penny when you meet the miser Kakuzu. What are you doing? Kakuzu looked at Deidara, who was sighing, and now raised his head with a sad and melancholy face, and frowned slightly, sneaky. I'm fine. Deidara quickly came back to his senses and said seriously, I just feel a little emotional. So, what are you lamenting about? The tea seller was kicked out of the house? Kakuzu pursed his lips. He had lived with this kid for so many years. How could he not understand this kid? At the beginning, he was always arrogant and pretentious. He always got him into trouble and almost made him lose all his money. Then, after experiencing the beatings of society, he finally grew up in the past few years. He has seen more and is more sensible. He no longer speaks in a way that makes people angry. He has learned a lot about the ways of the world. Kakuzu glanced at him with satisfaction. Deidara felt uncomfortable all over when he saw Kakuzu's scrutinizing eyes. Especially since he had just said goodbye to his past black history, he must be doubting whether Kakuzu knew something now. He said coyly and uncomfortably, "What's wrong?" However, it was this coy and embarrassed expression that made Kakuzu seem to understand something in his heart. He sighed and patted his shoulder, "I know." Deidara was shocked and looked at Kakuzu in fear and shame, "You know. Don't be embarrassed. I'm also a person who has been through it. It's just that the ninja world was in chaos back then, and it was hard to survive, so why would I worry about this?" Kakuzu sighed with melancholy, his eyes full of memories, and then he lowered his head to look at Deidara, with a faint smile on his lips. "You've grown up. Boy. Did you misunderstand something?" "How could I misunderstand? How could I not understand such a small matter?" "Don't be embarrassed." Kakuzu snorted coldly, but after a while he sighed again, "Forget it. This really can't go on. Although I haven't done that no-cost business in the past few years. But the ninja world is still not peaceful. There are always some guys with holes in their brains who want to start a war or something. Therefore, when each ninja village can't find their own ninja, they will offer a reward for their arrest. What, walking 5 million, 50 million, or something like that? Just search the internet for the wanted order. This time, their target is the pyramid scheme leader who has been making a lot of noise recently. The value has risen from 500 million to 5 billion, far exceeding the current number 1 bounty in the ninja world, Otsutsuki Urashiki, the current number 1 bounty in the ninja world, Shimura Danzo." Kakuzu looked at the avatar of Otsutsuki Urashiki with a fishing rod on his phone, and then looked at Deidara, who was still pretending to be confused and embarrassed, with a firm face. "After this job, we will stop. In addition to the money I have saved for you in the past few years, it should be enough for you to live a good life. At that time I will go to your favorite, propose to a girl you like. I believe that for the sake of so much money, even if you are a wandering ninja, the girl's father will agree." "Kakuzu, did you misunderstand something?" But when he heard that Kakuzu was ready to take out all the money for him, Deidara was immediately moved and looked at Kakuzu. "Kakuzu. That's enough. You kid. You've grown up, live a good life. What are you moved about?" "That's not what I meant. It's just, can you give me the money first? It's mine anyway. Get lost. What are you thinking?" At this moment, looking at the message, "You are no longer friends with him/her" on the pop-up window, Otsutsuki Tonari was stunned. At this moment, has he been abandoned by the boss? His eyes suddenly widened, and he said in a low voice, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, I want this day to never again. Ding! Before he finished speaking, looking at the recharge 188,888 that popped up again, he was stunned again, looking at it stupidly. He seemed to understand something in his heart, and muttered to himself with self-blame, "The boss didn't abandon me, he must have encountered some trouble and didn't want to implicate me. The protagonist is always full of hardships, and the boss must be like this now. Don't worry, boss, I will definitely find you. I will help you overcome the difficulties when the time comes." After all, he must be the protagonist too. And this is another burst of beep. The game I just downloaded is finally installed. Otsutsuki Tonari suddenly trembled all over. Damn! This is a new game a few years ago. I just played it now. Boss, don't worry. After I play a few games, I will definitely train hard and save you when the time comes. Then, hurry up and open the game. 031 Starry C. Is that kid still playing games? Yet. Hearing Fuyu's words, Hanabi nodded helplessly. It seems that a netizen from the moon joined today, and then, the matched teammates are very bad. Boruto has been scolding the other party like a blind man. Does he have no eyes? He has been losing today and is almost red-eyed. It's not good to be addicted to games. Fuyu sighed with emotion. As an aunt, you have to restrain your nephew. Forget it. Anyway, I don't know how long he will leave. Let him play for a while. Hanabi sighed, with worry. It's been so long, and I haven't found that Otsutsuki Urashiki yet. I don't know what this guy wants to do. If there is some news, it's okay, but during this period of time there is not even any news, which is really worrying. Is that guy planning something bad? Don't worry. The bounty has increased to 5 billion. Fuyu waved his hand casually. More and more people are eyeing him. I believe he will be found after a while. It's just an Otsutsuki Urashiki. I believe that guy can't make any waves in this ninja world. If it doesn't work at most, just order takeout. No big problem. And isn't he here? The moon reclamation has been slightly upgraded to a higher level some time ago, and the physical fitness has been enhanced again. Now there will definitely be no back pain, and even the eyes have become stronger. Although it is only 3 megatama, I always feel that something is brewing in my heart. Very scary. The secret technique of the Mangekyo? Is it the money ability? Slap the face with money. By the way, as if remembering something, last time I was online, I saw Otsutsuki Tonari on the moon. As soon as the words fell, Hanabi looked at Fuyu in surprise. What are you talking about, that guy? Although Tonari Otsutsuki later understood the true meaning of Otsutsuki Hagoromo's stay and began to protect the ninja world, Hanabi didn't have much good feelings for this guy who dug out her eyes and forced her sister to marry him. It's good enough that she didn't ask him for a score. Besides, this sister in the ninja world lives well with Hanabi, and the Otsutsuki clan on the moon has not split. Why bother with him? No. How should I put it? Fuyu scratched his head. I always feel that guy is weird. What do you mean? Could it be that Tonari Otsutsuki, who is just a kid, is also going to do something? Before Hanabi asked. By the way, Suzuan, who was sorting out clothes on the side, suddenly asked, is Fuyu Group going to prepare a new movie this year? I heard that the Root Group has already started preparing a new movie. Although she rarely manages the Fuyu Group after getting married, she still keeps abreast of the situation from time to time. After the words fell. Oh? The Root Group has started preparing a new movie. Fuyu looked at Suzuan curiously. Did you find out what new movie it is? Suzuan groaned for a moment and said, it seems to be a hot topic on the moon right now. What's it called? Oh, by the way, My Love from the Moon. Fuyu's face suddenly became complicated. It's worthy of being the Root Group. This name. It must be a hit as soon as you hear it. That's right. This script is the same as the last Ninja World Doomsday. The famous screenwriter in the ninja world, and also the Konoha high level who was corrupt and accepted bribes that year, Mito Kato-en, the screenwriter pushed his glasses and said seriously, this part, the news that humans actually live on the moon, has made the entire ninja world very curious, so, believe me, this must be a selling point. Speaking of this, he took out his script and looked at his 2 best friends. This time I wrote about a day when an immortal woman from the moon fell into the ninja world. She has an amazing appearance and terrible abilities. At that time the ninja world was still barren, but with her help, the humans in the ninja world began to rise step by step. At the same time, they worshipped this immortal person from outer space and regarded her as a god. However, as humans became stronger and stronger, their worship began to diminish. In the end, they finally became jealous of this immortal person from outer space, which caused wars, but they could not beat the person from outer space, so they had to seal her. Until 1,000 years later, an arrogant but reckless handsome young man accidentally unlocked the seal, and then the 2 fell in love. The words fell. The 2 were shocked. This story. It's a bit familiar. However, Seeing the shocked expressions of the two, Mizuta Manyan was very satisfied and nodded proudly. How is it? This script is good. Believe me, it will definitely sell well this time. He is a famous screenwriter in the ninja world. That Yan. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care about this now, but took out the cigarette with a trembling hand, took a big puff, and looked at Yan. Do you know something? Because the matter was very important at that time, only a few people who had important relationships with another ninja world could understand it, so Yan didn't know about the other ninja world. Know what? Mizuta Manyan looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo in confusion. My story is just based on the things on the moon in the past few days, plus my own ideas, adapted. You don't think I copied it? At this point, his eyes suddenly glared. What do you think of me? How could I, Mizuta Manyan, do such a despicable thing? After saying that, Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled at each other and laughed. Sorry. Sorry. We were just talking about your new script. This story is amazing. I was shocked. It will definitely be a big hit. Of course. This is my confident work. Hearing the recognition of his old friend, Mizuta Manyan said happily. However, after a while, seeming to understand something, his eyes widened again, looking at the two people in front of him seriously. Wait a minute. Are you two hiding something from me? Ha ha ha, no way. No way. We have been friends for many years, how could I hide it from you? It is because of our long-term friendship. I know you too. Humph. Mizuta Manyan ignored it, still staring at the two people, and said unhappily, what are you hiding from me? But looking at the two confused people, he sighed, you two forget it. It seems that I am just an outsider after all, and I am the only one who doesn't know. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Speaking of this, he lowered his head in disappointment and was about to leave. Wait a minute. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted at him helplessly, sighed, hesitated slightly, but when he saw the lost eyes, he smiled bitterly and said, we didn't mean to hide it from you. He pushed Danzo implicitly. You come? That's right. Danzo nodded and said seriously, this matter is too important. Sorry. The situation is not clear now, I can't tell you. I really didn't mean to hide it from you. Oh, that's it. Hearing the words of his two best friends, Mito Kato-en was no longer angry. As a ninja, of course he knew that some information could not be leaked at will, but now he was more curious in his heart. He pondered for a while and looked at Danzo. Then can you tell me a little about how important it is? Hee. This you have to listen carefully. Danzo raised his mouth slightly, snorted, raised his head, his eyes showed majesty, and said with confidence, that can change the root group. Let the root group surpass the rich group. After the words fell, Mito Kato-en was shocked, and his pupils couldn't help but dilate. Are you serious? And Sarutobi Hiruzen on the side, his mouth twitched slightly, and he also looked at Danzo. What is this guy talking about? Is this the reason? However, of course. Danzo still nodded seriously, as if he was not lying, leaning on the crutches with both hands, looking forward. There seemed to be a sea of stars in his eyes, shocking the hearts of the two people, as long as that experiment succeeds. I don't know. How is Orochimaru's research going? 032 Take a courier. Travel through a parallel world? What a joke. Let alone travel through time, even if he has seen it, he has never seen the so-called parallel world, so he probably can't even do space-time ninjutsu. Orochimaru casually perfunctorily said a few words and hung up the phone. Anyway, it was just a scam of funds, why bother so much? Since the establishment of his impure world reincarnation processing plant, the funds in the organization have been sufficient, so he can continue his research. He has not forgotten his dream all along. Explore the secrets of the ninja world and gain immortality. However, Until now, perfect immortality has not been researched. Sure enough, it is impossible to achieve true immortality so easily. Obtained. Of course, although the research has slowed down a bit during this period, it is not without any gains. For example, the cells of Hashirama Senju and the bloodline of the Uchiha clan. It's amazing. Orochimaru looked at his experimental data and licked his lips with a smile. It seems that there are definitely some secrets in the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. Maybe there are also the Hyuga clan and the Uzumaki clan. What a pity. It is quite easy to obtain the bloodline of the Hyuga clan, but the Uzumaki clan there are not many clan members now, and there are only a few well-known ones in the ninja world. If you mess around, I guess my processing factory will be finished. That Uchiha Fuyu is not so easy to deal with. Orochimaru pondered for a moment, and finally, he smiled helplessly and shook his head. It seems that we still have to start from other aspects. I don't know if the first generation will be very happy to see his wife. What a pity. During this period, Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobirama seemed to have calmed down. Otherwise, maybe they could get some interesting things? That's right. They were all outstanding people in the Warring States period. How could they be so naive? I guess they just vented their dissatisfaction in the previous few times. Although it was a bit regrettable, Orochimaru didn't care. Anyway, these were just some unexpected gains. To be honest, compared with Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Madara, the first generation made him feel more at ease. At this stage, maintain cooperation with Shimura Danzo and use the funds earned to continue his research. I believe that sooner or later he will be able to crack the secrets of the ninja world by himself. However, recently, something seems to have happened in Konoha. According to the information he obtained, Konoha's ninjas are very frequently mobilized. Although the target seems to be the so-called pyramid scheme leader Atsutsuki Urashiki, as a former Konoha ninja, Orochimaru doesn't think that a mere liar will cause Konoha to carry out such a large-scale ninja mobilization. So, there must be something hidden inside. But that seems to be a very important secret, and the intelligence personnel on his side have not yet investigated why. It can't be because of my processing plant. Orochimaru laughed at himself and shook his head. It seems that I need to be careful during this period, otherwise, if those guys really know about it, I guess I can't survive in the ninja world. He still knows his own factory quite well. Although there will be no problem with the constraints of his own improved Impure World Reincarnation 007 Employee Edition, he still needs to be careful. Once the guys who are forcing him to work get the chance, they and the village behind them will definitely tear him apart. Orochimaru smiled and shook his head, and then continued his experiment. This period of time is really peaceful. Senju Hashirama sighed, looking at his brother and close friend who were no longer as noisy as before. He smiled with relief. Finally, it was quiet. Maybe they have figured it out. Everyone is dead, so why keep quarreling like this? Wouldn't it be good to play games, watch movies, and top up 648 together? During this period of time, I have been worrying about these two guys, and I have no time to play games, so my ranking has been falling. But last month, my netizen introduced a player from the different ninja world. His skills are very good, almost comparable to theirs, but his temper is not very good. He curses people when playing games. For example, the moon just got the internet a few days ago. When he knew that there were other people living on the moon, he was also a little surprised. After all, when he was alive, he had never heard of this news. Of course Madara was also very surprised, and kept muttering something. There are still people on the moon? There are actually people on the moon? What about my plan? Although it was very quiet, but he still heard it. It can be seen that Madara, like him, is also very incredible that there are people living on the moon. It was also some time ago the internet was full of news about the moon. It is said that even the new movie that Zayahuse is going to shoot is related to the moon. They have seen the movies made by Zayahuse and his team. Although some movies always feel weird, they still look quite interesting. Of course, his favorite is the movie Black Eyes Advent made by the Rich Group. It's really great. It always feels like it is telling the story between him and Madara. He and Madara carried hatred between each other, but in the end they put down the hatred between the two clans together and founded Konoha. Especially the black eyes in it, it really looks like Madara. Even Madara, who always talks about boring things, will be silent every time he sees Black Eyes Advent, and watch the movie with complicated eyes. It's conceivable. Madara must like this movie very much in his heart. What a pity. It would be great if he could go to the cinema with Madara, eat popcorn, and watch the movie on the big screen happily in the dark. Thinking of what the Uchiha clan leader said at that time, Senju Hashirama felt even more guilty about Madara. Because of him he eventually led Madara astray. Although Madara said nothing now, he knew that Madara still hadn't let go of what happened back then. It was him. I'm sorry Madara. Madara. Senju. Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara, who had been silent for a while, and said with a smile, "What are you thinking about? Come on. Let's play games. A few days ago, Boss Orochimaru gave me a salary. I will top up 648 for you to buy skins later. Let's not think about anything else. Go away." Madara pushed Senju Hashirama away with a black face. That evil guy, you actually still call him boss? Just because of money? Hashirama, you are really getting more and more corrupt. Ha ha ha. Don't you think it's interesting? Brother. Have you solved Tsunade's problem? Even Senju Tobirama next to him looked at his elder brother helplessly. So many years have passed, and you haven't solved it yet, and what do you charge so much money into the game for? When you return to the underworld, that thing is useless. You know, I checked it online, Tsunade is so poor that she is about to sell her house. Why is it useless? Then I can let Tsunade inherit my account. Hearing his elder brother's words of being addicted to the internet, Senju Tobirama raised his eyelids and said nothing more. He sighed and shook his head, secretly staring at Uchiha Madara. During this period of time, I always feel that this Uchiha Madara wants to make trouble. However, under the constraints of the Impure World Reincarnation 007 employee version, what can he do? But no matter what, I must be careful. Evil Uchiha Madara. However, at this time, Senju Hashirama suddenly stood up, and under the surprised eyes of the two, with a smile on his face, he ran out. Wait a minute. Big brother, where are you going? It's restricted there, and you can't go out. Me? Go get a courier. Hashirama ignored it, and still ran out with a smile. There's just news on the internet that the courier has been delivered. What express delivery do you want? And that Orochimaru actually let you out? Under the shocked eyes of the two, Senju Hashirama really ran out. 033 action begins. Hello. I'm taking a express delivery. Name: Mr. Tree from the village. Your express delivery, please sign for it here. Uchiha Shisui took the receipt, looked at the back of the man running into the house, and frowned slightly. I always feel that this guy looks familiar. But who is he? This is the processing plant of Tianziguo. Because of its cheap OEM and good technology, it has gradually become famous in the past few years, and many people have begun to look for Tianziguo for OEM. There are even rumors Ninja Pinpin's products are OEMed from here. Of course, Ninja Pinpin has not personally come forward to say it, so it is not clear whether it is OEMed here. This is the defense here. The security is very strict, and no outsiders are allowed to enter. Usually, takeout and express delivery are basically delivered to the door, but today's express delivery is a valuable item. In order to avoid trouble, the buyer must sign for it in person. Uchiha Shisui frowned slightly, thought about it, and felt that the more he thought about it, the weirder it felt. After taking a deep look at the processing plant, he simply stopped thinking about it, sorted out the exclusive vest of Konoha courier, and set off for Konoha. This time, I just delivered this valuable item in person, and there was no other express delivery to be delivered. Forget it. Anyway, it has been signed. Since the express delivery point has checked that there is no problem and sent it out, how can a ninja courier deliberately investigate the customer's information? Can you, big brother, go out? Yes. What's wrong? Senju Hashirama saw the two people coming over and said puzzledly, I asked Orochimaru a few days ago if I could go to receive a courier in person. He agreed. The words fell. Just to receive a courier. Senju Tobirama looked at the big box in his brother's hand, covered his forehead directly, and then grabbed Hashirama's collar angrily. Shouldn't you find a way to contact Tsunade now, and then tell her the news? You idiot! What is he thinking, his elder brother? Is he really going to work here for the rest of his life? This is not good. Hearing Tobirama's words, Senju Hashirama scratched his head embarrassedly. After all, I have promised that I just went out to receive a courier. The courier just now seemed to be wearing a Konoha forehead protector. Is he a Konoha ninja? Seeing the very angry Tobirama in front of him, he quickly laughed and said righteously, forget it. Forget it. Believe me, I will definitely let Tsunade know when the time comes. I don't think you want Tsunade to know it all now. Ha ha ha. Where? I am her great-grandfather. Forget it. You big idiot, you have always been like this, I shouldn't have any expectations of you. Senju Tobirama sighed helplessly, looked at the big box of express delivery carefully held in his brother's hand, frowned, and asked curiously, what is this thing? No, where do you have the money to buy this kind of thing? Boss Orochimaru. Hey! Orochimaru thought I was very quiet and gave me some salary. Ha ha ha. Don't worry about it, how can I do anything else now? Senju Hashirama laughed, put down the box in his hand, coughed twice, and said seriously, this is not a simple thing, it took a long time to snatch it some time ago. It is very precious. It was made by a master craftsman from the land of rain using precious materials. Ordinary people can't buy it. Now, the two people are even more curious. It seems that it is very important to make this guy, Hashirama Senju, say so. After all, no matter what, although Hashirama Senju, his elder brother, is a little unreliable, he is the first generation of Hokage of Konoha. It is understandable that he thinks it is very precious. Could it be? This guy, Hashirama, eldest brother, looks careless, but actually has some plans in secret? Especially Uchiha Madara, his eyes suddenly became uncertain. For various reasons, he and Tobirama Senju temporarily stopped fighting, but he did not forget that this guy was in a higher position than him and asked him to count down to serve tea. This revenge must be avenged. Very curious, right? Humph. When Hashirama Senju saw the two pairs of curious eyes, he was immediately filled with satisfaction and said mysteriously, I will definitely scare you later. Said. Took a deep breath and cleaned his hands. Under the gaze of two pairs of eyes, he piously and carefully tore open the package. This sense of ritual. It immediately made the two more curious. What on earth could it be that made the god of ninja world so cautious? Under the influence of Hashirama Senju, the two people couldn't help but hold their breath and stared at the large express box. Hurry up! Hashirama! Why are you so slow? How can such a thing be fast? You know, it's very dangerous if you are not careful. Very expensive. Very dangerous. Is it a detonating tag? But if it's not activated, how can it be dangerous? Hee. You'll know later. Senju Hashirama raised his head proudly, grabbed the express box with both hands, and then, under the gaze of two pairs of eyes, slowly pulled it up. Black. It's a black box. Made by a master craftsman? Maybe it's a weapon. But at this time, any weapon is useless. The restraint ability of the Impure World Reincarnation 007 employee version is quite strong, especially under the improvement of Orochimaru, which gives power to various positions. Only those in high positions can restrain the work of the people below. Senju Tobirama, the original creator, there is no way to crack it for the time being. After a while, just when the atmosphere was getting quieter and quieter, suddenly, the box was completely opened. Inside was revealed black and blue light patterns, and at the same time, two handsome characters leaned against each other, looking forward with eyes full of spirit. These two guys look familiar. Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Madara were stunned for a moment, then turned their heads and glanced at the side of the box. Black Eyes Advent. Isn't this Tien a character from Black Eyes Advent? You're going to buy this thing? X2. Yes. Very handsome, isn't it? Senju Hashirama raised his head proudly. This is a large-scale Black Eyes Advent figurine personally made by a mysterious master craftsman from the Land of Rain. There are no more than 100 of them in the entire ninja world, and I was lucky to buy it. Speaking of this, he was still talking too mysteriously, and lowered his voice and said, not only will it scream, it will also glow at night. It's none of my business. Senju Tobirama raised his eyelids, sighed, and turned his head directly. I believe you, a big idiot. I am the idiot. You guys, hurry up and explain it to Tsunade. Otherwise, just screw the screws for me honestly. It seemed to be crying with a hint of despair. I will never work part-time to support you to go online again. Tired. Idiot. Uchiha Madara also glanced at him lightly. You are still so naive. Hashirama. After saying that, he also turned around and left. Hey, really? Very handsome. It has a high collection value, and the price has increased now. Senju Hashirama looked at the two people who left, and hurriedly shouted, it will glow. If you don't believe me, I'll show you now. However, the two ignored him, leaving Hashirama alone to build this collectible edition of Black Eyes Advent figurine. At the same time, on the other side, Uchiha Madara secretly came to the water collection area, with a hint of coldness in his eyes, and said lightly, it's time to start. 032 Something big is going to happen. Today. The weather is nice. It's sunny and windy. Although the matter of Otsutsuki Urashiki has been weighing on our heads, the village is still quite peaceful. After all, not many people know the true identity of Otsutsuki Urashiki, so we still have to live our lives as we should. Sasuke sighed, took out the mobile phone he bought with the money he earned from delivering express during this period, and glanced at the news about the internet access on the moon. I don't know what expression the other Otsutsuki Tonari will have when he knows it. It's probably as complicated as his. The moon in this ninja world is also developing pretty good. Pretty good. Speaking of which, since the arrival of Otsutsuki Urashiki, Otsutsuki Tonari has disappeared, and no one knows where he went. Thinking of this, Sasuke sighed, his eyes became firm again, turned off his mobile phone, and said lightly, we must go back as soon as possible. Naruto. Still waiting for me to go back. I came to Uchiha's wealthy home. To be honest, it's still quite embarrassing here. I wouldn't work so hard to deliver parcels to earn a little money to buy a mobile phone, just to avoid trouble that guy. It's better not to see him if I can avoid it. But no matter what, after so many days, he still has to see Boruto. I don't know how Boruto has been doing here during this period. Ding dong, ding dong. After the doorbell rang, the door was opened soon. Hey? Is it Big Brother Sasuke? Looking at the cute little girl with white eyes in front of him. Uchiha Bell. Sasuke's mouth twitched slightly, but he still nodded helplessly, excuse me. Unconsciously. He is actually of the same generation as Boruto. At the call of Xiaoling Dang, Uchiha Sasuke also walked in, and immediately. Hey, Sasuke is back today. Fuyu, who was lazily lying on the sofa with his computer, saw Sasuke walking in and quickly greeted him warmly. Your father cares about you very much. Although he has always been cold to me, I can feel that he actually wants to ask for your information. How about it? Come home with uncle today. No need. Hearing the annoying voice, Sasuke looked at Uchiha Fuyu expressionlessly. Andy M. Sasuke from another ninja world. This guy. Fortunately, there is no Uchiha Fuyu in his family. However, if he also had this Uchiha Fuyu, maybe the Uchiha family would not have to perish. After coming here for a while, he also understood a little bit. Just when he looked at Uchiha Fuyu complicatedly. Of course, uncle cares about you very much. Uchiha Fuyu sighed, I've said it, let's just keep our own friends. The Uchiha is doomed. This uncle, it doesn't matter if you don't have him. Uchiha Sasuke ignored him directly, and nodded awkwardly to Uchiha Suzune, who poured tea for him and was considered his aunt. Thank you. Then, looking at Hanabi, where's Boruto? I guess he's playing games up there. Hanabi was holding Doraemon, and she always felt that the little girl had some secrets to hide from her these days, so she was teasing her daughter. He's been playing games up there all this time. Just as the words fell, the door upstairs suddenly opened. Uzumaki Boruto walked down with dark circles and bags under his eyes. It seems he played for a long time again yesterday. When he saw Teacher Sasuke, he also had a happy smile on his face. Teacher Sasuke, are you back? However, Sasuke frowned, looking at Boruto, who looked exhausted. Have you been playing games all the time? No. No. Boruto laughed and said, actually, my dad has been asking me to play games all the time. This Naruto in the ninja world. Is he also an internet addict? Sasuke sighed complicatedly, shook his head, and looked at Boruto. Forget it. Now you just need to pay attention to Naruto and the Nine Tails. As for other things, let Naruto solve them when we return to another ninja world. I will definitely take good care of my dad. Boruto nodded quickly, patted his chest, and said, don't worry. As long as I say to bring points, my dad Naruto will definitely match me. I don't know how to complain anymore. Sasuke raised his eyelids and continued to drink tea helplessly. At this time, Fuyu yawned and looked at Boruto. Why did you come down so soon today? Don't you usually play for a long time? I didn't play for a long time. I just didn't know how long I could play, so I played a little longer. Hearing his uncle's words, Boruto quickly shook his head and sighed, saying with melancholy and emotion, really? I'm actually just enjoying playing games with my dad. My dad has been very busy since I was a child. But after seeing Fuyu's contemptuous eyes, he quickly laughed and said embarrassedly, the blind man on the moon can only play for 2 hours a day, so he has gone offline. The other one seems to work in a factory, and I don't know which factory he works in. Suddenly, there seems to be a riot, so he can't go online. I came down to rest. It seems this ninja world is also very uneasy. Could it be that the factory doesn't pay wages? After saying that, he also found a seat and sat down. However, suddenly found that after he joined in, the atmosphere seemed a little awkward. After all, the relationship in this family is really too complicated. Boruto continued to laugh and looked at Sasuke. Oh, right. Sasuke, have you found Otsutsuki Urashiki? No. Sasuke, who had been lowering his head and preparing to leave when the time was almost up, also raised his head and frowned at Boruto. It's been so long and he hasn't shown up yet. Is it because he doesn't see the opportunity? Is his target really Kyuubi and Naruto? Boruto also frowned. Could it be that he doesn't see the opportunity and is going to change the target? It's not clear yet. Sasuke sighed and nodded, maybe it's possible, I hope your guess is wrong. It seems the situation is becoming more and more troublesome. Helplessly took another sip of tea, estimated that the time was about up, and was about to stand up and leave this embarrassing place. Suddenly, poof! Fuyu, who was fiddling with his laptop and drinking tea, sprayed all the tea leaves out of his mouth. Everyone was stunned. Even Sasuke stopped. When they saw Fuyu, who had a serious face and turned back to stare at the computer, they also noticed that something was wrong. Could it be Otsutsuki Urashiki appeared? What happened? Sasuke quickly stood up, leaned over, looked at the computer, his eyes fixed, and said in a solemn tone, Otsutsuki Urashiki. He didn't finish his words. After seeing the so-called laptop screen, Sasuke fell silent again, and his mouth twitched slightly. Sure enough, there are always some strange things that happen in this ninja world. See. On the screen. A figure. With long black hair and a pretty face, he was secretly using a camera to shoot a dark and simple factory with unqualified safety facilities. Hello everyone, Ziobaron10086. When you receive this video, I may have died. But for the good life of the ninja world, no matter what, I will expose this black-hearted processing factory. The black-hearted processing factory that eats human ashes. As the pictures kept turning, everyone became more and more silent, especially when they saw the figure who should have been dead, but was working in the closed and dark processing factory. My heart trembled slightly. Oh my god! Something big is going to happen in the ninja world. And at this time, Boruto. The corner of his mouth twitched, as if he thought of something. Could that netizen be working in this factory? Could he be playing games with dead people all the time? 035 A foundation in a day. Something big has happened. As the video keeps playing. At this time, the video of this black-hearted processing factory was directly pushed to the hot search. Countless people watched the tragic scenes. The person who should have died was reincarnated through strange forbidden techniques and was controlled, and had to do 007 work under oppression. No salary, no food, and no rest. It's really sad to hear it. Especially some family members, when they saw their relatives being bullied in the video, they were furious. Dad. That's my dad. I didn't expect him to be at peace even after death, and accidentally entered the black-hearted processing factory. That's my husband. Damn Orochimaru. There is such a dark place in the ninja world. I heard that the OEM factory of the Root Group is this place? Eating human ashes. It's really terrible. Countless angry and condemning comments passed by. When everyone saw the familiar back that looked hunched and numb because of non-stop work, their eyes were suddenly wet. What a tragedy in the ninja world. If it weren't for little white man 10,086 risking his life to expose it. Maybe we still don't know it now. Little white man 10,086 is really a hero. Where is he now? Maybe he has died. After all, he is a big shot in the ninja world, a terrorist who was once the three ninjas of Konoha and planned the collapse of the Cloud Village Orochimaru. At this moment, everyone is united, with anger on their faces, ready to seek justice for all the dead, even if they are strong people in the ninja world. And the Root Group. No wonder the things inside are so cheap. It turns out that they are eating human ashes buns. That's right. That's right. We want justice. Boycott the Root Group. The darkest place in the ninja world. For a while, the entire Root Group's network was about to collapse. Countless people flocked to the Root Group to abuse and vent in the ninja fight. Even the employees of the Root Group were filled with anger when they saw their boss eating human ashes buns. Many people began to resign. So that the Root Group suddenly appeared in a mess. Stupid. Stupid. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mito Kato Komen looked at Danzo with a look of disappointment, why are you still so stupid? You can do such a thing? I thought that after experiencing bankruptcy, Danzo, you would be more restrained. I didn't expect that you would." He stretched out his finger tremblingly and pointed at Danzo, who was still silent. "You can do such a thing of eating human ashes buns?" However, they didn't know. At this time, Shimura Danzo was also confused after seeing the exposure. "I didn't ask Orochimaru to do this." Danzo shook his head quickly and said seriously, "I just found out about this now." "Really?" He just cooperated with Orochimaru and asked him to do the processing. How could he know? This Orochimaru is even more awesome than him. I admire him. I admire him. I really admire Shimura Danzo. Playing so big. Is he preparing to be an enemy of the entire ninja world? But you don't play with me. Shimura Danzo spent so much time, energy, and money to slowly whitewash and create the root group, but now he is being accused of being in cahoots with others and eating human ashes. Does he still need to do business next? Anyway, Danzo has already cursed Orochimaru's idiot ancestors in his heart. Even if you play so big, you should be careful. It was actually exposed. You know. He is ready to. He will fully support the development of the ninja world. As long as he finds and successfully establishes a stable ninja world trade route, the root group will surpass the rich group in no time. Shimura Danzo. He has the stars and the sea in his heart. Now he has no intention of engaging in these evil ways. The result is good. Now, the root group is in great crisis. But at this time, he can't panic. Shimura Danzo quickly took a deep breath and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mito Kato and in front of him, "Hurry up and prepare an apology press conference to sever the relationship with Orochimaru's black-hearted processing factory and stabilize everyone first." However, as soon as the words fell, "Lord Orochimaru, Lord Orochimaru!" a younger brother rushed in and shouted, "Those dealers and suppliers came to us to settle accounts and are ready to cancel cooperation. All stores have closed down, saying that we are a black-hearted group and will no longer open stores there." And with a panicked look on his face, "Our stores and warehouses everywhere have been smashed." The three of them were shocked. Is it so serious? Especially Danzo. He covered his chest with his right hand, and his left hand holding the scepter began to tremble. However, after experiencing the bankruptcy incident that year, he was not so bad. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth and said, "It's okay. It's okay. Everything, it's not too bad. Let everyone stabilize the situation. Don't worry, it won't collapse. Hurry up and issue a notice that the root group has nothing to do with the black-hearted processing factory. Now the main thing is to stabilize the situation first." After speaking, after all the employees left, he immediately held his chest tightly with his right hand and sat down at his seat. Tears seemed to be in the corners of his eyes, and he muttered to himself, "Orochimaru. Orochimaru. How can this guy be confused? He has gone astray. He has gone astray. Why doesn't he learn from Shimura Danzo? Can't he just do business honestly? A foundation is built in a day. Is his plan to develop the alien ninja world going to end like this before it is implemented?" Orochimaru Sarutobi Hiruzen beside him also sighed with a melancholy face, his eyes full of complexity. He didn't expect Orochimaru actually went from bad to worse. Back then, he betrayed the ninja village by attacking his fellow villagers for 1 billion, later he started a war for money, now he still does such a wicked thing for money. Orochimaru. Has he been blinded by money? Why is he so different from Orochimaru in another ninja world? The pattern is small. It's too small. As a teacher, I can't watch this any longer. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes showed a firm look, as if he had made an important decision. But now he has more important things to deal with. He lowered his head and looked blankly, as if he had suffered a major blow. Danzo, who looked several years older, hesitated for a moment, Danzo, are we close friends? This time don't run away no matter what. Sarutobi Hiruzen said earnestly, so many debts with tears in his eyes, I really can't pay it back this time. Didn't Danzo and the third Hokage come over? Hey, no need to wait. The root group is also in a mess now. I guess they can't come over at all. Udaten Koharu looked at the fourth Hokage, we must solve that magic cellar as soon as possible. At this time, after the unknown hero Ziobaron 10086 exposed the black-hearted processing factory, Konoha also quickly started a meeting. In that case, Minato nodded seriously, crossing his hands in front of his chin, send out ninjas now, destroy the magic cellar, and arrest Orochimaru. Orochimaru, the black-hearted factory owner. He must be brought to justice, and the ninja world will be bright again. However, at this time, just when everyone agreed and prepared to go down to perform the task immediately, that a hesitant voice sounded. Everyone looked over in confusion. Konoha's new Jonin, elite courier, instant courier Uchiha Shisui raised his hand, as if he wanted to say something. What's wrong? Minato looked at Shisui, who was a little hesitant in confusion. Shisui, do you have anything to say? That Shisui scratched his head, and finally, took a deep breath, and said seriously, I don't think we can act rashly like this now. After the words fell, now everyone was even more curious. Why? Last time, when I delivered a package at the Tianzakuni processing plant, I seemed to have seen the first generation Hokage. Did the first generation Hokage come out again? Everyone was shocked, and immediately thought of the ninja racing competition held by the last time in the Hidden Cloud Village. A wave of sadness came over again. Could it be the first generation Hokage is also in 007? Orochimaru is so hateful. But you sneaked into the processing plant? I remember that the OEM plant over there is very strict. People who are not inside can't enter at all, and there are strict requirements for entering and leaving. No. Shisui shook his head. Then how did you see it? Last time Shisui looked at all the eyes staring at him, his heart trembled slightly, and he hesitated for a moment, and said, last time, the first generation Hokage came out to sign for the package himself. What? Come out to sign for the package himself? Isn't the first generation Hokage in 007? Can I buy express delivery? 036 information is coming. The exposure of the Blackheart processing factory. At this time, in order to eradicate the Black Cellar, all ninja villages began to send out their own ninjas to rescue all the workers who were killed by 007. The whole ninja world is paying attention to this matter at this moment. However, since the hero who sneaked into the Blackheart processing factory, the little white man 10,086, may have died, most people don't know the next news of the Blackheart processing factory. Therefore, no matter what time is very tight. But I heard. The first generation of Hokage, the god of the ninja world, also appeared. That Orochimaru can perform the terrible forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation. Who knows what kind of strong man he will be reborn this time. So, although they are very anxious about 007's relatives inside, most ninjas know now this is no longer a simple incident of destroying the Blackheart processing factory. It is war. Really? The first generation is suspected to be in there too. Jiraiya took a deep breath, hung up the call, leaned against the tree to cover his body, and stared at the black-hearted processing factory in front of him, Orochimaru's magic cellar. After a while, his face was replaced with sighs and regrets, muttering to himself, I didn't expect that it has only been a few years. Orochimaru has fallen to this point. Perhaps when Orochimaru defected for 1 billion, he should have gone to find Orochimaru. In this way, Orochimaru would not be a prisoner of money like he is now. He really didn't expect Orochimaru to do such a heinous thing. Jiraiya found that he might not understand his former best friend. He was so keen on becoming a Hokage back then, but it wasn't long after the Third Ninja World War, and Orochimaru fell to the point of eating human ashes. Money. Is it so important? He betrayed the village for money, started a war for money, and now he did this for money? Sure enough. After all, he is different from the other Orochimaru in the ninja world. Jiraiya sighed. The other Orochimaru betrayed the village for immortality and secrets. Although he did a lot of human experiments, compared with him, the Orochimaru in his own ninja world's vision is too small. But no matter what, I will save you. Jiraiya's eyes were firm. As a close friend, I will never watch you continue to fall like this. Since the other Orochimaru in the ninja world can turn back, he believes, with his help, the Orochimaru in this ninja world will definitely turn back in the end. Jiraiya, the Toad Sage, believe in his close friend. After making up his mind, Jiraiya took a deep breath and looked at the magic cellar in front of him. Now he is ready to sneak in. Just like Jiraiya from another ninja world sneaked into the land of rain to save his disciples. He would not hesitate to die. Now, he also wants to sneak into the black-hearted processing factory to save Orochimaru. Wait for me, Orochimaru. I will definitely save you. Time passed bit by bit. In order to destroy the magic cellar as soon as possible, more and more ninjas rushed to the land of fields. So, Orochimaru also reincarnated as the great-grandfather and the second grandfather. Tsunade was stunned when she heard the words of the Konoha ninjas. It seemed that she remembered something. How long did it start? It seemed to be several years ago. Every day there would be a new account adding her as a friend, saying that it was her great-grandfather or something, making it look like an online scam. Could it be thought was really the great-grandfather and his friends? When she thought of this, her face suddenly became strange, and she muttered, "Great-grandfather is really something. Why don't you explain it clearly? People think he is a liar. And sometimes he didn't send, and then he just ignored it after sending one sentence. Last time, he said he had no money and wanted to buy something. Could you give him some money? No matter how you look at it, he looks like a liar. But I thought of my great-grandfather and second grandfather. They had died long ago, but were resurrected by Orochimaru, and then, controlled, dragged a body that didn't belong to him, and began to live a miserable 007 part-time job. No rest, no salary, even to buy something, he had to ask her, his granddaughter, for money. He worked day and night, and might be scolded by Orochimaru. She. Great-grandfather, second grandfather. So miserable. We must rescue the great-grandfather and second grandfather. Tsunade raised her eyebrows and said angrily, Orochimaru has fallen to this point. Not only did he desecrate the dead for money, but he even ate human ashes buns. This guy. I will definitely pluck his snake skin. As she said this, she rolled up her sleeves and was about to rush in to kill Orochimaru and rescue her relatives who were oppressed inside. Calm down. Calm down. The Konoha ninja quickly stopped Tsunade in front of him. The situation inside is unclear now. Lady Tsunade, you can't act rashly, wait a moment. Still waiting? If you wait any longer, Orochimaru will run away. Don't worry. We have surrounded the area, and the various ninja villages have also sent assistance. I believe it's not so easy for Orochimaru to run away. And a Konoha ninja hesitated. Not long ago, Lord Jiraiya called and he has sneaked in to investigate the situation. I believe there will be news later. Jiraiya, has he sneaked in? Tsunade was slightly stunned and frowned. How long have you been in? About half an hour. The Konoha ninja had just finished speaking. Another ninja on the side raised his mobile phone and shouted, Jiraiya-sama has sent a message. When everyone heard it, they hurried over. What's the situation? What did Jiraiya-sama send? Successful infiltration. That's it. Tsunade also raised her eyebrows and looked at the Konoha ninja with a smirk on his face. Hurry up and ask him how the situation is. See if you can dial through. Okay. The Konoha ninja nodded, but after a while, he shook his head helplessly, still can't connect. Forget it, it seems that Jiraiya-sama should be busy now. I guess he has muted it. It's really worthy of being Jiraiya-sama. This Jiraiya. Tsunade also shook her head helplessly. Then, staring at the magic cellar, thinking of Jiraiya who was lurking, she hesitated for a moment. Although she was anxious, as a ninja, she would not wait even now. But it's so dangerous inside. Even if he was once a close friend, Orochimaru has fallen now, and it's inevitable that he will do something for money again. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, sighed, took out her mobile phone, clicked on the ninja, found Jiraiya's avatar, with a complicated look, clicked press and talk, and said lightly, "You must come back alive." However, she didn't know how much trouble her news had brought to Jiraiya. You know, Jiraiya is a bootlicker. At this time, Orochimaru also looked at the exposed video in silence. Originally, he was doing experiments in the laboratory, but unexpectedly a call from his younger brother suddenly came. Then, I just knew these things. But who sneaked in? How did he sneak in? You know, he is quite confident about his base, and it is not so easy to sneak in. The internet says that the little white man 10,086 has died, but the people below also said that they didn't find this guy. So, where did this guy come from? Why did he suddenly disappear again? But no matter what, we can't stay here anymore. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, he licked his lips, and muttered to himself, we must retreat as soon as possible. Although the situation is indeed a bit urgent now, he is not too anxious. After all, he also mastered the impure world reincarnation, plus his own secret technique. If he wants to escape, I believe no one can catch him. You know, even the god of ninja world is now under his control. Especially a few days ago, he made a deal with the god of ninja world. He hesitated for a moment, looking at the processing plant he had built with great effort, and was about to evacuate with important information. Ding! Tsunade has a message. A specially set message reminder sounded. Then, Orochimaru turned his head and looked at the side. The whole person fell silent and hesitated for a moment. Since you are here? 037, you said you wanted me to leave. Time moved forward a little. In order to get his former best friend back on the right track, to understand that money is not the most important thing, and there are more beautiful things in the ninja world. The Toad Sage, Jiraiya personally went deep into the magic cellar. It looks like this is the processing plant in the video. Jiraiya turned into a toad, hiding his body, looking around especially when he saw the workers who were still working numbly. He felt even more melancholy in his heart, and his face showed determination again, no matter what. As a close friend, I can't watch you go on like this, Orochimaru. According to the video that the hero Ziobaron 10086 risked his life to post, Orochimaru was not here during this period, but in a laboratory nearby. As for the other side, it was also a secret room, but it was not captured in the video, and no one knew what was inside. Of course, he was relieved that he did not see the first generation in this processing workshop. After all, he is the god of the ninja world. And under the impure world reincarnation, he will not die and has unlimited chakra. Jiraiya does not want to confront the first generation at this time. According to his plan, first, sneak in to investigate the situation, second is control Orochimaru and return all the oppressed dead to the underworld, which is also the most important purpose of his lurking this time. As long as he successfully persuades Orochimaru, the impure world reincarnation will be automatically lifted at that time. After finding a secret place, Jiraiya quietly recovered his body, took out his mobile phone that had been set to silent, sent the message of his successful lurking, and turned his eyes to the direction of the laboratory mentioned in the video, with a solemn look in his eyes. Next is the most dangerous place. After the words fell, without any hesitation, he hid his body again and walked towards the laboratory stealthily. Along the way, although Orochimaru had set up many restrictions, and there were many of Orochimaru's subordinates patrolling, but without surprise they were all avoided by the Toad Sage Jiraiya one by one. Soon, he finally came to in the laboratory. Looking at the tightly closed door, Jiraiya pondered for a moment. His face became more and more solemn. He knew the next battle was the most dangerous, and he was still a little worried. After all, the first generation of Hokage was nowhere to be found. If the first generation of Hokage was also in there later, he might be finished. But as a close friend of Orochimaru, he had the responsibility to get Orochimaru back on the right track. However, how to get in? At this time, just when Jiraiya was hesitating, the door was opened, and a ninja who should be Orochimaru's subordinate came out. Jiraiya did not hesitate at all, hid his body, and jumped in through the blind spot, relying on his years of ninja qualities. The lurking was very successful. He had entered Orochimaru's laboratory. Looking at the messy laboratory filled with strange smells, Jiraiya's heart suddenly calmed down. He was not in the wrong place. The familiar smell of Orochimaru. He was too familiar with it. Sure enough, looking up, he immediately saw the familiar figure. A feminine smile, a slender figure. At this time, Orochimaru was sitting, seemingly thinking about something. But Jiraiya did not act casually. He had only one chance. He had to subdue Orochimaru at once and make him unlock all the impure world reincarnation. Otherwise he would be in danger if he went deep into the enemy's hinterland. So, although he was very excited, he still held his breath, continued to hide his body, sneaked close to Orochimaru, and waited for an opportunity. It seems Orochimaru is going to escape. Jiraiya pondered for a moment, thinking about the information he had just sent out. Now the ninjas of Konoha should have arrived in the land of rice, so next he must keep an eye on Orochimaru. No matter what, he must save his former best friend. Determination flashed in his eyes again, and then, looking at the figure he had not seen for a long time, he sighed in his heart. If Tsunade is also here, then the former Konoha Sunin are gathered again. However, suddenly, ding! A familiar voice sounded, accompanied by the important message reminder ringtone he specially set. Tsunade sent a message. This was specially set. After all, Tsunade would not look for him most of the time. He was not a dog licker. You should know that he was not just a dog licker. So, how could he be a dog licker? It was just so that if his old friend needed his help, he could receive the message as soon as possible. Just like he did to Orochimaru. This is a bond, a friendship. It's just. Why did Tsunade send a message at this time? Jiraiya's face was covered with cold sweat. He seemed to feel something. He couldn't help but raise his head and immediately saw the pair of playful eyes. Jiraiya. Has he been discovered? Jiraiya sighed in his heart, and no longer hesitated, and directly showed his body. Dang dang dang, the dragon should return to the sea, but the sea will not welcome me, Jiraiya. After seeing the playful look in Orochimaru's eyes, he felt a little embarrassed, coughed twice, and looked at Orochimaru with complicated eyes. Long time no see. Orochimaru. It's been a long time. Orochimaru didn't seem to care, nodded with a smile, and looked at Jiraiya. I didn't expect that you, a toad, would come to find me first. He didn't finish his words. Wait a minute. Jiraiya interrupted Orochimaru directly and took out his mobile phone. Wait for me to see the message from Tsunade first. After the words fell, ignoring Orochimaru's face full of black lines, he clicked on Tsunade's avatar, especially when he saw that it was a voice. He was slightly surprised and clicked it. You must come back alive. The familiar, caring voice suddenly sounded, and Jiraiya couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Tsunade still cares about him very much. He seemed to be full of motivation in his heart. However, at this time, "So, what are you doing here?" Orochimaru's smile became more sinister, looking at the stinky toad. "Are you here to make fun of me?" After that, Jiraiya put away his phone, immediately raised his head, took a deep breath, and said seriously, "I'm here to take you back." Orochimaru. He looked at Orochimaru earnestly, "Don't go astray again." Orochimaru. "There are many ways to make money, why do you even eat the ashes of the dead?" Orochimaru's face froze slightly. He knew. He probably couldn't get rid of the reputation of being greedy for money now. Of course he didn't care. "This is all for the dream. Do you think I can go back?" Seeing his former best friend, Orochimaru was a little emotional, but he was unwilling to go back. He smiled with disdain, "You are still as stupid as before. I know. Although this time it's a bit of a big deal. But as long as you work hard to make up for it, everyone will forgive you. The Orochimaru of another ninja world can be forgiven in the end, I believe the Orochimaru of this ninja world can also be forgiven." Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru with a sincere expression, "Come back with me. Tsunade, the old man and I will definitely help you. Please believe me." The words fell. Orochimaru looked at the familiar Jiraiya, and his heart trembled slightly. "It's really nostalgic." Dunshi smiled, "You are still the same." Jiraiya. "You agreed. I can't go back." "Idiot." Orochimaru sneered disdainfully, shook his head calmly, and then continued to look at Jiraiya, "Leave here. I'll let you go this time." Jiraiya sighed disappointedly after hearing what Orochimaru said, "It seems that I can only take you back." At this point, with a sincere tone, "As long as you go back, I will help you with how much money you need, and I will also help you with the sins you bear. Then we can train together like when we were little. Play together. I can even take you to dance, it's very interesting. We are old, and it's time to relax. You know, I am now." Before he finished speaking, suddenly, it seemed that he felt a chill coming out. Jiraiya shuddered, raised his head suddenly, and looked at Orochimaru in confusion. "Orochimaru, you'd better not go back." Orochimaru's originally indifferent expression suddenly became gloomy, interrupting him, "Stay. I almost forgot what happened last time, I tell you you're dead." After saying that, he made seals with both hands, and suddenly two terrible auras rushed over. First generation, second generation. What's going on? Jiraiya looked at him surrounded with cold sweat, put down his hands that were originally pinching the seal, smiled awkwardly, and looked at Orochimaru. "Did you just say that I should leave?" "No." Orochimaru smiled and shook his head, "I didn't say that. 038 Let's dance." At this time, Orochimaru's black-hearted processing factory has been set up with a dragnet. And the boss of the Fuyu group Uchiha Fuyu is also here now. There is no way. Kane suddenly called and said that Nagato had also arrived at the land of rice. Perhaps since he knew that he was a pawn, Nagato had some knots in his heart, so he came here because he thought that the first generation Hokage was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation and Uchiha Madara might also appear together. So, he was worried that something might go wrong, so he came here too. Of course. More importantly, Orochimaru also cooperated with him. Thinking about the root group, he felt that he had to come here in person. After giving a hidden look to Kabuto who also came here, Fuyu patted Sasuke's shoulder with a look of emotion. "Don't be bitter, he can be regarded as your teacher after all, just think of it as helping your teacher." Because they needed to guard against the sudden attack of Otsutsuki Urashiki, the village could not send so many ninjas, and Minato was worried that Otsutsuki Urashiki would suddenly appear here, so after arrangements Sasuke was still allowed to come to the front line. Even if Otsutsuki Urashiki really takes action, Suzuki, who is familiar with Otsutsuki Urashiki, believes that it won't be too bad. However, perhaps because he saw his former teacher actually doing such a wicked thing, Sasuke's face looked a little complicated. Go away. Suzuki slapped Fuyu's hand. He has gotten used to it during this period of time. Now he just wants to quickly solve the ninja world here, and then quickly leave this ghost place. Looking at the black-hearted processing factory of Orochimaru in front of him with complicated eyes, he sighed in his heart. How to say it? I always feel that the Orochimaru here is a little cheap. Degenerated into a slave of money. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe that the crazy guy would be like this. Even if it was another ninja world couldn't believe it. If Orochimaru on his side knew, he would definitely be angry and slap Orochimaru here to death. Forget it, although Orochimaru was just for the Uchiha bloodline back then, he taught me anyway. If you can, then help him a little. Let him stay in Konoha. At this time. Here. Here. Fuyu on the side suddenly waved his hand happily at a figure in the sky and shouted, "Come here. Kana and Yahiko have told me. You guy." Before he finished speaking. For some reason, Nagato, who had noticed him, did not stop for a moment after looking at him, and ran away directly. As if he encountered something dangerous. What's wrong? Are you afraid that he will urge you to get married? Fuyu looked at the figure running away in surprise, muttering to himself, "What's the matter? You are so old? You are still so shy? You ran away when you saw your brother. Don't you know what's going on?" Of course. Looking at Nagato who chose to run away, Sasuke's eyes also flashed a hint of complexity. It's not that the 6 paths of pain is so complicated, but I feel sad I should have known that he would run away. However, it's been so long, why hasn't Master Jiraiya sent any information yet? Suzuki frowned slightly, thinking of Jiraiya's fate in the past, sneaking into the land of rain, and finally, he died and was buried in the sea, and the Jiraiya here sneaking into the land of fields. Could it be that the Jiraiya here will also sacrifice in the end? Thinking of this, his eyes suddenly condensed. I'd better go and see it myself. Before he finished speaking. Suddenly. Bang! A terrible explosion sounded. It immediately attracted all the lurking ninjas around. Attention, quickly turned his head to look at the sound of the explosion, and after seeing the scene in front of him, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. Wood release. That's right. What appeared in front of him was wood release. It seems Master Jiraiya failed in his ambush. Change the plan. Kakashi said quickly, directly attack. Be sure to release all the reincarnated ninjas. After the words fell. Yes. The ninjas responded, and then rushed forward. At this time, Fuyu also sighed helplessly, ran towards the direction of wood release, posed in front of the camera held by the frontline reporter, and shouted, "Liberate all oppressed workers. Go." Uchiha Fuyu. Although he is a businessman, he hates oppression the most. On the other side, after Hashirama and Senju Tobirama were forced to go to the laboratory, Uchiha Madara also noticed something was wrong. Of course he was also under restraint now, but his order was to lead all the reincarnated ninjas to guard the front and not let any enemy rush in. Uchiha Madara lowered his head and looked at White Zetsu below. What's the situation? It's really the same as what Lord Madara said, the 5 major ninja villages are here. White Zetsu said with a smile, it seems that Orochimaru is dead this time. Rat. Don't worry about him. Madara sneered disdainfully, he actually used the reincarnation to do this kind of thing. Is this what a ninja should do? You know, even he was not so evil back then. That's right. This is Baizetsu, who seemed to remember something and scratched his head, that Uzumaki Nagato is here too. Should Madara-sama take action now? Has my eyes appeared? Madara frowned slightly, but after thinking for a while, he waved his hand calmly, "It's not the time yet. Since you're back, let my eyes stay with him for a while. There are more important things now." Just as the words fell, suddenly, bang! There was a sudden explosion inside and the familiar would escape. Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly condensed. "Let's get started. I wish Madara-sama's plan a success. We will wait for Madara-sama's return in the base." After Baizetsu finished speaking, his body was lurking on the ground again. After all, it seems that an alien has appeared now, and he still needs to hide himself, otherwise, if he is discovered, he doesn't know what accidents will happen at that time. And Madara glanced at Baizetsu, who left lightly, and didn't care, and walked directly into the processing workshop inside. At this time, the workers inside also noticed something was wrong. Of course, as they had been working inside and had no access to the internet, they had no idea what was going on. "Uchiha Madara! What happened? What is that black-hearted guy going to do?" "Humph!" Uchiha Madara looked at him with disdain and said lightly, "Are you talking to me?" The unparalleled momentum directly crushed over, and when he saw that everyone was quiet, he jumped directly to a high place, and under the puzzled eyes of everyone, he took out his nameplate expressionlessly. The 3 words "General Manager" shocked everyone. You know, as long as they are higher than their positions and under the constraints of the impure world reincarnation, they can only obey. Among them, as the leader of the workers here, the 3rd Raikage stood up directly and stared at him. "What do you want to do? Are you still going to help the evil?" However, Uchiha Madara glanced at him and ignored him. The domineering general manager's momentum came out directly, and he said calmly, "Now I order you. Immediately stop all the invading ninjas. Damn it! How dare you help that guy oppress us?" However, under the order of the impure world reincarnation, everyone still couldn't control themselves and went out. And Uchiha Madara behind him, after seeing the others leave, he sneered at the corner of his mouth, crushed the nameplate directly, and muttered to himself, "Next, it's your turn. Orochimaru. Dance. 039 Group. Please send me to the underworld, thank you. Dear, are you here to save us? Hell is empty, and the devil is in the world. It's better not to stay in this ninja world." Controlled by Uchiha Madara, the 007s who saw the sun again after a long time were full of emotion at this time. If they hadn't died long ago, they would probably have tears flowing out. Black-hearted processing factory. Not even the dead. However, now they can't control themselves at all. Facing the siege of ninjas from various ninja villages, they can only launch attacks involuntarily. And seeing their dead relatives again, the ninjas were also excited and angry with tears. At this moment, the heart is extremely complicated. "Father! I'm late." A ninja who had already become a chunin saw his father, who had died in the 3rd Ninja World War, again. His mind suddenly recalled every bit of his father's life, and his eyes were wet. "I will definitely save you. Orochimaru, I will kill him." However, save? Save a hammer. His father was very unhappy. "Kill me quickly. I don't want to stay in this ninja world. I want to go back to the underworld." At the same time, now, the entire Orochimaru black-hearted processing factory is densely packed with figures. The reincarnated ninjas and the ninjas from various ninja villages look like a ninja war. That's it. On one hand, he was sighing after seeing his relatives after a long time, and on the other hand, "Please kill me. This 007. Even the dead can't stand it." The 4th Raikage looked at the tired 3rd Raikage wearing a grey factory uniform with a snake printed on it with a melancholy look. That tiredness is not physical fatigue, but mental fatigue. The 4th Raikage's lips trembled slightly. "Sorry. Father, I'm late." Really? When he saw the video that the hero Ziobaron 10,086 risked his life to expose, he noticed his father's back, the back of him holding the handle, hunched over and tightening the screws. Unexpectedly, after the last ninja racing competition, they met again at this time. An angry expression suddenly appeared on his face. Orochimaru. I must kill him. I didn't expect that we would meet again in this situation. The third Raikage sighed with emotion. Being 007 for many years has exhausted him physically and mentally. If it weren't for his body of reincarnation, he would have died suddenly. Looking at his son whom he hadn't seen for many years, I didn't expect you could still find this demon cellar. Someone risked his life to expose it. Otherwise, we would still be kept in the dark at this moment. The third Raikage's eyebrows trembled when he heard it. What a hero! Where is this person? I must be very grateful to him. After the words fell, the fourth Raikage sighed sadly and shook his head. I can't find him anymore. Maybe he was sacrificed. The third Raikage was stunned, and finally, he sighed, my benefactor. I believe that the ninja world will never forget his contribution. We will never forget. Forget it. Send me to heaven. The third Raikage didn't want to talk anymore, and raised his head at a 45-degree angle. Is it finally time for the holiday? That sadness, that sigh. The fourth Raikage's heart trembled immediately, and he felt the same way. He opened his mouth tremblingly, and asked his father to stay again. He thought for a moment, but didn't say anything. Finally, his face froze and he nodded seriously, I understand. Don't worry, I will definitely destroy this black-hearted processing factory. Be careful. That Orochimaru is not that careful. Father, are you talking about the first and second generation Hokage? No. There is also the Uchiha legend of the past, Uchiha Madara. After saying this name, the face of the third generation Raikage was suddenly filled with anger. These three people are in cahoots with Orochimaru, pretending to be seniors in the ninja world, flattering, and oppressing all the reincarnated employees to become managers and general managers. It's really hateful. What? The god of the ninja world is in cahoots with Orochimaru? Orochimaru! Orochimaru! What are you doing? Facing the siege of the first and second generations, Jiraiya could only hide in cold sweat, looking at Orochimaru whose face changed for no reason. Didn't they talk well just now? Why did he suddenly change his expression? It looked like he would not stop until he killed him. Are you really going to kill me? You are dead today. Even the old man can't save you. I said. Why? No reason. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya grimly. If it weren't for this guy's reminder, he would have almost forgotten about the dance last time. I just suddenly want to kill you, you idiot. You. What hatred, what hatred. Jiraiya sighed, looking at Orochimaru who seemed to have changed into a different person, and he almost didn't recognize him. He made seals with his hands and said in a serious tone, for money, are you going to kill me now? Forget it, forget it. For money, it's for money, what's the big deal? Orochimaru raised his eyelids and didn't bother about it anymore. He felt the outside and it seemed that the battle had already started outside. He sighed in his heart. It's time to leave. However, I will take you back no matter what. Jiraiya suddenly retreated and distanced himself. Fortunately, the first and second Hokage had no intention of killing anyone, otherwise he would be in danger now. With a stern face, he looked at the unfamiliar Orochimaru, bit his thumb, quickly formed seals with both hands, and shouted, Spirit summoning technique. After the words fell, with a bang, a puff of smoke came out, and a huge toad wearing headphones, sitting upright, and holding his feet appeared. The leader of Myaboku Mountain, Gamabunta. Here. Where's my sweetie? Gamabunta looked around in confusion. When he saw Jiraiya, he took off his headphones and complained, I'm watching a live broadcast. How did you summon me? Sorry, I'm in trouble. Jiraiya was used to hearing Gamabunta's complaints, and said helplessly, I'll top up 18,888 for you tonight. It seems that Jiraiya is in trouble again. Seeing Jiraiya so willing to follow his advice, Gamabunta quickly entered work mode and turned his head to look at the dense trees. Is it in the woods this time? Can't we change to a wider one? Before he finished speaking, suddenly there was a deep silence. Looking at the three familiar figures in front of him, his eyelids trembled slightly. I suddenly remembered that we are still in a team fight. I should go back, otherwise I will be scolded by my teammates. It's the promotion match. Jiraiya looked at Gamabunta, who was ready to give up, and said unhappily, I will give you a full set of skins after the end. That's not what I meant. Forget it. How difficult is it to get points in a mere game? Gamabunta took off the big smoke gun at the corner of his mouth lightly, looking at the enemy in front of him. As the leader of Miyaboku Mountain, I can't give up my partner and run away, but since you said so, I can only accept it reluctantly. After saying that, one man and one toad rushed directly towards the enemy. The next battle is still very dangerous. But in order to bring back Orochimaru, he will never give up. Just like Jiraiya in another ninja world. And at this time, Orochimaru, you bastard! Tsunade and the others also arrived. 040 I don't need it either. Tsunade. Grandfather, second grandfather. Tsunade's voice trembled slightly when she heard the familiar voice again. Who knows how she got through that period after Nawase and Duan died? Pain. Self-blame. Regret. Why did she let Nawase go to the battlefield at that time? It was only in the past few years that the ninja world has been in peace and the internet has developed rapidly that she was able to play poker online to numb herself. I never thought I could actually see grandfather and second grandfather again. Thank you for your hard work, Tsunade. Senju Hashirama looked at his granddaughter, his face full of emotion, nodded, and said with a smile, I have heard about the rope tree. It's not your fault. The sacrifice of war is inevitable, you don't have to keep it in your heart. The great-grandfather and the second grandfather are living well down there. Senju Tobirama also nodded and sighed, I have always wanted to tell you this, but when the eldest brother came to you a few years ago, you didn't believe it. He said this with a melancholy tone, Tsunade. Although you have experienced so much and seen so much darkness, you must believe that there is still beauty in the ninja world. Not everyone is a liar. You have to believe in others again. The words fell. How can you expect me to believe it? Tsunade looked at her great-grandfather with a dark face and said unhappily, Grandpa, when you come to me in the future, don't make it like an online scam, and I don't know what's going on. You just send one sentence every day and then ask me to borrow money. This looks like a liar, right? Senju Tobirama? Senju Hashirama, ha ha ha. You idiot! Senju Tobirama yelled again, didn't I ask you to explain it properly? You actually borrowed money. That's because I didn't have much money some time ago. Senju Hashirama scratched his head embarrassedly and said cheerfully, so, I just borrowed a little from Tsunade. Do you know how tired I am to let you go online? Thank you for your hard work, Tobirama. How about I give you my new action figure? Get lost. Okay, okay. Now is not the time to chat. Orochimaru's feminine voice sounded, the first generation, the second generation, it's time to finish your work. You know. He was ready to run away. However, after hearing that Orochimaru actually let his great-grandfather and second grandfather work again, Tsunade immediately glared at Orochimaru angrily, Orochimaru, I didn't expect you to fall to this level. Let the dead work for you. You know, they are the first and second Hokage. You let them be 007. Is it decent? When she thought of this, she was furious, I will beat you up. Ah, Tsunade, I didn't let your great-grandfather and second-grandfather be 007. Orochimaru licked his lips and said with a smile, the first and second generations are living well here. Looking at the people who have surrounded him, his brows frowned slightly. Where is Uchiha Madara? Why hasn't he come yet? Has this guy found a way to resist his impure world reincarnation? However, after the words fell, Tsunade was slightly stunned, and looked at her great-grandfather and second-grandfather. After seeing their helpless smiles, she also knew that what Orochimaru said was right. She heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that Orochimaru still cares about the friendship of the past. She turned her head and looked at Orochimaru, and was about to say something. Senju Hashirama! Senju Tobirama! A roar suddenly came from behind. It was the fourth Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village, rushing over with an angry face. When the Konoha ninjas were wondering why the fourth Raikage was so angry, they saw. The fourth Raikage glared at the first Hokage and the second Hokage. You are Konoha Hokage, but you are in collusion with Orochimaru and oppress thousands of worker ninjas. It is a shame for ninjas. Has the god of ninja world who ended the warring states' rebellion fallen? After the words fell, everyone was stunned. Especially the Konoha ninjas on Tsunade and Jiraiya's side looked at the first and second generations in surprise. No wonder they were not exploited. It turned out that they were in cahoots with each other. Even Uchiha Sasuke on the side looked at the two most respected Hokage of Konoha with a shocked face, and then his eyes were full of complexity, sweeping over Orochimaru, Hashirama Senju, and Tobira Senju. This ninja world is really poisonous. Grandpa, you guys. Tsunade sighed, and looked at Grandpa and second Grandpa with a complicated expression. How could you do this? Orochimaru must have forced you. Right. No, no, no. We never did such a thing. Senju Tobirama looked at everyone with a black line on his face. We didn't do it. Hurry up and kill that evil guy. In the underworld I will settle accounts with him. Don't be so angry. Orochimaru didn't care. Although he was curious about where the rumor came from, it seemed quite interesting now. He looked at Senju Tobirama with a smile. We had a good cooperation before. I was forced. Big brother, this idiot wants to find Tsunami on the internet. Forget it. Seeing that everyone was looking at him again, Senju Tobirama sighed helplessly. Let's get rid of this guy quickly. This ninja world is better not to wait. He wanted to go back. Therefore, the battle started again. At this time, on the other side, Fuyu made hand seals and used the multiple shadow clone technique directly, then looked at the densely packed figures with satisfaction. After he had upgraded so many levels, his chakra capacity was also quite amazing. Originally, he planned to sneak in and blow up the laboratory, but after thinking about it, he felt that this method was too troublesome, so he decided to use a simple and crude method. 1 stack per person. Remember, it must cover the entire factory. Fuyu looked at his clones with a serious face. If it's not enough, come to me for more. Let's destroy this evil place. Yes. XN. Under his arrangement, all ninjas set off with detonating tags. In the past few years, the ninja world has been in a peaceful era, and detonating tags have rarely been used, so a lot of detonating tags have been stockpiled. Fuyu sighed with emotion. Sure enough, stock up more of this kind of thing, it will always be useful. On the other side of the sky, Nagato, who inadvertently saw this scene, also twitched his mouth slightly. It's not you who caused Konan to be so wasteful later. However, at this time, suddenly, Susanoo. A huge energy appeared, accompanied by bursts of wild laughter. Orochimaru. It's not so easy to control me, Uchiha Madara. Ha ha ha. Everyone was shocked and looked towards the central area at the same time. Uchiha Madara appeared. Didn't they say that this guy was in cahoots with Orochimaru? What's going on now? Uneven distribution of spoils? Fighting? Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru was also stunned, looking at Uchiha Madara, who was looking down at him from high in the sky, especially the nameplate in his hand. Sure enough, I was a little careless. That is the control method of Impure World Reincarnation 007 Employee Edition. As long as you have that, according to the authority, you can command the guys below you. This is also the Impure World Reincarnation ability he improved. Unexpectedly, it was taken away by Uchiha Madara during the chaos. However, Orochimaru resumed his smiling smile and looked at Uchiha Madara. Do you think I need this? As soon as he finished speaking. What a coincidence! Uchiha Madara sneered and took a step forward. The factory uniform on his body had already been replaced with a red vest. He looked down at Orochimaru. I don't need this either. He crushed the nameplate in his hand. The battle has just begun. 041 Great Disaster, unrivaled momentum directly crushed. Is this Uchiha Madara? Feeling the figure looking down at them, even Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju noticed it at this time. However, at this time, Orochimaru is already very dangerous. There are dense enemies all around. If he doesn't find a way to escape, he probably won't be able to escape later. Orochimaru's eyes condensed slightly, and his hands quickly formed hand seals, looking at Uchiha Madara. However, no surprise. Uchiha Madara's whole body trembled, and then there was no other change. Own control. Disappeared? You want to control me with just Impure World Reincarnation? Ridiculous. Uchiha Madara jumped down from Susanoo, clapped his hands, and the chakra momentum on his body increased again. Impure World Reincarnation release. After the words fell, he fell directly to the ground, but he did not stop, and rushed directly towards Orochimaru. Would release Tree World Advent. This is would release. Except for Orochimaru, who had already known about it, the others looked at Uchiha Madara, who used would release, in shock, and even Senju Hashirama was a little surprised. Uchiha Madara actually used would release? But... Hey? Madara, why aren't you controlled? Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara in surprise. How did you do that? Idiot! There's no nameplate. Uchiha Madara looked at him with disdain. As long as you force it, you won't be controlled by the caster. This is the information he got from Senju Tobirama. This guy has been screwing screws here for so many years. That's why he caused this chaos. This is the only way to have a chance to get the nameplate. After taking a look, he also clapped his hands and shouted to release Senju Tobirama, and ignored him, and walked towards Orochimaru step by step. I just don't know why Orochimaru in front of me still has a smiling face. Forget it, I've wasted too much time here. Next, he should go back and let Black Zetsu complete the task well, and then wait for the real resurrection. However, just when Uchiha Madara was about to take action, suddenly, would release. The voice of Senju Hashirama sounded. Uchiha Madara frowned slightly, dodged the restraint of would release with a flash, raised his head and looked at Senju Hashirama. Hashirama, what are you doing? Brother! Cancel the Impure World Reincarnation. Senju Tobirama, who seemed to have successfully escaped the Impure World Reincarnation, said helplessly, hurry up. But I can't seem to control myself. Senju Hashirama made a seal helplessly and said, leave quickly. I really can't control myself. Would release was used continuously to prevent Uchiha Madara and others from rushing over. After the words fell. Why can't you crack it? Senju Tobirama was shocked, looking at his elder brother. You know he is the god of ninja world. Even he can crack it. How can his elder brother not crack it with his own will? However, looking at the crazy output of the elder brother, it really seems that he can't control himself. Senju Tobirama gritted his teeth and rushed up without hesitation. It seems is the Impure World Reincarnation given to elder brother by Orochimaru a little different? Don't worry, elder brother, I will definitely help you crack it. No. No. No need. Senju Hashirama's face changed drastically. Leave quickly. I can't control myself. Really? I will definitely save you. No need. Just when Senju Hashirama kept refusing, Senju Tobirama had already rushed in front of Hashirama and quickly fought, ready to check the impure world reincarnation in his body. However, after a while... No. Senju Tobirama frowned in surprise and looked at Senju Hashirama. The seal has been cracked. I can't control myself. Hearing his elder brother's exaggerated voice, Senju Tobirama was silent, then raised his eyebrows and looked at his elder brother suspiciously. Did you do it on purpose? How is it possible? Senju Hashirama said with floating eyes, I just can't control myself. Really? What do you want to do, you idiot brother? Senju Tobirama directly covered his eyes. Such an evil guy, do you still want to protect him? Has it been discovered? Orochimaru's smiling voice sounded again, attracting everyone's attention, but looking at Senju Hashirama, please. Master Shode, you accepted my commission. This time, how could others not understand? Immediately looked at Senju Hashirama with a strange look. Are you really in cahoots with him? Since I have already received the commission, I will complete the task. But I will only protect you. Senju Hashirama sighed helplessly, then scratched his head, looked at all the eyes staring at him, and laughed. Well, sorry, he gave too much. You idiot! Senju Tobirama roared speechlessly. When did you accept the commission? A few days ago. That figurine. Let me tell you, it glows, and it is very collectible. But looking at Senju Tobirama who has been staring at him, Senju Hashirama also lowered his voice a little embarrassedly, or I give it to you. Who wants it? You. Just for a figurine? Senju Tobirama had black lines on his forehead, and his mind suddenly remembered that he had worked hard for the past few years to provide his elder brother with internet access and recharge money to make his elder brother a little easier. Result. This idiot is really worrying. He immediately waved his hand and looked at Hashirama Senju fiercely. Kill him for me. Beat him hard for me. Don't worry about it. I'll beat this idiot again when we get down there. Ah? Tobirama is serious? I really didn't mean it, that was a few days ago. I don't care. You're dead. The scene. It was in chaos again. And outside. Although Uchiha Madara had destroyed the main inscriptions, there were only a few people who could break free from the impure world reincarnation by themselves. Therefore, it was still in chaos outside. Of course, Fuyo was still sticking detonating tags everywhere. Try to send this black-hearted processing factory directly into the sky later. Anyway, the number Nagato was panicking. Suddenly I felt. In fact, the eyes are on me, does it matter whether I meet them or not? I can't really give the eyes back to Uchiha Madara at this time. Or go back? However, no one knows. That was a few hours ago. The wanted Otsutsuki Urashiki of the entire ninja world finally appeared. However, he was not in the ninja world, but on the moon. Otsutsuki Urashiki looked at the guy lying on the ground in front of him, who was also called the Otsutsuki clan, and said with a smile, "What a good time. Outsiders." The Otsutsuki clan ninja stared at her. "What do you want to do?" This guy suddenly appeared, and then knocked everyone down. And the strength very strong. Even the reincarnation I handed down by the ancestors of the temple can't defeat him. Don't worry. Otsutsuki Urashiki didn't care, carrying his fishing rod with a smile. I just came to take back what belongs to the Otsutsuki clan. After saying that, after taking a look at the moon underground, he seemed to think of something interesting, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, but he didn't say anything else, and slowly rose with a huge eyeball. Damn it! Everyone's face changed. However, it's too late. Otsutsuki Urashiki disappeared directly in front of them. Outsiders. All the Otsutsuki clan looked at the place where there was no figure with a worried look, and then looked at the clan leader. Clan leader, what should we do now? The terrible enemy recorded still appeared. Just finished speaking. Call Konoha now. The Otsutsuki clan leader made a prompt decision and said in a heavy tone, tell them. The disaster of the ninja world is coming. Yes. However, the tribe member just agreed, took out his cell phone, and was about to make a call when he looked at the cell phone that had no signal. He was silent for a moment, then looked at the tribe leader. That tribe leader, the signal tower was just destroyed. There is no signal now. What a disaster. 042 Come on. It's confirmed. The hero who ended the Warring States Rebellion and founded the first ninja village in the ninja world, Konoha, has been invaded by capitalism. He. Senju Hashirama. Degenerate. Tsunade, who was standing by, looked at her great-grandfather who had gone with the flow with Orochimaru with a black face, and she didn't know what to say in her heart. You know, this is her great-grandfather. Where is the ninja god who was compassionate to the ninja world back then? How did he become like this now? Looking at Uchiha Madara and the second grandfather who were fighting with their great-grandfather, their eyes suddenly became more complicated. Especially the second grandfather. While fighting, he shouted something like, I worked hard to provide you with the internet, what the hell did your uncle do? The tone was full of grievance. If it weren't for the body of the impure world reincarnation, Tsunade would have thought that her second grandfather was about to cry. How much suffering has the second grandfather suffered here in the past few years? On the other side, Uchiha Sasuke, who was asked to come to help, had stopped long ago. He suddenly didn't know what the point of his action was. And Otsutsuki Urashiki hasn't appeared yet, why should he do anything? This scene in front of him. It made him feel that the ninja world is not worth it. Sure enough. It's not that he has little experience, but that this ninja world has been a little bit wrong from the beginning. Let's quickly deal with Otsutsuki Urashiki and leave. Hey Gamabunta put on his customized Bluetooth headset again and sighed sadly, money has blinded the world. After saying that, he lowered his head and looked at Jiraiya, who seemed to want to say something but didn't know how to say it. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. And remember to transfer my money and skin to my account later. After the words fell. With a bang, he disappeared from the spot. Jiraiya didn't care about Buntat, and watched the scene in silence. So, what was he doing here? Finally, Yu sighed, glanced at the three people who were still fighting in front of him, and then turned his head to look at the smiling Orochimaru beside him, his eyes full of complexity, and Orochimaru seemed to have noticed him, spit at him, and said with a smile, goodbye. Jiraiya. After the words fell, Jiraiya's face changed, and he rushed up quickly, don't fall anymore. Come back with me, if you want money, let's do some serious business. However, just when he rushed to Orochimaru and was about to catch him, Pa! A mouthful of water was spit directly on his face. Next time you use my identity to dance, I will kill you. After the words fell, Orochimaru's entire body melted away, leaving Jiraiya alone. He smiled awkwardly, remained silent for a moment, and sighed, you didn't like dancing, you should have said so earlier. According to the news sent back by the Shadow clones, the detonating talisman has been pasted, but it cannot be detonated yet. The ninja army outside is still fighting with the impure world reincarnation army. Of course, as time goes by, many impure world reincarnation ninjas have been sealed. When the caster cannot be dealt with, sealing the impure world reincarnation guy is the best choice. As for the inside, the battle is even more intense. And I don't know if I saw it wrong, I always feel like the second generation Hokage and Uchiha Madara are beating up his eldest brother. No matter how you look at it, it's a bit weird. Could it be that Senju Tobirama hasn't broken the shackles of the impure world reincarnation yet? So, in order to stop him, Senju Hashirama took action. As for Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, isn't it normal for these two guys to fight when they meet? However, Uzumaki Nagato, who originally came to find Uchiha Madara, did not go up for some reason, but stood aside and stared at the front. At this time, Dad, Dad, Dad! The phone rang. Fuyuto looked at the caller and answered the call directly. The things have been obtained. Kabuto's voice came from the other side, and Orochimaru also ran away. Hey, as expected, I want isn't it so easy to catch this guy? Fuyuto nodded, not surprised that Orochimaru could still run away at this time. You know, even if it was another ninja world, Orochimaru surrendered voluntarily in the end, and was then monitored by Konoha. We don't know any Orochimaru. This black-hearted capitalist in the ninja world has nothing to do with us. Kabuto was silent for a moment, then said lightly, anything else? If not, I'm hanging up. Hang up. I have to detonate the explosion later. Hey, wait a minute, what's the situation inside? Fuyuto seemed to remember something and asked curiously, why is the second generation Hokage beating the first generation Hokage? Did the second generation Hokage fail to get rid of the shackles of the impure world reincarnation? The words fell. There was another silence on the other side. At this time, Fuyuto also noticed something was wrong, and was even more curious about what was going on. Just as he was about to ask, Kabuto's voice sounded again, that is, his tone seemed to be filled with a hint of stomachache. The first generation Hokage and Orochimaru are in cahoots with each other. What? What? Fuyuto was slightly stunned, and before he could ask, beep. The call was over. Only Fuyuto stared at his phone blankly, muttering to himself, in cahoots with each other? In cahoots with what? Then he took a breath, hiss, Senju Hashirama is not going to explore immortality with Orochimaru, right? The god of ninja world. Has he fallen? At this time, I can control myself now. Cheers came from the front. The restrictions of impure world reincarnation seem to have disappeared. Orochimaru is gone. Stop fighting, Tobirama. I don't care. I'll beat you to death, the shame of the ninja world. Okay. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Tobirama, how about I give you my figurine? Senju Hashirama looked at Tobirama with a wry smile, and then sighed, actually, I didn't mean it. I was fighting for peace all those years ago. He didn't finish his words. Don't say it. Senju Tobirama looked at his elder brother with a fierce face. He himself had been deceived by this idiot elder brother. What was too tiring back then, and he could only relax after death. What was I just wanting to see this peaceful and beautiful ninja world after death? This guy. It seems that since he learned how to surf the internet, he is no longer the idiot elder brother of the past. But now that Orochimaru has escaped again, it's time for them to leave. Humph. He snorted coldly, looking at Senju Hashirama, it's all because of you. Okay. Now that such an evil and black-hearted guy has escaped, I don't know how much disaster it will bring to the ninja world. Ha ha ha, we are already dead. Maybe this is fate. Orochimaru should not die in our hands. Shut up. Senju Tobirama looked at Senju Hashirama, who had shut his mouth, then took a deep breath and looked at Uchiha Madara coldly. What is your purpose? However, Uchiha Madara sneered disdainfully. Now he didn't need to pay attention to this guy who poured foot-washing water. Looking at Senju Hashirama, the battle between us is not over yet. Banara. Senju Hashirama was slightly stunned, looking at the serious face of Benares, sighed, opened his mouth, and said helplessly, the ninja world is already peaceful, and we are already dead. We should give up everything in the past. Everything you did to me, can be solved by a word of giving up? I will prove that I am right. Sure enough. I will never let you go. Forget it. Tobirama, we can't stay here for too long now. Senju Hashirama stopped Tobirama, who wanted to attack, shook his head, sighed, looked at Uchiha Madara, who was staring at him, remembered what the Uchiha clan leader said at that time, hesitated for a moment, and said, "What happened back then? I didn't mean it, I'm sorry, Madara. It was indeed me who betrayed the agreement with you. If you want revenge," he gritted his teeth, turned around, and stuck out his butt, "Come on. Let the sin between us end here." The words fell. Everyone was confused and looked at the scene in front of them in silence. Why did the first generation suddenly stick out his butt? What happened? Why did the atmosphere suddenly feel weird? They looked at Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, and then Uchiha Madara. This relationship seems a bit complicated. Before they understood what was going on, Uchiha Madara looked at Hashirama Senju, who was shouting "Come on" with two black lines. What does this guy want to do? Come on, what do you mean by sticking your butt out? What do you think of him? He kicked him directly. You are crazy. The final duel between us will come sooner or later. I hope you don't think you are so weak now. The winner will definitely be mine. After saying that, he ignored Uchiha Madara, who was kicked into the ground by him, and took a deep look at the sky in the distance. Those eyes, his eyes, snorted coldly, and said nothing more, and turned around and disappeared on the spot. And the others did not stop him. Just as Hashirama Senju said he would return to the Pure Land sooner or later, there was really no need to stop him. At this time, Suzuki, who hung up the phone, looked at them and said lightly, "Let's leave here quickly." Uchiha paused. Fuyu has hung detonating tags all around, ready to blow up this place. After saying that, he ignored the surprised crowd and disappeared in a flash. If he had known, he would not have come. What a thing! Then, Tsunade also reacted, sighed, looked at the current situation, and then looked at the grandfather who was in cahoots with Orochimaru. "Let's leave here first. We'll talk about it later." When she thought of her grandfather who had fallen for money, she had a headache. This I'd rather have disappeared if I had known. However, looking at the grandfather who suddenly stood up and hurriedly ran to the side in confusion, "Grandpa, what's wrong? Is there anything else? Oh, this place is going to explode. I have to take my figurine away quickly. That's the gift I prepared for you, little Tsunade. Who wants it? And didn't you say you were going to give it to your second grandfather?" 043 Return. Bang! A loud noise. The brilliant fireworks burst out, destroying the demon cellar of the Land of Fields and illuminating the entire ninja world. All the ninjas who had escaped from the shackles of the impure world reincarnation looked at the light, with a relieved smile on their faces. If they hadn't had no tears, they would have been moved to tears. Is it finally a holiday? Woo woo woo, it's not easy. Dad. There's still some time, how about I take you to see the ninja world? Get lost. I'm going back, I don't want to stay in this ninja world. This rich group is really rich. It's just a small factory, do they need so many detonating tags? Has the ninja world become so dangerous? All the impure world reincarnation people gradually let go of the call of the Pure Land and prepared to return to the Pure Land. It's finally a holiday. However, the largest ninja village in the ninja world, Konoha, seemed particularly depressed. A silence. All the Konoha ninjas silently looked at the gradually dimming light, but their faces looked like they wanted to say something but didn't know how to say it. Anyway, at this moment Fuyu didn't know what to say. Originally, Orochimaru's eating the dead man's ash buns had already angered the entire ninja world, but what did he hear just now? The former god of the ninja world, Senju Hashirama, colluded with Orochimaru and oppressed employees? What happened to this ninja world? Even the god of the ninja world has fallen? I thought this so-called collusion was to seek immortality together, but that's it. This is too low class. Just like Orochimaru who betrayed the village for 1 billion. Grandpa, second grandpa. At this moment, even Tsunade, who was originally excited to see her great-grandfather and second grandfather again, didn't know what to say. I guess her mood this time is also quite complicated. Finally, all the words turned into a sigh. I will deal with that Orochimaru and help you get revenge. After the words fell. After hearing Tsunade's words, Senju Tobirama, who had chosen to forgive his elder brother, looked at Tsunade a little embarrassedly and sighed, I'm sorry to trouble you, Tsunade. Just finished speaking. Senju Hashirama beside him also sighed and nodded, yeah, sorry this time. We should have told you earlier. Yeah. I didn't expect it would be so late. Who do you think did it? Sorry, Tobirama, I just wanted to. Shut up. Now Senju Tobirama didn't want to listen to what this big brother said again. I just wanted to, and looked at Tsunade seriously. There is evil in Orochimaru's heart, which is definitely as evil as Uchiha Madara. You must solve it as soon as possible. In the past few years, hey, he sighed again, it's better not to say anything, the Pure Land is empty, and the devil is in the ninja world. Speaking of this, he glanced at the ninjas from other ninja villages who were eyeing him covetously, and quickly looked at Tsunade, we should leave too, so this time I'll trouble the 4th Hokage. Please say sorry to the little monkey and the 4th Hokage for me. It's time for vacation. As he said that, Hashirama Senju also understood that he was about to leave. His eyes were full of reluctance. He looked at the figure he had rescued at his feet and said, just treat it as a gift for you. It is very collectible. Thank you, Grandpa. What could she do? Of course she accepted it. And this is my account. Hashirama solemnly took out a note and handed it to Tsunade, I put a lot of money in it. This is all earned by your second grandfather working for Orochimaru in the past few years. You must keep it well. Senju Tobirama. Fuck you, can you stop talking? However, Tsunade still took the account with a complicated look in her eyes. She inherited her grandfather's account. Then please don't keep the things of the past in your heart. I believe your parents and Mito don't want you to be immersed in sadness. Senju Hashirama smiled slightly and touched Tsunade's hair. We may never see each other again after this time. Don't dwell on the past. Your life is not over yet. Keep moving forward. When we meet again in the Pure Land, you must tell me that you are very happy. At this moment, Tsunade, who was originally full of complicated feelings, felt the love of her great-grandfather and second-grandfather again, and immediately hugged her great-grandfather with tears. Great-grandfather, second-grandfather, don't leave Tsunade. We have disappeared a long time ago, don't dwell on the past. Goodbye. Tsunade. After the words fell, Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju smiled at each other, and Tobirama Senju's inner unhappiness seemed to have disappeared a lot. They are all dead. Why do you still care so much? The souls of the two slowly rose up under the respectful farewell of the Konoha ninja. Finally, they disappeared on the spot. Just when everyone was remembering the first and second generations of Hokage. Suddenly, a ring rang. Jiraiya answered the phone. Hello? Minato? What's the matter? Just as the words were finished. Suddenly, the face that was originally immersed in emotion changed. Jiraiya's eyes condensed, with a serious expression, looking at the ninjas, we must hurry back to Konoha. That Otsutsuki Urashiki appeared. At the same time, when Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju ascended to heaven, Uchiha Madara, who was far away, seemed to have sensed it, stopped, looked behind him with complicated eyes, and muttered to himself, if we can meet again next time, I will prove to you I am right. Hashirama. After the words fell. Madara-sama. Madara-sama. Are we going back to the base now? Everyone is waiting for you. A certain Baizetsu looked at Madara-sama with a smile. With Madara-sama here, I believe we can realize our dreams under the leadership of Madara-sama. Yet. Madara nodded and said lightly, it's time to go back. I can't hold on for much longer. Can't Madara-sama stay? This is just the impure world reincarnation, not the real resurrection. That guy deliberately cancelled the impure world reincarnation. He just wants us to leave. What should we do? The little white man's eyes flashed. Is he going to support a new boss again? I will arrange the next plan, as long as I have the will. Madara said coldly, I will wait for the time of true resurrection. Just now. Uzumaki Nagato. Did that guy know something? It seems that the original plan has undergone unpredictable changes. But it doesn't matter. As long as the general direction is correct. Uchiha Madara. Not afraid of any obstacles. After saying that, he took the white Zetsu and rushed to the base quickly. Soon. When it was dark, the two finally arrived at the base. Madara stayed where he was, saw the long-lost cave, and then looked at the network cable that the white Zetsu pulled for him back then, and he felt a little emotional in his heart. Has it been so many years? The white Zetsu on the side saw Madara-sama like this, and quickly whispered, Madara-sama, it's time to go in. After the words fell. Yet. Madara took back his emotion and nodded expressionlessly. Then. He raised his foot and stepped into the cave. Suddenly. Hwalala. A dense crowd of white Zetsu appeared in front of him, and the leader was the wool he created that year, Black Zetsu. Welcome back, Master Madara. The voice was mighty and resounded throughout the cave. Uchiha Madara has returned. On the other side. At the last moment, Orochimaru, who had successfully escaped by trickery, crawled out of the ground, looked at the light that had faded behind him, and smiled slightly. But it seemed that he had suffered a lot of injuries, and his face looked particularly pale. Under such siege, if you want to leave you can't do it without getting out of your skin. Orochimaru looked ahead with a smile, how lucky. I almost died. And even if he didn't die he might as well die if he went dancing with Jiraiya. What a pity. The factory that had been built for many years was gone. Orochimaru shook his head, sighed in his heart, and turned around. It is estimated that the entire ninja world is now looking for him, so next he plans to go to another secret base and hide for a while. However, just after walking a few steps, suddenly, the space in front of him is distorted. Space-time ninjutsu? Orochimaru's face changed, and he quickly retreated, staring at the space-time ninjutsu that appeared, who? Just as the words fell, a familiar figure carrying a fishing rod and a huge ball floating beside him appeared. Otsutsuki Urashiki smiled at Orochimaru and said lightly, Are you Orochimaru? 044 Afterwards. Although the black-hearted processing factory has been destroyed, the matter is not over. After all, the boss of the black-hearted processing factory, Orochimaru, is still on the run outside. How can it be considered over if he has not been caught? When many people saw the group of employees who were oppressed and shouted finally a holiday in the fire, one after another, they felt as much emotion in their hearts as they were angry with Orochimaru. Damn it! That guy hasn't been caught yet? At the same time, implicated in this shocking shinobi world's black-hearted processing exposed incident, the Root Group also suffered heavy losses. The second largest online mall in the ninja world, Ninpinpin, can no longer operate. Many stores have evacuated, and after the partners forcefully terminated the cooperation, Ninpinpin was closed a few days ago. And because the ninja world was very concerned about this black-hearted processing factory incident after Orochimaru ran away, all the companies under the root group were also implicated and suffered losses anyway. It is said that when the ninja army went to catch the snake, the boss of the root group, a legendary business person, Shimura Danzo, fell into a coma with his hands on his chest. The business empire that he had worked hard for several years is almost gone. The only lucky thing is that Shimura Danzo has a close friend. After he fell into a coma, he has been taking care of him all the time. Even if he wakes up now, his close friend, Sarutobi Hiruzen, still does not leave and sleeps and eats with him. Although the root group eating human ashes buns is despicable, this sincere bond still makes many people very moved. However, not long after. Originally, the root group, which was targeted by the villagers because they could not catch Orochimaru, was relieved a lot, and everyone began to shift their attention to their people. Today, the weather is fine and the autumn is refreshing. The morning breeze is gentle, the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant. At this time, although his face is still a little weak and pale, Danzo, who has already woken up, is sitting cross-legged and looking outside calmly. His business empire is going to be gone. Not long ago, he was ambitious to develop the alien ninja world, overthrow the rich group, and become the first group in the ninja world. As a result, not long after, the root group that he worked so hard for is going to be gone. Danzo sighed. Now he doesn't know what to do. Put on a new skin and continue to start a business? Or just retire like this? But no matter what is still unwilling. Shimura Danzo. There are stars in the sea. How can he just give up? And at this time. Danzo. Are you awake? Hearing the familiar voice, Danzo turned his head silently, and immediately saw Sarutobi Hiruzen running over in a hurry, and shook his head helplessly. Don't panic. I won't run away this time. Why are you always worried about him running away? Now that he has run away, where else can he go? Unless he goes to another ninja world. However, I know. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shimura Danzo, nodded quickly, and said happily, I'm talking about good things. Good things. There are fewer and fewer people cursing the root group. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, Danzo, who was originally looking at the scenery calmly, trembled slightly, and now he became curious. It's only been a few days. Why are there fewer and fewer? You know, the popularity yesterday even he was panicked when he saw it. Now there is still good news? Could it be? Has Orochimaru been caught? No. Orochimaru has been hiding since he was young, and no one knows where he is hiding now. It's not easy to catch him. Why are there fewer and fewer people? Could it be that everyone believes the notice we sent out? Are the netizens so well educated now? Oh, no. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. No one believes it. No one believes our notice. What's the reason? Then what's the reason? No one believes our notice. Danzo frowned slightly, curiously looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who looked hesitant, wanted to say something but didn't know how to say it. He held it back for a long time except for opening his mouth. He didn't say anything. What's going on? You may not believe it when I tell you that. Today, it suddenly broke out on the internet. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated, sighed, and said, the first and second Hokage and the Uchiha legend Uchiha Madara flattered and flattered. In order to get promoted they kept bullying employees. Now they are scolded on the internet. Just finished speaking. Danzo. Looking confused. What the hell? It's really a ghost. When Minato heard the ninja below reporting the information, he was also shocked and almost bit his tongue. Finally, after repeated inquiries, he had to believe it. His idol, the first and second Hokage of Konoha, were also corrupted by money? Although there seemed to be various reasons, he was indeed shocked. I didn't see it. As a former student of the second generation, advisor Koharu Udadan is still confused now? And it seems that in order to avoid the limelight, Tsunade, who was originally invited to discuss the alien ninja world, now dares not return to the village. Really, Minato chuckled for a long time, but still didn't know how to express his inner thoughts. Finally, he sighed helplessly and shook his head. I will apologize to you in person later. Although there seem to be other reasons, no matter what, this time it is the fault of the first generation and the second generation. Speaking of this, after seeing the understanding and complicated eyes of everyone, Minato finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then put on a serious expression. Then the more important thing is the matter of Otsutsuki Urashiki. The Otsutsuki clan invaded the moon, snatched the reincarnation eye on the moon, and then hid again. This guy. What on earth do you want to do? After the words fell. Except for Fuyu, who was pulled in for the meeting and was yawning, the rest of the people were silent, frowning slightly as if they were thinking about something. Especially Suzuki. After seeing so many rare after such a weird thing that made people wonder how to complain, he just wanted to leave this ninja world and rush back to help Naruto. Although he was reluctant to leave his father, mother, and Unai-chan here, he was also afraid that something might happen if he stayed any longer. So, Otsutsuki Urashiki must be dealt with as soon as possible. However, why did he suddenly snatch the Samsara eye? Did Otsutsuki Urashiki see that Konoha was not weak and made more preparations, or did he have other secrets? After a while, Suzuki sighed, shook his head, and said, no matter what, whether it is a war or other purposes, we must find his figure as soon as possible. After the words fell. Indeed. Minato sighed and nodded. I have arranged people to increase the investigation, and I will discuss with other ninja villages later. I believe there will be news soon. Then, looking at everyone, he rubbed his forehead helplessly. If there is nothing else, let's end the meeting. Next. He still has a lot of things to deal with. It's a pity. The third Hokage needs to take care of Danzo recently and can't leave for the time being. Otherwise, he can help him share some of the burden. Ah! What an admirable bond! Yes. Fourth Hokage. Just when everyone was about to leave. Suddenly, Minato seemed to remember something and said to the yawning Fuyu, oh, right. Fuyu, wait a minute. The Otsutsuki clan on the moon said that they hope you can send someone to repair the signal station as soon as possible. What time is it? The eyes of the ancestors have been robbed, and they are still thinking about setting up an internet cable? 045 Have you ever been involved in pyramid selling? The next afternoon, the moon was connected to the internet again. No way. The Otsutsuki clan was in a hurry. In order to keep an eye on the situation in the ninja world and the news of the outsiders, they really need the internet. If there is no network, they can't contact the ninja world. If they can't contact the ninja world, they can't communicate information all the time. If they can't communicate information all the time, they can't know the situation of Otsutsuki Urashiki in the first time. If they can't know the situation of Otsutsuki Urashiki in the first time, they can't protect Konoha. If they can't protect Konoha, then what if Konoha is destroyed? The situation is very urgent. They need the network very much. So, what else can Fuyu do? Hurry up and arrange for someone to go up and pull the network cable again. The overall situation is important. Even if the cost of the signal tower has not been recovered, what does it matter? This is all for Konoha. And just by taking over the market of the root group, Fuyu group has become rich again. A small amount of money is not worth mentioning. I have to say, Shimura Danzo is really a good person. How many times has this happened? Every time, Fuyu group gets rich. Sure enough, doing business still requires sincerity, just like his Fuyu group, which has always been based on integrity, down to earth, and conscientious. Only in order to gain the trust of so many people. Getting bigger and bigger. Fuyu sighed with emotion, glanced at the documents in his hand, and then looked at Suzune beside him. What has the root group been doing during this period? It seems that they are consolidating their industries. Suzune also sighed and shook her head. The root group has suffered heavy losses this time. I heard that even the original new movie My Love from the Moon has been stopped. It serves him right. Hanabi next to him said with a pout, who told him to eat human ashes buns. Speaking of this, he fell silent again. The look in his eyes was quite complicated. After all, I heard that even the first and second generation Hokage ate this human ashes bun. It was a bit of a st. Sure enough, this Hokage in the ninja world has some problems. What about the Uchiha clan? I heard that they have been scolded badly on the internet recently. Uchiha Madara has long betrayed the Uchiha clan and the village. Fuyu shook his head and said casually, he betrayed the village when the first Hokage was still alive, so the Uchiha clan is not a big problem. His eyes were slightly complicated, some people even cheered. By the way, where's Boruto? Fuyu looked upstairs. Is he surfing the internet again today? He is still very concerned about this nephew? Grandnephew? Boruto. Don't say it. Hanabi sighed. I guess he feels the same as when he heard his grandfather was a nightclub prostitute in the red light district. Let's not disturb him and let him vent. As a ninja of Konoha, you should know that the first and second Hokage have a very important position in their hearts. This incident has a great impact on the ninja world. I heard that Lady Tsunade was invited back to the village to avoid the limelight, but she ran away halfway and even changed her online name. If she didn't know how to get to another ninja world, Lady Tsunade might have run away with the slug overnight. What a pity. Orochimaru was not caught. I don't know what this guy is doing now. He sighed. He shook his head helplessly. I think this Orochimaru might be beaten to death before he can return to the village. Indeed. I heard that after Danzo woke up, he raised the bounty for him overnight. Now he is the second on the ninja world bounty list, catching up with the first place Otsutsuki Urashiki. All the bounty ninjas in the ninja world began to sharpen their knives, ready to skin the snake. It's not clear what Danzo will do next. You know. This guy is an ambitious man who is unwilling to be lonely. He will definitely not retire like this. Fuyu pondered for a moment, thinking of the information that Kabuto brought back at that time, which included experimental information about Hashirama Senju and information about the bloodline of the Uchiha clan. Of course, he was not surprised that Orochimaru would study Hashirama Senju and the bloodline of the Uchiha clan. After all, these two were considered to be the top forces in the ninja world. But what made him more curious was an experimental document on conjectures about how to travel through parallel worlds. It really surprised him a little. You know, there are only a few people in the ninja world who know about the other ninja world. How did Orochimaru know? Did Danzo tell him? Especially the information in the document. What about traveling through a coordinate? So he wanted to set a coordinate like Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, and then cross the other ninja world. There are useful guesses, and there are a lot of useless guesses. It looks like a trick, most of it is nonsense, and there is not even any experimental data. Fuyu is very suspicious. Could this be a plan to defraud funds? Hope. This is the hope for the rise of the root group. In fact, after the liquidation, we still have a lot of money left. As long as we sell the store, the money is enough for us to live a good life. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked helplessly at Danzo, who had recovered his spirit, sighed, and said, I believe the Fuyu group is very happy to take over. However, as soon as the words fell, Shimura Danzo's eyes condensed, staring at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Are you willing to live like this for the rest of your life? After a slight pause, do you want to be the richest man in the ninja world? Do you want to replace the Fuyu group? Do you want to create a huge group? Opening his arms, he raised his head at a 45-degree angle. If you want, embrace the future with me. A failure does not mean anything. The words were not finished. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated and said, "This is not the first time." After he finished speaking, there was silence at the scene. After a while, Danzo opened his arms again. "It doesn't matter. The road to a great dream is always full of bumps. Do you remember when you first became a ninja? Internal and external troubles. Facing countless challenges, you would be finished if you are not careful, but we still walked through it step by step." He waved his hand. "Now it's just that there are more hardships on the road to success, but I believe that the final ending must be beautiful." At this point, he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with burning eyes. "So, do you want to? Danzo, have you ever done pyramid selling? Why do I feel weird? I haven't done it." Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen righteously. "I said it's not important now, tell me, do you want to?" "I don't want to. Really, I haven't thought about it." "Yan too." "No. Do you want to?" "I really don't want to." "Do you really want to?" This time, before Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, Danzo shook his head domineeringly. "I said you want it. Just think about it. Believe me. We will definitely succeed. The alien ninja world is our hope. It is a world that has never been developed. You said so, and you still ask me if I want it?" Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed helplessly. "Okay. I want it. I just said you want it. It's getting late. Since you are fine, I will leave first." Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and walked out the door. After a few steps, he turned his head and looked at Danzo, hesitating for a moment. "By the way, have you really never touched pyramid schemes?" "I hate pyramid schemes." Danzo shook his head firmly. After Sarutobi Hiruzen really left, he took out his special mobile phone and dialed the special phone number, staring with his eyes, as if waiting for something. After a while, "The call you dialed is temporarily unanswered." He was silent for a while, and finally sighed helplessly and shook his head. Where did this guy go? At the same time, in a dark cave somewhere, Orochimaru looked at the pyramid scheme leader Otsutsuki Urashiki, who was carrying a fishing rod in front of him, with a shocked face. He seemed to be very shocked by what he had just said, but after a while, he licked his lips with a playful look. "It's really interesting. I didn't expect that there is actually another ninja world." That Chimera Danzo was not lying to him. Speaking of this, he looked up at Otsutsuki Urashiki in front of him and said with a smile, "So, you are from another ninja world?" After the words fell, Otsutsuki Urashiki nodded with a smile. "You are worthy of being the smartest person in the ninja world. It seems that you have believed it. I can't help but believe it. Of course I still have some doubts. Now tell me what you are going to ask me to do." "It's very simple." Otsutsuki Urashiki shrugged. "This is something you are very familiar with. Reincarnation." Otsutsuki just finished speaking. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and looked at Otsutsuki Urashiki with a meaningful smile on his face. 046 Bad Premonition. Come on. Let's have fun. Madara-sama. That's right. That's right. Madara-sama, this is a farewell party specially prepared for you. Enjoy. Wait. A minute. I'll go get the takeaway first. Everyone keep drinking. Keep dancing. Madara raised his eyelids, looked at the noisy white Zetsu in front of him, and then looked at the red banner hanging on the wall. "Welcome back, Madara-sama," and send Madara-sama off. These guys. What are they doing? Especially the white Zetsu. Just now he actually ordered takeaway? After so long, he also knew what the so-called takeaway was, just like the express delivery received by Senju Hashirama, which was delivered to the door in person. But you have to know that this is a secret base. A secret base that will subvert the ninja world and bring true peace to the ninja world. UTN dare to order takeaway. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? Madara's mouth twitched, his eyes stared at the black Zetsu beside him. Is this how you do things? No. No. It's none of my business. Black Zetsu shook his head and said helplessly, So, Master Madara, do you know how hard I've been through these years? Even if he was hiding in the ninja world back then. He has been hiding for more than 1,000 years. He has never been as hard as he has been in these years. Fuya group. The harm is not shallow. After saying that, Madara was silent for a moment. He seemed to feel the difficulty of his will. He sighed, shook his head, raised his head again, looked at the still happy white Zetsu, and then lowered his head to look at the spiral-faced white Zetsu who was drawing beside him. He felt very melancholy in his heart. I didn't expect it. The white Zetsu who was drawing poop all day long and was the most weird one is now the most normal white Zetsu. But now, time is tight, materials are not enough, and he has no way to replace these white Zetsu for the time being. Anyway, it seems they still completed the task seriously, so let's leave it like this for now. The next time he, Uchiha Madara, comes back again, let's see. Remember the plan I said. Because I didn't expect the ninja world to change so much in the past few years, the plan can't keep up with the changes, so I can only revise the original plan when I return now. First, there seems to be a little accident with Uzumaki Nagato. If he can't be resurrected, then we will settle for the next best thing and find a way to let him reincarnate again. Second, the main purpose has not changed, to collect the nine-tailed beast. Third, if you can lure him into darkness, lure him. If not, don't pay attention to him for the time being and wait for him to return. Anyway, if there is an accident, find a way to let him come back. By then, Uchiha Madara will definitely be able to clear all obstacles and bring true peace to the ninja world. Prove to Hashirama that he is right. After saying that, Black Zetsu's face condensed, and he nodded seriously. In fact, Uchiha Madara was going to return to the Pure Land, and he was both relieved and helpless. After all, now that the suspected alien appeared, if Uchiha Madara knew something, they would be in trouble, and helpless mom didn't know how long it would take for her to come back. But for now, Madara's departure was the best choice. As long as the plan goes smoothly, what if he has to wait for another 100 years? He will definitely try his best. At this time, White Zetsu, who went out to get takeout, also walked in happily. Madara. This is fried chicken, would you like a piece, Madara? Madara was silent and looked at him indifferently. This look, how could White Zetsu not understand what was going on? He sighed with melancholy, raised his head with a sad face. In fact, everyone is very sad in their hearts. After all, Madara-sama has just returned for a short time, and now he has to leave again. Everyone is very sad. As he said this, he stretched out his arm and wiped his tearless eyes. Now I just want to send Madara-sama off and celebrate for him in this last time. Although, he choked up as he spoke. Black Zetsu rolled his eyes. What a drama-loving White Zetsu! Although we are just a group of weapons. White Zetsu shouted excitedly, but we are also reluctant to let Madara-sama go. After the words fell, all the White Zetsu also choked up. Yes. We are very reluctant to let him go. Madara-sama hasn't been here for so long, we are just trying to make him happy. Madara-sama. Uchiha Madara raised his eyelids and looked at the White Zetsu who was originally happy and wailing all of a sudden. This group of tools. Before Madara finished speaking, feeling the pull from the Pure Land in his body, he snorted coldly, said nothing more, turned his head and looked at the Black Zetsu. Time is running out. I'll leave it to you next. My will. Madara still believed in his own will. Then, ignoring this group of White Zetsu, he snorted again and said nothing more. This group of weapons made of Hashirama's cells are as childish as Hashirama. Complete the task for me well, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. After the words fell, his eyes closed involuntarily, and his soul seemed to be drawn out and slowly rose. It kept rising. It seemed as if he saw the entire ninja world. It was still a little reluctant. And below, there was a sudden wail. Farewell, Madara-sama. Madara-sama will rule the ninja world for thousands of years. The sorrowful voice resounded through the cave. It made Uchiha Madara satisfied. Nodding, looking at the group of kneeling white Zetsu, he said lightly, this group of tools is still loyal. The word heart has not been said yet. Suddenly. Keep dancing, keep playing music. Everyone, cheer up. Although Master Madara has left, we have to be happy too. The laughter started again. The corner of Madara's mouth twitched again, and he took a deep breath. He was almost so angry that he jumped up and killed them again. He snorted coldly and slowly closed his eyes. Next time. Next time. Teach this group of idiots a lesson again. He sighed in his heart, I don't know how long it will take for me to come back after leaving this time. Reincarnation of the dead. In the dim secret room. A deep voice, a familiar feeling. I don't know how long it has been. Madara slowly opened his eyes, looked at the dark surroundings calmly, and felt the familiar feeling coming from his body. Are you still preparing to let me be reborn? He frowned slightly, why does it feel like only a short time has passed? You bunch of rubbish, you haven't accomplished anything yet. His voice was unhappy, Black Zetsu. Why don't you hurry up and get out? Before he finished speaking. Suddenly. A smiling and feminine face came in front of him, good evening. Madara-sama. After he finished speaking. Damn it. Why is it you again? Uchiha Madara was startled, turned his head and looked at the other two familiar figures next to him, and his face twitched immediately. He. In his heart. Suddenly. I have a bad feeling. 047 Miss Mom. These few days. Unexpectedly calm. Although Konoha has entered a war preparation period in the past few days, Otsutsuki Urashiki has not appeared again after stealing the Rinnegan on the moon. Therefore, apart from the network still talking about the black-hearted factory, there is nothing else in the village. A rare leisure time. So, Fuyu brought his children to his eldest brother's house. Of course. By the way, he also brought back Sasuke, who had been staying here for a while and was too embarrassed to go home. However, this shy uncle still shyly put a hat on himself. He is already a father, but he is still so shy. As for Boruto Old Hawk, he was also invited to come as a guest, he was rejected by him, maybe because he was embarrassed. After all, his name is Uzumaki Boruto. He felt that he should not get involved in the complicated relationship within the Uchiha. As soon as he entered the door, the familiar voice sounded again. Master Fuyu is back. Master Fuyu is back. This guy seems to be very popular. Sasuke looked at the Uchiha Fuyu, who was making money with a child. Sometimes he doubted whether this guy was an Uchiha. You know. As the second young master of the Uchiha, he had never seen such an Uchiha. In fact, he refused to come to this Uchiha at first. After all, it is better to miss each other than to meet each other. Although he missed his father, mother, and Unai-chan very much, it was too embarrassing. That's why he has been looking for Otsutsuki Urashiki outside for some time. It was to avoid these. However, this morning, when he was about to eat Ichiraku ramen, he was caught by this guy on the road. Strictly speaking, he is also his second uncle in this world. Helpless. He had to come because he was dragged here. Of course, whether he really wanted to come in his heart, perhaps only he knew. Looking at the familiar scenes in front of him with complicated eyes, although the Uchiha clan land here is a little different from what he had at that time, but generally speaking it is still similar. It's been a long time since I saw my old home. It's so nostalgic. After a while, when he arrived at a residential area, Sasuke's heart trembled slightly. The familiar corridor, the familiar courtyard, the familiar trees, and the familiar figures. Fuyu and Xialing are here. Sister Mikoto smiled at Xialing and Xialing, teased the two little cuties, and raised her head to look at Uchiha Sasuke, who lowered his hat. Sorry, are there guests? Please come in. Excuse me. Sasuke looked at his mother, who had grown up a lot in his impression, and at this moment his heart was also full of complexities. You know, not long after he started school, the Uchiha clan perished. Suddenly I was a little jealous of this Uchiha Sasuke in the ninja world. But after a while, he smiled with relief and didn't think about it anymore. The Sasuke in this ninja world has parents and Unai-chan who love him, and the Sasuke in the other ninja world has the same. Love is always there, but the way it is expressed is different. Misaki sister. Aunt Misaki sister. After saying hello, the group went in. Immediately, he saw Fugaku, who was looking at the newspaper expressionlessly in the hall and had specially asked for leave today to wait for him at home. Fugaku said cheerfully, "Good morning." Fugaku. After the words fell. Humph. Fugaku snorted coldly, slowly put down the newspaper, glanced at Fugaku indifferently, then glanced at Uchiha Sasuke indifferently, and then nodded indifferently to the two little Lolas. It's almost noon. I've lived for so long. Uchiha Fugaku still doesn't good at expressing his feelings. Fuyu didn't care and just sat aside with a smile. Xialing and Xiaoding were already used to the uncle's expression, so they were not afraid and played by themselves. Come. Have some tea. Sister Mikoto had already served the tea. She smiled helplessly at Fugaku, then looked at Fuyu. By the way, where are Suzune and Hanabi? Why don't you come together today? Hanabi is at home, and Suzune is very busy these days. Fuyu sighed. The root group suddenly went bankrupt, and there are some business matters that she needs to look after in person. The root group. Mikoto was surprised for a moment, sighed, and nodded. This root group is really something. It actually eats human ashes buns. It deserves to go bankrupt. As she spoke, there seemed to be a little helplessness in her tone. It seems that something big is going to happen during this period. The village frequently mobilizes ninjas, and I don't know what's going on. Fuyu looking at the two little girls playing in the courtyard. You must watch the children. Fortunately, it was just an exercise last time, otherwise, if there is an accident, it will be terrible. Cough cough cough. Sasuke suddenly coughed violently. The last time. It was him and Boruto who did it. What happened? Mikoto looked at Sasuke in surprise. She didn't know why, but she felt that this young man looked familiar. Did you get choked? It's okay, thank you. I see. Fuyu nodded happily. I've asked Hanabi and the others to pay attention. That's good. I'll go downstairs to prepare lunch first. Sister Mikoto nodded with a smile. You guys chat. She said. She went downstairs. After the uninformed Sister Mikoto went downstairs, the atmosphere became awkward again. You look at me, I look at you. For a while, neither of them spoke, which made Fuyu sigh helplessly and patted Sasuke's shoulder. I've already said it, you. Before he finished speaking. Shut up. X2. Should we say they are really father and son? They said it in unison. And after Fuyu made such a fuss, the atmosphere between the two seemed to ease a lot. They looked at each other. Uchiha Fugaku poured Sasuke a cup of hot tea expressionlessly, hesitated for a moment, and said lightly, "These years you have worked hard." After the words fell, Sasuke took the teacup with both hands in a daze, and then, after a moment, a warm smile appeared on his face. I should do it. The corners of his eyes flickered slightly, as if there were some tears. When Fugaku said this, the awkward atmosphere disappeared immediately. The two looked at each other. It was like a father looking at his child who worked hard outside and came home after a long time. This may be a conversation between parents and children across time and space. However, he, Uchiha Fugaku, is Sasuke's uncle. Why does this guy look disgusted when he sees him? Shy? Of course. At this time, Fugaku did not interrupt the conversation between the two fathers and sons. Fugaku, it must be hard to be alone. Sasuke, not hard. I always have friends to accompany me. Fugaku, well. How is Sarada? Sasuke, very talented. She will become an amazing ninja. Fugaku, well. Pay more attention to the child. Sasuke, I will. Fugaku, I've seen Sakura, too, she's very good. Sasuke, thanks to her these years. Fugaku, how is your family? Sasuke, not bad. Basically, you and I talk. The atmosphere seems particularly dull, right? Fuyu, who was standing by, yawned out of boredom and said, it's pretty good. I heard that the mortgage hasn't been paid off yet. After that, two people. They frowned and stared at Fuyu, as if they were going to beat him up. Fuyu was so scared that he laughed. You guys keep going. You guys keep going. These two fathers and sons really look alike. Next, the two of them started talking to each other again. It was so plain. Soon. It's time to eat. Misaka's voice came. The father and son looked at each other and fell silent again. Then, Fugaku looked at Sasuke, let's eat first. He asked Sasuke to stay and eat. However, where's my nephew? Fugaku looked around, why don't I see him at home? Sasuke. Sasuke went to training early in the morning. He will probably be back later. Misaka put the chopsticks in place and said with a smile, let's eat. Everyone sat down. A table full of dishes. Sasuke was stunned again, and then he came back to his senses after hearing I'm welcome. He picked up the bowl, looked at the dishes in front of him with complicated eyes, and his hands seemed to tremble uncontrollably. Then he gently picked up a little fish and ate it with rice. Familiar taste. Familiar feeling. Memories of the past surged in her mind, and her eyes suddenly turned red. Seeing this, Sister Mikoto was almost scared. She hesitated for a moment and asked Fuyu in a low voice, what's wrong? Is it not to his liking? After the words fell, Fuyu shook his head with emotion, this child probably misses his mother. He picked up some food for Sasuke, come on. Eat more. Eat more. Don't be polite. Move away. 048 Curiosity. Little Belle and Little Doraemon, come and play next time. Yeah, Uncle, Auntie, goodbye. So cute. Sister Misaka waved her hand, looked at the two small figures, smiled slightly, and then said distressedly, why isn't Sasuke a girl? Fugaku looked at Misaka with strange eyes. Fortunately you didn't say it just now. Took another look at the backs of the departing figures, shook her head, and said lightly, go in. Go in. Sister Misaka heard Fugaku's words, shook her head helplessly, and then tilted her head with a puzzled look. Fugaku's friend is really strange. I didn't seem to ask his name just now. Do you know who Fugaku is? I always feel a kind of intimacy. The words fell. Fugaku's steps paused slightly, then he continued to walk forward, saying expressionlessly, you will know later. Is that so? Sister Mikoto smiled at Fugaku's junior, and muttered to herself with a smile, why do you have to wait until later to find out about it when you are sneaky? After saying that, she looked back and shook her head, without thinking any more, and walked into the room. Oh, so cute. Let's take a look at Sasuke's childhood photos later. You said that if we also had a daughter, she would definitely be very cute, right? On the other side, It was getting late. After eating, they stayed for a while and it was evening. At this time, Fuyu and his group were walking out of the clan. This meal. Suzuki was in tears while eating, which almost scared Sister Mikoto, and even suspected that this child had never eaten. Fuyu walked with two little girls, one on each side. Suddenly. Thank you. After hearing Uchiha Sasuke's faint and low thanks behind him, Fuyu was stunned for a moment, and then said earnestly, "This is what uncle should do. If you want to come next time, call uncle. Uncle will bring you." This guy. Sure enough. You shouldn't have thanked him. Suzuki looked at Uchiha Fuyu in silence, shook his head, and ignored him. He looked at the familiar scene around him. The Uchiha clan land in his ninja world is long gone. Everything here only exists in memories, but he didn't expect this experience is so strange that he can come to another ninja world. See my family again and eat the food made by my mother. It's great to be able to come again. Familiar clansmen, familiar paths, and familiar rivers. Suzuki in this ninja world should be very happy. But after a while, Sasuke's eyes showed determination again. Another ninja world still needs him, another Naruto is still waiting for him to go back, and there are Sarada, Sakura, everyone is waiting for him and Boruto to go back. How can he indulge in this ninja world? At this time, Lord Obito. The Uchiha guard in front yelled. Fuyu and Suzuki immediately raised their heads and looked at a figure walking in from the door. Uchiha Obito. Konoha's genius ninja. Especially Uchiha Suzuki looked at Obito, who walked in with a complicated face. Since he knew that the senju was created by this guy, he didn't know what to say. Especially when he knew that Tsunade-sama was not just talking about Tsunade-sama, his heart became more complicated. I remember that on the night when I first arrived in Konoha, I saw Uchiha Obito, and he directly activated Susanoo at that time. It seems the Uchiha Obito of this ninja world has also successfully awakened the Mangeki. However, the relationship between Uchiha Obito, Hatake Kakashi, and Harano Rin seems to be quite complicated. I wonder how the other Kakashi will feel when he finds out. However, just when Suzuki was sighing, Obito Uchiha, who had originally stepped into the Uchiha clan's territory, suddenly stopped, and then his face changed, as if he saw something terrible, and he moved directly. Slurp, slurp. Without hesitation. It was as if he wanted to run away. What happened? Did he suddenly remember something he hadn't done? To her. Do you hate your dad so much? Fuyu beside him suddenly said with a sad face, "You won't even call your dad when you see him." Suzuki was shocked. Looking at Uchiha Fuyu and Uchiha Obito in disbelief. Could it be? Uchiha Obito is actually the cousin of Uchiha Suzuki in this ninja world. Before Suzuki could react, Uchiha Obito turned around helplessly and looked at Uchiha Fuyu. "What on earth do you want to do? What bad luck! I met this bastard here when I went home today. You know, he has never forgotten his dream. Make Uchiha Fuyu bankrupt. Nothing. I just saw you and said hello to you." Fuyu sighed and patted Obito's shoulder. "It seems that I haven't seen you for a while. I don't want to see you at all." "It doesn't matter." Although his hand was slapped away by Obito, he didn't care. "I'm used to it." With a solemn face looked at Obito, "I heard that you are going to be a god recently." Obito looked at Fuyu confusedly. "What? What god? Want to rule the ninja world? Create a new world? Are you sick?" Being told that he was sick by Obito, he felt weird inside, but seeing Obito's expression, he knew that Minato hadn't told him yet. Fuyu nodded with emotion. "Dad is just concerned about you. Get lost. Forget it, I'll ask something else. How is your relationship with Yukito recently?" Sentence fell. In Sasuke's surprise, he saw Uchiha Obito, who was originally black-faced, suddenly became coy. What's going on? Yokoto? 2 Yokotos? Isn't this the second-tailed Jinchuriki of the hidden cloud village? Looks like. Where is Harano-rin? At this moment Uchiha Sasuke, who was originally calm, also became gossipy, as if he had returned to the time when he and Naruto stole Kakashi's mask. There is something strange. However, Uchiha Obito stubbornly said, women will only affect the speed of my seal. He didn't finish his words. If Yokoto hears you, you will be beaten. What do you care? This time, Obito didn't hesitate at all and ran away with a kamui. You are so old, but you are still shy. Fuyu sighed, shook his head, and said, I have to tell Yokoto about it next time I see you. Sasuke was tangled, and finally, after a moment of hesitation, he asked, Uchiha Obito and the 2 Yokoto. He. A little curious. So a little curious. This story starts from the Chunin exam of the Third Ninja World War. Fuyu nodded with a smile, then looked at the curious Uchiha Sasuke. Hey, it's a bit long to talk about it, let's talk about it next time. It's time to go home for dinner. He turned around and took the child home. Only Uchiha Sasuke, who looked messy, was left. Has anyone ever told you that you deserve a beating? No. Everyone says I look like their father. However, at this time, a ninja in Konoha guard uniform hurried in. When he saw Uchiha Fuyu, his face relaxed and he quickly said, Master Fuyu. Your house blew up. Why did his house blow up? Before Fuyu asked. The Konoha guard ninja continued, the blonde boy who lives in your house suddenly became like a different person and blew up your house. Instantly. Boruto? Fuyu and Sasuke's faces changed, they looked at each other, and hurriedly ran home. 049 Is this the 3 Megatama? Is this another ninja world? Floating in the air, Otsutsuki Momoshiki looked down and saw the familiar yet unfamiliar Konoha. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a wild smile, ha ha ha. It's really interesting. Interesting. It looks a bit like the return of the Dragon King. Otsutsuki Momoshiki really didn't expect such an interesting thing to happen. This ninja world. Uzumaki Naruto is not yet the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, and has not yet grown into a future fox demon, so who else can stop him here? Ha ha ha. You low-class creatures will perish like this. Otsutsuki Momoshiki laughed loudly, stretched out his hand directly, and a stream of energy appeared. Without that fox demon, how can you stop me? This place will become the nutrients of the Otsutsuki clan and breed the fruits of the Otsutsuki clan. When he was about to destroy the group of low-class creatures below, suddenly, raise Nan. Feeling the chakra behind him, Otsutsuki Momoshiki moved aside, but it was not over yet. 7th Shock Gate Day Tiger. X2. 2 huge fists rushed directly in front of him. His face changed immediately. It was impossible to dodge. Bang! A loud noise. Hit on the back and stomach, Otsutsuki Momoshiki spurted out a mouthful of blood, looking at the 2 guys in front of him who were dressed similarly, still said stubbornly, it seems that I still underestimated you. Hey? Is this Boruto? Might Guy and Might Dai looked at Otsutsuki Momoshiki in front of them, slightly stunned. As a teenager who was boarding at the rich boss's house, they still knew him, but how did he suddenly become a different person? The thick dark circles under his eyes, plus the clear bags under his eyes, it was like he had stayed up late for many days. What's wrong with Master Boruto? Is the rich boss angry because he didn't charge him 648? After the words fell. When he arrived at Minato, he was also silent. After all, the secrets here Might Guy and his son were not very clear, and Boruto looked like he had been staying up all night for a long time. This kid wouldn't stay up all night surfing the internet for several days in a row. When Otsutsuki Momoshiki heard what that strange guy said, his eyelids also twitched. This time he was able to come out. It was really thanks to this guy who used the shadow clone to stay up all night to brush materials, but the reason was too low, not worthy of him. Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Humph. Otsutsuki Momoshiki still had that arrogant and disdainful smile. I didn't expect that a mere low-level creatures, there are still some. He didn't finish his words. Bang. Might Die kicked Otsutsuki Momoshiki in the stomach. The scene seemed a little awkward. This arrogant guy is a little weak. At this time, the villagers around had already evacuated under the arrangement of the ninja and the Konoha guard. There were few people in this area, and because of Otsutsuki Ura's hiki some time ago, the village had already entered a combat readiness state, so the village also reacted quickly. Damn it! Otsutsuki Momoshiki turned over and jumped up. His face looked a little hideous, but combined with Boruto's face, he was full of the feeling of Chinabia. It seems that I underestimated you low-level creatures. Floated directly in the air, looking down again. This time you die. After the words fell, he rushed down directly, and the two sides immediately entered into a physical battle. But should I say that he is worthy of being Otsutsuki Momoshiki? After getting serious, even though he was limited by Boruto's body, he still used tough physical skills to fight back and forth with the three people. For a while. Originally, the Fuyu family, whose roof was only lifted off, was instantly turned into a ruin under the impact of the three people. Rich, who came over, looked at him speechlessly. What's going on? You know, this is his home. He quickly found Suzune and Hanabi, and was relieved to see that the two were fine, and handed the two little loli to them directly. Phew! Hanabi took the child with a serious face and said, Boruto. As an aunt, she still cares about Boruto. Don't worry. It's not a big problem. A mere Otsutsuki Momoshiki can't make any waves in Konoha. Fuyu waved his hand and said, this guy just jumped out for a while. That's right. Suzuki also nodded. Although it seemed that Otsutsuki Momoshiki was in an overwhelming situation with 3 against 1, he could see that it was only a matter of time before Otsutsuki Momoshiki was defeated. He frowned slightly and looked at Otsutsuki Momoshiki above, but why does Boruto have such heavy dark circles under his eyes? At this time, Jiraiya also arrived and looked at Boruto in the form of Otsutsuki Momoshiki above. Is this the alien? He looks a little dark. Is it a special appearance of the Otsutsuki clan? But Otsutsuki Ura's hiki doesn't seem to be like this. After the words fell, the ninjas around who didn't know about it also looked up curiously. Isn't that guy a boy who lives in the rich boss's house? He has heavy dark circles under his eyes. And the bags under his eyes. He must have stayed up all night. My child was like this some time ago. Isn't this boy quite polite? Why did he suddenly go crazy tonight? Maybe he didn't get enough sleep. I heard that people who don't get enough sleep have bad tempers. Plus, he didn't get any money out after a few draws, so he must be very angry. Last time I was so angry that I almost smashed my computer, but this guy is a bit exaggerated. A boy with severe internet addiction. A boy with severe internet addiction. That expression looks like he deserves a beating. Many people even took out their phones to record videos. Don't panic. Post to moments first. After hearing what these guys said, Suzuki fell silent. He raised his eyelids and looked at Otsutsuki Momoshiki with some complexity. It seems that after returning, Naruto must discipline him. I don't know why. At this moment, the anxious mood suddenly calmed down. This ninja world can always wipe out the fighting spirit in people's hearts from another direction. And at this time. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Low-level creatures. Otsutsuki Momoshiki dodged the attack by turning sideways and looked down at Minato and the others. I have recognized you. But you can't stop the Otsutsuki clan at all. After the words fell. Hearing that this guy seemed to be preparing to evacuate, Minato's face changed, Stop him. If this guy is allowed to join up with Otsutsuki Urashiki, there might be some unexpected events. Suddenly, Suzuki drew his sword and rushed up with Jiraiya. The five of them surrounded Boruto Uzumaki. Minato breathed a sigh of relief at this time. After this brief fight, he also found a special place, that is. This guy seems to be deliberately avoiding ninjutsu. Try using ninjutsu. Although it is said that the Otsutsuki clan seems to be able to absorb chakra, this guy is a little different. After the words fell, Suzuki and Jiraiya looked at each other, nodded, and rushed up directly. However, Otsutsuki Momoshiki sneered disdainfully, and floated directly in the air, with the power of the wedge flowing through his body. He looked around with a disdainful sneer. Since he came to this other ninja world, he didn't want to sleep like this again. He said lightly, "Urashiki, you guys don't show up?" The words fell. Everyone's face changed. Before they could react, a black portal appeared in the air. Momo is still so indifferent. A hand was about to reach out, and everyone rushed to take action. However, it was too late. Otsutsuki Momoshiki leaned back suddenly, with a wild smile on his face. "See you next time, low-level creature." Just as he was about to enter the black portal. Hey, you smashed my house, isn't it a bit bad to leave like this?" A helpless voice appeared. Fuyu was watching happily and took a video by the way, thinking that Otsutsuki Momoshiki would not be able to hold on for long without his help, but this guy actually wanted to run away? This is not okay. Let's stay and talk about compensation first. After saying that, Otsutsuki Momoshiki looked at the guy who suddenly appeared in front of him in surprise, but after seeing who it was, he didn't care. Low-level creature. It seems to be just a businessman. He didn't even want to remember the name of that low-level creature. He sneered disdainfully and looked at the scarlet eyes. 3 Megatama? Just one. Before he finished speaking, suddenly, his face changed, his pupils shrank, and he looked at the eyes with an incredible face. This F***ck. This is a lie. This is 3 Megatama? The whole person was dragged out. Before the black space behind him closed, Otsutsuki Urashiki's helpless voice came, "We will meet again soon, Konoha's ninja." Sure enough. We still can't underestimate these guys. 050 Wedge. The next day. Morning. What a comfortable sleep. Feeling the warm sunshine, Boruto couldn't help but stretch himself, but after a while he suddenly remembered something, his body stiffened, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Didn't he stay up all night to brush materials with 10 shadow clones, and as a result, Otsutsuki Momoshiki took advantage of the situation? Otsutsuki Momoshiki. A roar. But after opening his eyes, he looked at the people around him, and the anger on his face stagnated slightly, especially the doctor in the white coat. Dindo. This kid is not a big problem. He is just a little weak from staying up late for a long time. Do glanced at him, took out the medical record, and seemed to be writing something. Thanks to the system of the Uzumaki clan, otherwise, if they stayed up late like this, the body of ordinary people would have collapsed long ago. As he said, he looked at Uchiha Fuyu, "Don't let him stay up so late in the future. If there is nothing else, I will go down first." After saying that, he didn't stay any longer and went down directly. He is also very busy at work. After the doctor left, Uzumaki Boruto also smiled awkwardly, looked at the people around him, especially the fourth Hokage who could be regarded as his grandfather, and immediately lowered his head in embarrassment. "I'm sorry. Even if you want to play, you have to combine work and rest." Minato shook his head helplessly. "Although you are worried that you can't play after returning, I don't want to see you die suddenly in this ninja world." "I know." Boruto nodded quickly, then touched his body. Although it was still a little sore, it seemed to have returned to normal. He asked in confusion, "Where is Otsutsuki Momoshiki?" "Don't worry. It's been solved," he said with a smile, and took out a stack of damage assessments. "Take a look. You smashed the house, as well as the nearby roads and villagers. Fortunately, no one died. Now it's time to talk about compensation. Let you stay up late. Lose the big picture for the small." After the words fell, Burrito's face froze, and he took the stack of documents with trembling hands, especially the string of numbers on it. His face turned green. I. Don't scare Burrito." Minato shook his head helplessly, looking at Fuyu, who was looking for fun again. "Compensation, I will arrange it, but this Otsutsuki Momoshiki then," he looked at Burrito's wedge with complicated eyes, "we must find a way to solve it." In the end, if Fuyu hadn't helped in time, it is estimated that the guy would have really run away, but how could Fuyu's 3 Magatama Sharingan be so strong? Thinking of last night, Fuyu appeared directly in front of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, pulled him out, and then, a lump of chakra was smeared in his mouth, allowing Burrito to regain consciousness. Simple and rude. And the Otsutsuki Urashiki in the black space behind him seemed to notice it and was also very surprised by the eyes, and after leaving a word, he closed the space and left. What a pity. Didn't catch this guy. I don't know what this guy is doing. Otherwise, if it stays in the body, it will be a time bomb after all. Naruto and Orochimaru are already thinking about how to solve it. Sasuke nodded solemnly. It's just that the ability of the Otsutsuki clan is a bit weird, very similar to the tailed beast Jinchuriki. I'm worried that if it's forced, Burrito's life will be threatened. I hope there will be a way in the future." Speaking of this, Burrito also sighed helplessly. After a moment, the optimistic spirit appeared again, and he seemed to say indifferently, "Don't worry, I'm used to it. Just pay attention in the future and don't let him come out. This time, it was really just an accident. I dare not stay up all night in the future." But, frowning and looking at the 4th Hokage, "Grandpa, how is the village now? You know, the impact caused by the appearance of Otsutsuki Momoshiki in the village is no less than that of the Nine Tails. I heard that it was because of the Nine Tails rebellion that the young father has been carrying the infamy." As soon as the words fell, ahem! Everyone's face froze, and they smiled awkwardly and turned their eyes away. "Don't worry, it's not a big problem. I've explained it." However, it was this expression. It made Uzumaki Burrito feel even more guilty. Could it be that he caused a terrible disaster to Konoha? Although he was naughty, liked to stay up late to surf the internet, and liked to play games, he didn't want to hurt Konoha. He took a deep breath and looked at the 4th Hokage. "Please tell me. If it doesn't work, I will follow Sasuke and leave the village to find Otsutsuki Urashiki. Actually, it's not that serious, the problem is not big. Don't lie to me. Grandpa. Your tangled expression doesn't look like it's not serious at all. Please tell me directly, otherwise, I will blame myself." "That. Let me say it." Just when Minato was tangled, Fuyu looked at Uzumaki Burrito happily and said, "In fact, it's not as serious as you think. Because of Otsutsuki Urashiki, the village has been prepared for a long time, so the villagers retreated very quickly, and they were only slightly injured, and the house was demolished." "That's good." Just when Burrito just breathed a sigh of relief. "Of course, as for your question," Fuyu continued, "Minato has announced that you were addicted to online games and wanted to top up 648, but was rejected. Therefore, you were angry and destroyed it. Now the village attaches great importance to children's internet time." Fuyu sighed with emotion, and then looked at Burrito with a stiff mouth, and said happily, "Congratulations! With your own efforts, you have promoted the reform of underage ninjas in the ninja world. The internet is full of videos of you arrogantly trying to top up money. I heard that many teenagers in the village are looking for you. This is a big step for the ninja world. What the hell? It's better to say that there is a devil sealed in my body, which makes the whole village hate it. Boruto's mouth twitched, and he turned his head to look at Suzuki, who nodded helplessly, and hesitated for a moment. Suzuki, when are we going back? I miss home. Okay. Fuyu shook his head, glanced up and down at Boruto, and pondered for a moment. Let's get rid of the Otsutsuki Momoshiki in your body first. After the words fell, everyone was stunned and looked at Fuyu in surprise. Fuyu, do you have a way? Minato looked at Fuyu excitedly. What should I do? I have an idea. Fuyu nodded and said, I just need to try it. He didn't know what his 3 Magatama Sharingan had become because of the continuous upgrades, but there was no doubt it was a bit strong. When he used chakra to cover Boruto's face, he found that he seemed to be able to feel the so-called wedge. The so-called wedge seemed to be that the people of the Otsutsuki clan could copy themselves and digitize themselves, and then inject them into other people's bodies. A black diamond mark would appear on the palm of the person's hand as a sign, which was the wedge. So, it's a bit like copying the data in a USB drive to another USB drive, except that this USB drive is a bit like a virus, and it will eventually erode and occupy the other USB drive. The compressed files will be thawed little by little after a long time, and the thaw can also be accelerated through fighting. When all the data is thawed, the body of the vessel will be replaced by Otsutsuki's own data, and the existence of the vessel will completely disappear. Otsutsuki himself will also be resurrected. It's a bit like the mutant invasion of the tailed beast Jinchuriki, except that the tailed beast is the Jinchuriki who completely turns into a tailed beast. Fuyu pondered for a moment. So, I'm going to move it to another place. Transfer wedge. Suzuki was slightly stunned, then frowned again. Some people have thought of this idea, but it is not so easy to do it. Not only is there a container limit, but there is no way to transfer it. If it fails, it will be dangerous for Boruto. No. My eyes seem to be able to see their thawing progress. You can try. Fuyu shook his head. As for the danger, I believe I can still control it. Orochimaru's virtual device seems to be somewhat similar, right ninjutsu, and use chakra to maintain the operation of the virtual space. If it really fails, just use the reincarnation technique. It's not a big problem. Looking at Boruto, so, do you want to try it? Boruto was slightly stunned after hearing this, but after a while, he said firmly, I want to try it. Please. Boruto, you. Grandpa, I'm still going to try it. Okay. Minato saw Boruto's clear eyes, was slightly stunned, nodded helplessly, and then looked at Fuyu seriously. Then I'll leave it to you, Fuyu. In that case, that container. Suzuki also sighed helplessly, looking at Fuyu. What container do you need? It really doesn't work. Minato pondered and smiled, revealing a sunny smile. Let me do it. Just as the words fell. No. Everyone was shocked and shook their heads quickly. You are the Hokage. Let me do something for Boruto, and we can't let other people try such a dangerous experiment. But just when everyone looked at Minato's serious eyes helplessly and prepared to continue persuading. Don't worry. Fuyu interrupted them and said with a smile, I have found other alternative containers. That is. Under the eyes of everyone. See. Fuyu took out a strange thing from the ninja tool bag and blinked his eyes. Let him work hard in the virtual space to pay off his debts. When the time comes. Countless players are shouting, 5,000 with Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Urashiki, Kagaya is Hiki, come if you want, we are still short of one person to start. Everyone is brushing the Otsutsuki era.